Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the NASCAR Rocket League 351.
Yes,
I'm Lee. Alongside me, Gibbs, Wavepunk, and Achieves. And Wavepunk has been bursting with energy before he gets going because he's about to talk for a bit. I know it. I want to say hello to the other two on the desk here. Achieves, are you ready to deal with Gibbs?
I don't know a day I'm not ready to deal with Gibbs. He's an easy guy to deal with.
You're still here, Chiefs.
That's the right answer.
Good job.
But it is Wavepunk's turn. You heard it right.
Oh.
NASCAR joining us here for today's broadcast. Wave, yeah, it's like your whole life has led up to this moment.
As someone that loves cars and loves racing, getting to see my love of Rocket League combined with my love of stock car racing, of North American stock car racing, this is so cool. This is amazing. This is a cool season. If you're ever thought about jumping into NASCAR, this is a really cool season to watch. They have a new car coming, the Gen 6 stock car coming from the three primary manufacturers. We've got the one from Ford, I believe we can show you right now here. This is the Mustang. If you look at a lot of Mustangs, this looks a lot more like the actual Mustang than previous NASCARs, which is really cool because that gets back to the roots of what the whole point of NASCAR is. It's stock car racing. It's supposed to be cars that you drive. So they made it feel more like the car you actually drive. They went from 15-inch steel wheels to an 18-inch aluminum wheels. You see they got the tail lights that looks like the actual Mustang taillights. There's so many wonderful things that's updated for the new year. You got the independent rear suspension, got the one big bolt on the wheels. That's the controversial one instead of the 5. The choo 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 we're used to with NASCAR. But I'm just excited. I'm really excited to watch the new cars ride. The Clash of the Coliseum is going to be nuts too to start things off. So it's
that track. That track looks absolutely nuts. They fit it into just a stadium, basically,
they took a
completely
track
flat
and bent it into an oval. Like it's not even like tilted. I don't think there's not even like a bank. It's like that's gonna be a wild race.
This is great. It's like kids in a candy shop playing with their toy. This is wonderful. And that's not the only thing too. I actually noticed that mysteriously last night, drops have been turned on for all streamers for Rocket League. And I have no idea why. I've messaged someone to see if that's a fluke, what's going on there. Hopefully I'll have word for you guys later on. So keep your eyes on the desk. I'm going to find out what's going on there for you guys.
So I have a question. Can I leave this pre-show and do a watch party instead? Is that possible?
Gladly.
Or is this
Get
too
out
late
of
now?
I never thought you'd ask.
No, we hired it. We paid Achieves' day rate. You have to stay. Like that's why he's here to deal with you. The way
You have to have Leaf to not listen to Gibbs and me to listen to Gibbs. Otherwise, it all just falls apart.
It all falls apart. Yeah.
Let's move on though. We got to start talking about Rocket League here because that's what we're all here for. We're here to celebrate some awesome Rocket League here in the Winter Split Second Regional, the NASCAR Rocket League 351. Let's take a look at where we stand right now because, of course, it's a race to top 5 in the Winter Split. Gibbs, it's only going to get tighter.
It's all about Winter Major. Top 5 will make it there right now. Incredibly tight race. We see Oxygen sitting in that 5th spot. They're still alive. They're playing on the weekend. V1 though, 330 points right behind them, but they're out. So Oxygen beat them in the lower bracket. So Oxygen looking pretty good, pretty consistent through 2 regionals so far, but we still have to finish basically like this entire tournament. Then we have one more to go. But at the top, we talked about the gap between Energy, Space Station, and FaZe versus everyone else. It seems like that will continue. They all won their groups. They're all looking great. So those guys probably locked in for a major spot.
Chiefs, look at this. Does it make sense to you so far?
It actually does make a lot of sense. Sure. You do have to say, though, you're terrified for teams like Rebellion, Complexity, Envy, and you can make the argument for Complexity and Envy, especially considering they both made major. And yesterday was a bad day for Complexity, so that's not helping either. It's about to get to crunch time for some of those teams.
It mathematically makes sense to me that Envy's in the 9th spot, but as a Rocket League fan, Turbo Pulsar being in the 2nd column there makes no sense at all. A new uncharted territory. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with it. I need an adult.
Hey, we'll see how it goes again because there's a lot of drive to get to the Winter Major. Everyone wants to make it. We saw how excited people were about the previous split, the fall split, and making it to that major. That international competition was phenomenal, and it's not that fun to miss out on it. We actually sat down with a player that did unfortunately miss out. We talked to Rapid about what it means to miss out on one of these fantastic majors.
No, that was such a like cool feeling to see that LANs are back. Like I've only been to a few LANs, but knowing that LANs are back and like having a chance to actually compete in them and like seeing all the hype is gonna be really fun. I mean, it sucked to miss out on the last major, but we had to play with a sub for the second regional and third regional, so we weren't ready. But now like we're definitely ready this regional to try to make the winter major.
They had some quality shots.
There it is.
One more for Rapid, and they finally find the hole through the space station defense.
We're really on the up right now. Like we've been trying for like weeks to put things together. Took us a little bit to get like used to things, but I think me and Memory and Part, they're just like the perfect fit right now, and we've just been grinding to get better. I'd say we're okay with our placement. We could have done like way better. I feel like we could have went 3-0 in our groups and really pushed for top 6. I think top 4 is a good placing for right now. Like to be able to get there is like what would make us satisfied. But you know, that's what we're that's our goal.
And Toth makes up for his error.
Coming up, like you can expect to see us just like always being a nuisance for the top teams and knowing that they can lose and knowing that there's always a team that's going to challenge them, no matter if like we lose our first round, like no matter what, you know, first place, second place, third place team, like we're always going to contend.
Sure. Tough break for Rapid there as well. He brought up an interesting point. I think he's right. He was like, we're absolutely a team that any top team, you know, should be wary of. But the funny thing is they fell to the other team that I think fairly fits that dynamic, and it's XSET. And XSET's the reason Shopify is not here today as well. So despite really wanting to push for that winter major, tough break to close out there in lower round 1 there.
Hey, we get a chance to talk about those teams too. Right now, I want to talk about some debuts, some roster debuts here, because I can't get enough of it. How exciting the shift had been in the offseason, getting all these new players working together, because it's been exciting. I think a lot of teams have found success from those changes they made. I'm just curious which roster specifically, though, to you guys has stood out here. Cheese, we'll just start at that end there. Who stood out to you? I feel like there's a few easy answers though.
Yeah, the real big easy answer, of course, is Daniel. There were a lot of questions on regional one. You know, obviously everyone knew he was good. Was he going to be as good as they wanted? And I'm firmly in the camp of yes. I think he came in and he is now the new age typical. He plays a very similar role, plays a deep back, very consistent, and he looked excellent doing it. Tell you what, if they win and make it to tomorrow, I'll come back tomorrow and do a telestrator on him. I'll tell you that. I'll do that.
Well, even better because I got visuals right now. So here's a glass of water. It's kind of warm. It's old space station, right? It's like it just. So it's not great. It's not great. Yeah. But Daniel in space station. Now this glass of water, this one's got hot, baby. Daniel is clutch and it's refreshing.
Cool, refreshing beverage. Did you get that from 7-Eleven?
There you go. That's what it's all about. Daniel brought the ice last week. 0-second goal after 0-second goal. Clutch base. We saw it yesterday. Game 5, round 1. We saw a great air dribble from him to clutch it out to get Space Station the win. Daniel brings the ice. I'm loving what I'm seeing from him. I rated it a 4 roster move, but it's looking good right now. So hats off to Space Station and Daniel.
He brought the ice and gave it to Gibbs instead of his teammates. I don't understand.
He's got ice to spare, himself. Dude. He's got
apparently
ice to spare.
Here. I really liked. I've loved seeing Gimmick find a new energy and a new home on Oxygen. Oxygen has been looking hot, making top 8 2 events in a row here. Man, you know, there was after season 6 of the World Championship, there was the point where we looked at everyone in Cloud9. We're like, what is going on with these boys? And then Squishy finds a new home, and we're like, what's going on with Torment and Gimmick? And things were still kind of bubble level play from those two guys. Now we're seeing not only seeing Gimmick on Oxygen, but version 1 also seems to improve. Beast mode coming in behind him. Torment still looking great. Those are my 2 teams right now.
But we got to talk about Oxygen and Gimmick because it seems like a weird fit, right? Because we bring in Gimmick, we talk about him all the time. High highs, very low lows. It's inconsistent. We talk about Oxygen. very high highs, very low lows, where they'll miss out a regional and then they'll be a top 4 team. So I have a math formula here that I don't know if this will work, but Y is inconsistency times inconsistency brings consistency, which is Z, which is over.
That is a great song. By the way.
This is very.
So there you go.
very
It is very strange. It is very strange that this has kind of worked out because these guys are so inconsistent. Maybe it's just 2 pop-off performances in a row.
It makes
We'll
sense.
see,
Okay, so
good.
here's the line, right? Here's the line of like consistency, right? And here's Oxygen. They have high highs, they have low lows, high highs, low lows. Okay. And then you got Gimmick. You go
like a sine curve.
Low lows, high highs, low lows, high highs. And look out.
It averages. It averages everywhere across. Perfect. There you go.
This is too much math. I did not expect to come to a math class.
Well, I want to talk about Aqua real quick, okay? Because Aqua, like in Regional 1, Rogue, there is no visuals here. Aqua just looked good. Rogue didn't look that great, but Aqua, I thought, was playing very well. Now his teammates are picking it up a bit. Now they're here on the weekend. I want to see Rogue continue to improve. Sure, like last time around, they tied for 9th. Now they get a weekend performance here. We'll see how that goes. They almost won their group as well. So Rogue, they could be fighting for a major spot. They have to make a lower bracket run here, though.
Yeah,
Gibbs, you have today. Hold on, Gibbs. You had 2 glasses of water on this.
I was going to say,
you don't have anything for Aqua.
Aqua.
How long did it take you to decide
Right.
between using those cups between the other one or this one? Which bit do I use these on?
Yeah, I know. It was hard.
I have a feeling he actually only did this bit after I mentioned my water is out, and he's just trying to taunt me now.
I just wanted the ice bit. I didn't think about Aqua. I didn't get that far. I had 2 visuals. Okay?
Funny.
I can't have 3. That's
He's
too many.
committed to 1 bit. He didn't think about the multi-use application.
I'm already over Gibbs. Let's get him off the screen here. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Let's get groups up on the board. Let's get into this weekend. Let's see what happened. We had action going on yesterday as we got through groups and a little bit of the bracket there. But this is what happened during those groups. It's always exciting, Chiefs, to see how things go down, because those groups, there's some teams that are consistent and there's some teams that just always all over the place.
Yeah, and obviously, we see a lot of the roster moves that people talked about doing well. Oxygen with Gimmick, 2 and 1 second place. Space Station, of course, first. And even Aqua and Rogue, they caught a tough break yesterday, unfortunately. Weren't able to take number 1 in the group because NRG was able to go through and win the tiebreaker against him. So unfortunate, but everyone looking pretty solid. And it's good to see G2 and Envy, the teams that a lot of people were like, we don't know about. And they came through and cleaned up shop on their group as well.
But Rogue can also hold their heads high. They beat NRG for only the second time in RLCS 21 that NRG has lost in a Swiss/group stage. NRG's record in Swiss type formats or group formats dating back through RLCS X, 41-7. They've only lost 7 times. This was the first time Rogue beat them.
And not only that, but then they play a tiebreak where they lose. And a lot of teams bottom out at that point because they were like so close to first. But then they had to come back and play a lower bracket game, but they won and they're still here on the weekend. Now, so hats off to the team.
I want to dive into a few teams here, but first I gotta ask: are we worried about complexity at this point?
Absolutely.
You have to be.
You have to be. They are not making Winter Major. There's like almost no. They have to win probably Regional 3, which is very likely not going to happen. And it comes down to they had a great fall major, but now they're a little bit complacent where they didn't practice throughout that whole like off-season split there. And then they come back 4 days before. They thought that'd be enough time. It wasn't. And you can't do that in North America. There's so many good teams now, like around that bubble level, that can take you out. You have to be grinding the whole year long.
And they got a pretty tough group draw yesterday. I mean, Rebellion and Space Station are no joke. And then you cap it off with the unfortunate reverse sweep loss to Charlotte Phoenix, and it's like,
it's honestly it was a rough group, but we thought it was a rough group for Charlotte Phoenix. We thought Charlotte Phoenix was trapped in the room with them. No, you were trapped in the room with Charlotte Phoenix. They had a pop off day yesterday and got that win. Reverse sweep win, like how bad it going 0-3 that for complexity. That is rough. They're definitely kind of on alert at this point, and keeping our eyes on them closely. Let's
get our eyes closer on a couple of these matches too. Before you mentioned NVG2 Chiefs, I think that was one during that group there. This is a matchup I think is good to dive into a little bit more. I don't know if you want to start us off on that.
Yeah, in VG2 was kind of the matchup of, okay, like we talked about, you both had a big swing and a miss, and you could tell that both teams really needed a lot, or not a lot, but some extra practice to really start coming together. And Atomic yesterday, definitely feeling a lot more comfortable with G2. It was also great to see Drees and co. figure themselves out, and even if Envy didn't find a win against G2 in their match yesterday, it was a fairly close series, I would say. They definitely put up a great fight.
Yeah, 1-goal game after 1-goal game through all 3 games there. And so we saw the trade happen, though. Like right there, we know right now Team Envy's a little bit behind. They still have to catch up. But they get a lot of matches for today because they're in a lower bracket. So if that run and get that grind going, who knows? Make that run all the way back to a grand finals.
Let's take a look now at the bracket, though, because those groups played into this double elimination bracket. Well, double elimination if you're in the top part there. In the lower part, at single elimination, you lose and you are out. And again, a couple great results here. I mean, just looking immediately wave at the first one there. Xset Rebellion, 3-1 there. Rebellion came in from their groups, but Xset definitely shut that down.
Yeah, Rebellion's been looking good, but Xset making a top 8 here. Now they got to go through Rogue, who went through NXT to get to that spot there. Envy does finally shut down the Cinderella run of Charlotte Phoenix. Kind of on a Cinderella run of their own at this point, though, given how things have been going. So, and then the 2 teams that I highlighted as being both very hot right now, unfortunately having to play each other there in that round, Oxygen versus Version 1. It'll be Oxygen versus Envy today.
Well, and just to keep it kind of topical with, rosters moving around and playing the former teams here, let's dive into that Oxygen V1 matchup there, Gibbs. Again, it's exciting to see these rosters face off against their formers.
Yes, we see Gimmick. He's coming out. He got kicked off of version 1. And no matter who you are, when you're playing your old teammates, you always want to be there. And Oxygen now 2 weekend performances in a row because of this win. They are looking great. Like LJ's been great like all year long, and Gimmick is popping off. We see some demo plays coming out. But for version 1, who was considered a top 4 team by Garrett G himself, well, they're out and they need to find some form to regional 3. But for Oxygen, right now they're in a winter major spot. So if they get this going and kind of like increase that lead over teams like version 1, they might be that underdog that finally makes it.
I want to dive now into the best of the best. I love looking at highlights. I love looking at replays. But you know that I love looking at the best of the best. Twitch, you're going to get involved here. We're about to show you guys some plays, and you guys are going to spam. Well, wait till they're all done before you start spamming, though. We're going to show you some plays between 1 to 7 here. You're going to type which play you thought was the best. Don't press 1 right away in case 7 is the best one. But it's time for the 7 plays that took it to 11. I want to start this off with a team play because I think that's what it's all about. We'll keep it on topic of V1. All 3 players getting involved. Look at this. I love it when you get that connection. Torment off the wall. Calm. Beautiful recognition of Beast Mode sitting there.
So good.
Placement's key.
And Beast Mode scores that and then comes out again here. Little air dribble, flip reset, bar down ski. Why not? Why not a wow in there too? Beast Mode has looked fantastic on this version 1 squad.
You want that goal explosion, get Rocket League side swipe. Here's another player that's been popping off. He's brought the ice, and look at this, setting up Reynolds easily off the back. We're getting the dunk on memory.
That's game 5 overtime. Game 5 overtime. Daniel making the plays. Reynolds secures the goal. That's what we like to see.
Okay, this is
for once. Rare save. You never get to see saves. It's so hard to stop Rizbol. He's got all the momentum, all the power, and you have to get 2 touches
saves.
to keep it out.
2 saves.
Let's keep rapping on the board though, because he can score too.
Look at this. On the other end.
Beautiful double T. I love to see those. We see them a lot. You don't realize how hard it is to get that kind of angle.
That was gorgeous.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, but we talk about angles. We got a dunk into a double tap. Raisbull destroys Reynolds and gets the goal. Phenomenal shot.
Beautiful stuff. Charlotte Phoenix, their run did end yesterday in their final match, but look at these passing plays. This angle. Oh, the defense is sitting there watching. They're like,
0
Shopify's
seconds.
like, I don't know where to go. They're looking at them like no one's moving. What a play. What a play. Good stuff.
There were a lot of good finishers there. Team plays. Again, that 0 second play to keep it off of the ground.
Yeah.
These players are so good at making sure that ball doesn't touch the ground. I know where I land on this list. A lot of great plays. I know where I land. I'm curious. Chat, start spamming away what your favorites was. Quick reminder, because analysts are also going to write theirs down here. Number 1 was V1 passing play. 2 was the beast mode flip reset Bardowski. 3 was the Daniel air dribble bump. 4 was the rapid save. 5 was the rapid double tap. 6 was the raise bull dunk to double tap. And 7 was that CLT 0-second play. So
now,
your spam's going.
One thing that is crazy in North America, those highlight plays were all great. Only one of those players is still alive in this tournament, and that is Daniel. Everyone else is out. That's how good those plays were, and those were all bubble teams, like, you know, ninth place teams right now. So we're going to see a lot of highlight plays throughout this weekend for sure.
Wait, which number are you going with?
Let's see.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'll tell you mine first. I'll tell you mine first.
Okay.
I have to go 6. That dunk to double tap from Raise Bull was insane to follow through. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
I usually don't like agreeing with Gibbs, but he's agreeing with me. So I'll take that one. Yeah, that's
he's agreeing with me.
All right, what do you think?
Okay. Okay, I mean, I'm going with the Kevin Harvick number 4. I cannot believe that we had a save. The guillotine is dropping, right? The ball is rolling down, and Rapid goes up and pushes it up off of his neck. Not today.
2 saves.
It pushes out his neck.
2 saves.
I don't understand. Like, that was incredible. That was the best save I've seen in a long time. That was number 4.
I went for the 0-second equalizer.
Okay.
It was good.
But that's because I just enjoy 0-second equalizers.
Yeah.
It's not an easy feat to score against 3 Rebellion players that are camped out on the net ready for something. You still put it through them, kept yourself alive. Unfortunately, they didn't go on to win the series, but the play was great.
To be fair, some of the greatest RL Esports moments have come from 0-second play. So I understand the excitement behind those. But chat agreed, of course, with the best analysts. Number 6. That raise bull dunk to double tap. Let's take another look. This is so hard to maintain control like this.
Yeah. The boost back. Wow. The boost backwards in between is really the thing
to manage
the
speed.
moment of genius. Look at that. Like, so good.
Drops it in. It doesn't even touch the ground. Why not? Just icing on the cake there. But now I'm worried because Twitch chat has just agreed with me and Leaf. I think we're just cursed the rest of this pre-show.
Game over.
Problem.
But it was a good shot. It was high quality. It's a well-deserved win.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the team did not get the wins they were looking for, but they got at least a win in the 7-Eleven top play there. Let's take a look at what we're going to see going forward now. We've looked at everything in the past, but we're here for the future. Taking a look at this schedule. A lot of great matchups coming your way. Gibbs, we got a lot to get through today.
Rogue X-Set is going to be a great one. 2 teams that were not here last time around, but Envy as well. Made last in their group in Regional 1, but they're fighting back. They had to play a G2 squad that is looking fantastic. So Envy could be that next best team, but they got to get through Oxygen, who's been here 2 weekends in a row, and I'm really looking forward to that matchup.
Yeah. Well, quick touch on that there, Chiefs. You want to give us some insight? Because we're not going to be back to the dust before that happens. Oxygen, Team Envy. I feel like this is... Both these teams, usually I'd say Team Envy for sure take this, right? But I feel like it's a lot closer in the current landscape of things.
Yeah, Toasty and LJ really starting to pop off with that extra pressure the Gimmick can bring, and obviously their big hurdle is going to be getting through the insane challenge capability of Envy. That's kind of the problem at the same time for Envy, though, because when you're such a low-scoring team, your opposition is kind of always in it, you know what I mean? So hopefully if Oxygen doesn't let Envy run away with a multi-goal lead, they can very easily knock them off.
I do feel like that's a changing of the guard match too. If Oxygen in a top 8 scenario is able to beat Envy and knock them out of the tournament, and Envy now two tournaments in a row is not making to the top 4, not top 6 there, I'm gonna start predicting Oxygen over Envy in these sorts of situations. And like this is a big stock change here depending on that match for me.
I heard it. Even T-Base has been mad about this. So there's some going.
What's wrong with this machine?
I mean, he's normally angry because NA, they don't do anything in majors. So hey, what are you gonna do?
They're the ones making him look bad, right?
Yes, of course.
Let's talk about this first match coming our way very soon. In a few moments, it's Rogue versus X-Set. Let's start breaking this one down. Rogue and X-Set. For a while there, Cheese, I know you've been hot on this X-Set team. Is that still truth?
Oh yeah, man. I love X-Set. I think they're great. I think any team in the top 8 of North America, if you don't want to put X-Set in the top 8, X-Set's going to give them a good fight. They may not always win, but they're a tough team to consistently take down. And Rogue, there's been their questions, But I actually think Gyro played really, really well yesterday. He was getting a lot of touches on the ball, a lot of shots on target. He's contributing to the offense in big ways. So Rogue really may have found their stride here, and Exit may find themselves on the receiving end of another early exit, unfortunately.
But there's two teams that don't have a lot of points right now. They need to make a lower bracket run in that conversation for top 5. So absolutely huge for both these guys.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it get going very soon. But we still need to do some things. We got some business to clean up here, and that includes you guys, chat. It's time for that Verizon fan vote. Let's spend some time here. Let's spend some time breaking down our predictions and what we think is going to happen, why we think it's going to happen. We need you guys to start spamming hashtags RGE, hashtag XSET in the chat. Start voting your team you think is going to move on here. Elimination. You know, you lose, you're done. You're out. No more here for the NASCAR Rocket League 351. Analysts, though, curious what you think and which way this is going to go. You know, it looks like there's some thinking on the far end. Gibbs looks like he might be ready.
I'm ready.
So he's going to start us off.
I'm ready.
The 3 last head-to-heads, XSET versus Rogue, was XSET 4-0, XSET 3-0, and then XSET 3-0. 2 of those were in fall. 1 was a show match, so we don't really count that. But that was when Rogue didn't have Aqua.
That's right.
And so we got to go Rogue. We got to go Rogue. They had a great group stage. They had to play Energy twice. They beat them once. Rogue, it's their weekend. They make a lower bracket run here, at least a bit. I think they're getting through XSET right.
Okay. All right. Wave.
I have to agree with Gibbs. Screw the council. I've sided with the Rogues. They're gonna take this one down. Honestly, and I do think Aqua is a big difference here. And also the performance we saw from them yesterday, that win over NRG, if they're able to continue to play in that form, they had a chance to win that group. And again, group with version 1 as well, coming out in the second seed there. I think Rogue looks excellent right now.
Yeah, I want to pick Rogue. I'll be honest. I am picking XSET based off of upset potential. I think Rogue wins this match, but I think there is a good enough chance that XSET come out on top. I'm willing to bet on it this time.
All right.
Achieves. Sometimes I go first when I'm confident, and sometimes I go last when I'm not. And I wasn't here, and I was hoping you'd have a little more gusto behind your XSET spiel than that to balance this out.
Aqua and Gyro looked great yesterday. Like, if it didn't look as good as they did yesterday, I would have been like, yeah, I'll pick XSET on this one. But it's just like, they're kind of starting to gel. And you got to be cognizant that yes, XSET has history, but it's not against this roster.
Okay, if they, what before I make one last thing, if they're going to win, what are we going to see from XSET? What is it that will be that upset factor?
Leaf does not know what to predict.
It's Hoxer and J-Pow. They're going to pop off. Percy is going to be stopping everything that Rogue wants to do. And then Hoxer and J-Pow are just going to circle around. They're going to score a gazillion goals. It's going to be great.
Gazillion goals do sound great.
That's a lot of goals.
But I'm not, here's the thing. I said my water's out. I'm still thirsty and I'm fiending right now.
Why'd you ask me to do that?
I'm in the desert because you almost had me. I saw the mirage.
You didn't sell them.
I saw the mirage in front of me, and you almost brought me back from the edge. But I still see it, and I'm going to that Oasis with Aqua. Rogue is going to be my pick. I'm going to sit on this side for now. I'd like to see it close, and I do feel like it's going to be close. I think NA is, especially with all these moves around everywhere, is getting closer. We're getting a lot of exciting matches. But you know, it's a little bit on the edge of Rogue right now. So I'm sorry, Chiefs.
That's okay. Right. I understand. It's the reasonable choice.
Chat, what are you thinking? Let's see what chat's thinking now. I've seen a lot of spam both ways.
That checks out.
4-1 though. Yeah, all right.
No one's on the side of XSET with a cheese right now. So for Rogue then, Gibbs, can you break down for me now what we're going to see out of Rogue? Aqua's been a great addition to this roster here. Are we going to see a lot of him, or is it going to be him?
On some goals, because when he's a little bit off, I think then there's no offense going on Rogue's side, because then it's only Aqua doing a lot of the work. So that's what I want to see. Like Aqua, well, he'll make plays. He'll make crazy plays that beat 1 or 2, but then you got to secure the goal. So that's what I want to see from Rogue.
Okay, his players are still getting ready here, so we still got a few more minutes where you guys have to deal with us.
Well, I mean, I feel like just like piggybacking off of what Gibbs says, like Aqua is a player that we have our eyes on, but Gyro is maybe the clutch factor here. Whether Gyro is on or off is what we would be looking at. So for me, this is a This is a Hoxer versus Gyro matchup. If you're looking for two players to keep an eye on, watch those two players on the pitch. The quality of their play will determine the quality of their team.
Well, it seems like this match may be about ready. So we're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox. We are Shogun and Stumpy ready for this next matchup. The first one, actually, here at the Rocket League 351. We have Rogue, we have Exit. Both teams looking to make today start off on the right foot. Let's find out who stays alive in this lower bracket.
Well, the great chase has now begun, Stumpy. Currently, G2 and Oxygen maintaining those 4th and 5th spots. But with G2 over in the upper bracket and Oxygen taking on Envy very soon, these two teams right here need to get this win to just stay within a chance of getting that 5th spot. How are you feeling about this? Obviously, Achieve seemed very confident next set. I've sort of had X-Sets back for a while, but do you think they've got what it takes to get past a newly reinvigorated Rogue squad?
Rogue yesterday really looked fun. They looked like when they were playing versus NRG, that Taroko especially found his footing and that he was ascending that mountain faster than I think we've seen him do so for quite a long time. I think Aqua, along with a lot of the new players, has started to unlock the ability of some of the more set-in-their-ways players over in North America. I personally have Rogue here. I really am impressed with them. After yesterday, I think, they managed to fall down into this lower side of our bracket, but not through lack of trying. It's going to be a big one, and I always like when teams can face off against each other for their own destiny.
I believe at minimum, there's 80 points currently sitting between Rogue and their opportunity to get a hold of one of those top 5 spots. This match, winning it gets you an extra 30. Unfortunately, that result could also keep changing because the teams that need to catch up to are still within this tournament. As previously mentioned, must win. Best of 5. Losers of this will be eliminated. Both teams just easing their way into this. Percy getting a lot of time here over in the corner. It's not something you really want to be doing because these are very mechanical players that can set up just like this. Midfield, open to anybody that wants to take it right now, and Stumpy will be waiting to see who goes for those sore positions.
Yeah, there was a good chance there to get a counter-attack goal as well, but you're completely right. If you give space to anyone on this pitch in the air, North America, you need to just shut people down a lot sooner, and you also need to block it away.
Yeah, that's maybe not the sort of goal you want to be handing out over here. Backboard completely open. Or Hoxer had a bit of pressure on him, but it was just nobody around to start with.
Yeah, he had time to get up and get in position still.
It's just like the initial positioning was very weird. Either way, that's now a 1-goal deficit that they will find themselves under. Exet. Not with the greatest start. Maybe they can make up for it. Good pre-jump save. Keeps it at 1-0.
Yeah, brilliant from Gyro there. Playing ahead of the ball, just predicting where the ball goes. V jumps early. It means he can get in the way and stop anything from being too dangerous on net. Shutting down those angles is vital.
Now we'll look to see if not Rogue can start to shut down those infield passes. That's the second one that we've seen. Neither of them intercepted at source, but I expect Rogue to be up there very quickly, and Taroko was definitely up there very quickly this time around. Miss from Aqua. Hoxer put some pressure on.
Oh, that's cheeky. I love that fake. Gyro just slowing it down a touch. Has 0 booster, has to leave that play. All 3 Rogue players on the ball, but it didn't have any negative effects. Aqua can pick up the second for Rogue.
Yeah, nobody cares if you triple commit as long as you score off it. 1 demo, 1 player, set up off the backboard. And Hoxer again, found to be a little bit panicky with the way he's playing. Just saw the demo and instantly tried diving on in. So 2-0 now to Rogue. Perfect start for them. Might be about to get even better. Taroko, not enough boost to make a play. Over to the wall. This is where we expect to see Hoxer shine. Not the best first touch. He does recover it with the second one. Third one, let's take it all away. And it's denied by Aqua. What a recovery, though, to make something of that by Hoxer.
I thought he'd thrown it away. I really did. Then he managed to get that second touch, then stay behind it on the air dribble. The save away going into the top corner as well. So close to it being a terrifying second chance for Exet to attack on.
Aqua, low boost. Might look for the reset instead. Leaves it for his teammate. 2 minutes left here. Rogue sitting pretty comfortably on this 2-goal lead. They've been up against a bit of pressure, but nothing too bad on these breakaway opportunities. They're getting so much work done. Wall bounces not being dealt with overly comfortably by Exet. In field. This time, Taroko is there. That's the problem, Stumpy. When you don't get those first few infields working out with goals, it's more and more difficult to get stuff because you've got to look for something else this time around. And Percy on the goal line just had to make contact. What a setup by Hoxer.
Hoxer faking the dish here as well. Up above, just being a little bit cheeky. Gyro has to respect it, has to go up. Instead, Percy can come in and tap it in on the goal line. Really nice play there from Exet. Also, with Hoxer on that entire play, getting it past every defender. Awesome stuff. Now, only one goal separating the two teams.
Cool. A bit of time as well. J-Pal backing down. Hoxer involved in all of the goals that we've seen, for better or for worse. Now needs to be involved in one more. Set up his team. Get them back into this game. Aqua powers the ball to the other side of the field. He's got nobody to aim for instead. Gets the challenge. Now Hoxer does well with the follow-up. Broke the ball exactly where they want to see it. Percy with time. It's slow on the play, but it's now set up. Can he get a good challenge from Gyro, who just looks at the ball for as long as possible, does not want to engage in the challenge. Probably the right decision to make, but as we've gone through this game, Stumpy, we're seeing more of Exet.
Yeah, they're starting to actually work into that blue half, which I'm excited about, but equally they've not had too many chances. Rogue doing a good job in shutting them down before they can really evolve into anything particularly scary. But J-Pow on that double dunk has to leave it. In the end, Percy shoots it off J-Pow's wheels and he's credited with the goal.
Fantastic comms, and this is what Exet needed. Off a poor start from them. They've got the second goal. Stumpy, they can get this done before overtime's even done because momentum is fully in their favor.
Yeah, managed to wrestle it back after Rogue was, I think, quite casually strolling towards a win. Finally getting some pressure on the other side. Hawks are now a chance to go up for one. Can he jump off the ceiling to get the second? No, and Gyro, he had to back the miss to come in. Otherwise, he wasn't there to save.
Rogue needs to switch up the way they're getting rid of this ball. It is just booming clear, but it's dropping in a playable position for the Exet players under no pressure. This has been a little bit better from Gyro. If you are going to get those clears, it has to... Wait, is that actually on target? That is on target. Aqua scrambles back. Final 10 seconds. Infield pass as well. Gyro off the backboard. Has he got the second? Oh! Of course he does. Brace for Gyro. And that could take it for Rogue.
This is what Rogue did so well yesterday. And Gyro making a name for himself. Well, it's Taroko's time to shine. 4 seconds left. Great lead from Rogue. They have to keep it safe here, though, as Exet want to slow the play down and just keep control.
If you ever wanted to know what it's like to be a Rogue fan, you've got it all in 5 minutes. Started off brilliantly, almost threw it away, but a little bit of brilliance is all it took to take home the win. Stumpy, an awful lot to unpack here in the opening 5 minutes. Where do you want to start? Do we start with the good or the bad?
Let's start with the fact that Rogue, even though they did start winning this game, I wasn't particularly impressed with them. Maybe it's more the fact that Exet were just giving them goals. You know, there was that weird missed jump from Hoxer. There was then the outplay ultimately from Gyro on the right-hand side, and he does get the double tap. I think that was more to do with Exet not playing well to start with, them ramping up, rather than Rogue really coming in and attacking hard. They just took advantage of the situations that fell to them.
Yeah, and I will stand by exactly what I said. I think Rogue are playing solid, but this clear game needs to be better. If they're going to get rid of that ball, put it in a position that the defender is going to struggle with, because you're just handing away air dribbles to a team that love to air dribble. They'll take that every day. You're giving them their favorite meal on a play every single time. It's good. Hey, do you want some of that? Of course they're going to take it. Of course they're going to make opportunities themselves. I want to see some dribbles from Rogue. I want to see them take up the wall. I want to see them put the ball off the backboard or somewhere more difficult for the defender to get to. If they can do that, then Exet's opportunities to break should be a lot more limited. As for Exet, they need more of this from Hoxer. Sets himself up. Can't get any further than that. Aqua, very lucky to see that ball going into him. Otherwise, that could put his team under a bit of pressure. Now off the setup, J-Pow. What I put here? Over into the corner. Nobody on the far side, though. Hoxer decides to take the shot. And Gyro will just grab hold of the ball.
Yeah, not a bad idea at all.
That's not the best touch ever.
Again, though, it's an awkward... not an awkward hit, it's just a bad miss. It goes in the corner, bounces where Percy can read it much better than Gyro, slams it in the top corner. Within 30, Exet go ahead the first time in this series. Again, the goal is afforded by an error. This time, though, just switching who has made that error.
It needs to be cleaner. Reminder once again that these are teams that are trying to chase up to that spot currently owned by Oxygen, get into that top 5, represent North America over at the Winter Major. At the moment, both these teams will fancy their chances from what they've seen from the other. Turn around from Taroko. Hoxer.
Oh, God.
He doesn't like that backboard being comfortable, does he?
God, not at all. Going for what would have been the easiest hit in the world. That's how you do it. Aqua just getting an air dribble and then can carry on.
There we go. What a goal.
But Hoxer yet again misses and it leaves Gyro open. Aqua, an awesome transition down the pitch. 50s it with one onto the backboard, then Gyro can tap it in. Hoxer missing it again, but Aqua showing up when he needs to. Really, really good movement from them. Rogue on that counter-attack, actually being threatening.
I think from the back... Oh, okay, that's not going to go in. I can already hear the screams of joy in my ears. Okay, I've heard enough of this to understand. I think of all of the backboard plays that we've seen, that's maybe the one that I'd give Hoxer the most leeway on. The only problem is that it's another one. Yeah. If that was maybe the first, I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't
quite
mention
so much.
it. If that was the first, I really wouldn't have even mentioned that Hoxer had made an error there because Aqua had outplayed them entirely. I think it's the fact that when it becomes symptomatic, you lose the sympathy on thinking, you know what, maybe it was just that one error. A good bump in the back, though, has opened it up for Exit.
Oh, he's got him again. Gyro. I don't know how much he knew about it, but narrowly avoided calamity. He almost got wiped out by the oncoming challenge. You'd see more of that, though, from Exet. Rogue are employing a somewhat static defense at times. They are available for demos. Booming clear yet again. Gyro off the backboard. Going to show how it's done. Just passes it straight out, and Aqua's given up on this. And Hoxer has misread the bounce again. What is going on?
Has he got his monitor set to the wrong refresh rate? This man's living a second in the past.
I'm just going to allow him to say that one was called off.
Okay, that is a huge call from you there. That's so generous.
All right.
That's so generous. But he gets that one. That's all that matters. It does go straight to Gyro, though. Percy has to save. I think what I've seen so far is, like we said, errors have opened up the net, but it is ultimately on the opposite team, to then take advantage of it and get the goals. If Hogs are making these mistakes and then they're not being punished for it, then fine. That's not too much of an issue in my head.
Here's one of the more difficult bits is Aqua off the double tap. Taroko just had a bit of hesitation before he dove in. Maybe arrived to the play a teeny bit early. Aqua able to take back over. Gyro. Oh, he can recover that off the ceiling, off the backboard. By Taroko. Wasn't there last time. This one, he makes sure of it.
Gyro round the world with a slight tap on it there. Leaves J-Pow looking completely unprepared for what was coming. Taroko, great tap in to read that J-Pow was missing. Rogue, yet again with the lead.
It's one of those horrible ones where the change on the trajectory of the ball was so minor that it just means that your positioning's off. You can't do like a major adaptation. You can't turn the car. You're just in the wrong spot as of now. Aqua off the backboard. Great play from him. Buys his team some time, and it's time that they need with the low boost that they've got in field. Oh, what a bump, Percy! Get rid of the keeper, 2 each.
Percy being a dentist and knocking the Gyro tooth out of the goal mouth. Hoxer being able to tap it in on a fully open net. What an equalizer.
That was rude.
That was rude.
No way of putting it. That was very, very rude. I've not seen anybody counter the in and out save that way. Just
no. I love that. I love that.
Here, I've got you. Swipe you out of here.
Thing is, you know exactly where they're going. It's one of those plays where typically, if you're also in the net, you will have bumped them on the floor. To catch him on his way out, you know what his path is going to be to save the goal. You just have to be there instead. That was a really nice play from Exet.
That was one of those plays that we get a few of these where you see it and just go, why is this not more prevalent? How is this one of the first times I'm seeing this?
I know, Exet, mate.
You kind of know where they're going. I think the only difficult bit is like knowing where the trajectory of the ball is, because that'll be over the top of you. As Percy actually off the infield. That's 3-2. And Exet offensively have opened up.
Yeah, Percy has definitely found his Shangri-La here on Forbidden Temple as he gets it in on the open net. Great pass in from Hoxer as well. It's just working around those back lines to then get the easy chances. If 50 goes your way, then it's happy days. A minute remaining and Exet with the lead.
Oh, but Taroko with time. He's got the boost. Goes as high as he can. Stealing reset as well. The difficult part of that is just keeping the ball with you. You can't afford a heavy touch. Gyro. Let's see who would get there first. It's back over to Aqua. It's just feed the ball to Aqua as much as you can over on Rogue. It's been working off the backboard. J-Pow is up to the task. And now it's Rogue. 40 seconds left. They need to hold this ball. They need to get it away from Hoxer, who might turn it in. Oh, what a play, Hoxer! We have been treating some unreal goals.
Just faking it past Hiroko, getting one flick onto then that crossbar and pinching it down. Great play, too clear. Exeter looking to take this second match.
Well, I think a goal like that is more than enough for us to forgive some of the backboard shenanigans that we've seen.
Nearly.
Brace for Hoxer, a brace for Percy. J-Pow kind of just has been a bit of a spectator. What a game to spectate. 4-2, and unless Rogue can get something going, then they might be in a bad spot, but it is Gyro, and Gyro is so deadly at the moment. Off the back, but now for Aqua. He passes it to Gyro. That would have been sensational.
Completely muted. Gyro had no power on that ball when Aqua set him for it perfectly. That has certainly lost Rogue the game. Hopefully it won't be a conference knocker, but Aqua, when you're feeding a ball to your teammate who's basically on the goal line and you just say, hit it forward, lol, and they don't, hopefully Aqua doesn't get too tilted by that, but I know that I'd be doing that big comms.
I think that's all we got to say to it. Like, I mean, maybe it was a bit behind him. It's one of those ones that can be difficult to generate power on. But for Exeter, this is exactly what they needed. And I think it was the best possible performance in the second half of that game, Stumpy, or the player that needed that big performance, because Hoxer stepped up. And as much as we were talking about him negatively in the first half, it felt really good to then move all of that into positives in the second.
Yeah, I mean, Hoxer, I feel like when you get a couple of bad issues on your end, when you're missing those back ball clears or there's an awkward bounce, you suddenly think, God, should I then be sitting back more? Do I really need to pump these into my head of, okay, this is how you read the backboard. This is how you read those awkward corners. Hoxer has done the opposite of that, and I respect him tremendously for it. He's like, no.
Somebody else's problem is this. I'm going to go the other side of the field, lad.
I'm not ever dealing with a backboard again. I'm going to score some awesome goals. Did so, and he secured Exit the lead. It's now 1-1 in the series.
I believe that was the Marky Doodah strategy. Leave it to someone else. I'll be down the other side of the field. Here's Hoxer. Oh, is that just it? That is just in. That is one of the cheekiest goals we've seen all series.
Who was that who attached a bulldozer to the front of their car on Exit? J-Pow just getting 1-2, and then Taroko, I think, having to try and get anything he could on that ball. Wasn't able to. Squoze in, just slicing the goal.
You know what? Sometimes Rocket League just cannot be very fair to you, because after all of that play, J-Pow stood on 0 points. It's just not very fair on occasion, is it?
I mean, everyone is on single digits apart from Hoxer.
Oh, here we go. There's some points for him.
Demos should give you points. That's all I'm saying.
That's going to create a meta that I'm not ready for.
Oh, the demo meta that's never existed before. You're right.
Oh, of course not. I want to see them for bumps as well. You get extra for bumping a teammate.
I do not want to live in your world.
You'd finally be top of the scoreboard, mate. As we see, Percy off the backboard needs to play it. Aqua actually might be waiting for a teammate to move on in. That's very awkward from everybody. Gyro's going to have an extra opportunity to play this. As Rogue settling down into this side of the field. This situation looking okay for now for Exet. We do need to get rid of this soon. Hoxer takes over. Oh, off the bump! And Exet have found a new rhythm.
You fancied Exit for these dribbles, and Hoxer is showing you exactly why. Great first touch, then faking out, being gently body checked by J-Pow. Aqua couldn't do too much. That's just such nice movement, weaving either side of the ball, bamboozling the Rogue defender. The second goal for Exet, and both of them going on Hoxer's scorecard.
Yeah, this is an entirely new player at this point. Hoxer just passes it over to the far side. Percy can't take over, but he does steal 100 boost. Might see that come into play later on. As for now, Aqua. Well, he can go on the chase quite often, but even that one was just beyond him. Gyro Taroko, however, he goes for it. Too far above him as well. The ideas have been good from Rogue, but the passing plays just asking too much of the follow-up player. Now off the backboard, Hoxer not going to be given another opportunity.
God, vital that Taroko clears that. He just didn't have to absolutely send it the opposite side. J-Pow made that look much more awkward than it actually was, but does get the clear. Aqua fancying just one chain dash. I guess he's got a dash on the wall then. And Gyro rockets it in, goes from Hoxer onto the post, and is returned to sender on the rebound.
Rogue finding so much success with this back in game 1. They're back to it here in game 3. Off the infield, Gyro leashes it towards that top corner. 2-1. And Rogue right back in it. In a very, very crucial game here. J-Pow, he's got time. He's going to be up against Aqua, not the player you want to be meeting midair. I think you would have preferred to see any other name. Taroko just towards the other side of the field. Both teams need to be wary here because they are giving each other a lot of space in the midfield. That's been a constant throughout this series, Stumpy. It's just been who can make the better play out of it. Hoxer. Oh, he might have caught Taroko out off the backboard. Follow up. Had no power. It didn't need it because the goalkeeper was wrong-footed.
That clear again, though, from Rogue, going into such a scoreable position. We warned him earlier, and Hoxer, he has put the red stamp on that goal. Percy is able to secure it, though. It's just those clears from Rogue need to be so much better. You can't just loft it high in the midfield, because if you're leaving it empty, then you have to assume that Xset will match it.
I really like what Rogue have done when they go, clearing the ball wide into the middle. It's when they are clearing from the middle and they still go to the middle. There's no one there. There's no play you can make unless you are anticipating one of the most unreal redirects. Oh, J-Pow's looking to secure this game. And it looks like Xset have hit another gear.
That's one that you just give a go and you see how well you can strike it. That is a nice shot from J-Pow. It's just, he swipes it across with the top of his card to get the speed. And the fact that nobody from Rogue is back expecting him to come from the blind spot. This is Xset now, who are looking like they found the form that they had yesterday in groups.
It looks like the Xset that we've kind of been waiting for the longest time. And so long last season predicting Xset to get a big upset win, maybe go make a long run in a tournament, and it just felt like they always had good performances, but could never quite see it through. Could very well be into a very similar position here. 4-1, Taroko leaves it for Aqua off the backboard. Unreal. How on earth can you be that smooth?
Aqua was slamming these in yesterday as well, where he gets that 50 challenge, manages to then secure it on the backboard and gently taps it right above the defender. That's just sublime placement. Aqua, the new kid on the block, where he is showing up big.
And that puts this game right back into the hands of Rogue, who need just one more goal. And then they can try and see where they can take this game. Hoxer, that was very difficult. Well played by Aqua just to make sure that there was clean contact on the ball. And once again, Rogue need to do everything they can. Avoid the demo plays, avoid the bumps, and avoid handing away a goal that easily.
I mean, Percy can just hit that at the net, and apparently it's a goal somehow. The double commit from Taroko and Aqua. I think Gyro assumed that because two teammates went, he thought, well, two's better than one. I guess I'll grab some boost. And then both of his teammates mess up.
I don't know. That's not the bit I'm on about. Is he was already on the way back. He'd just seen the mistake, and then he turned. And then he turned again to the position that he was actually supposed to be going to. I actually think he could have made that.
Well, it's 5 anyway for Xset. It would have been 4 regardless. I wouldn't say that's not exactly
Stumpy.
That's not a clutch goal. It's not a Daniel 0 seconder. It's just the 5th one for Xset, as they are looking better to make it 6. Why not? Why not, J-Pow? Continue being a beast.
I think just Xset are determined to have nobody get a hat trick. Hoxer has been sitting on 2 for the longest time, and everyone else is now caught up. Who's it going to be, Stumpy? Which one of these 3 is going to get the hat trick?
I'm going to be that guy and say, frustratingly, none of them. It's going to end with 6
I reckon
goals.
J-Pow. I've fully got it on J-Pow. Go on, J-Pow.
You can't shout, come on, J-Pow, mid-series. That's not allowed. I reckon we'll see an Aqua an Aqua hat trick, even though he's only got 1 goal. Go on. No, wait, don't go on. Never mind, there's 10 seconds. I don't care. It's fine.
Well.
Either way, look, it's the second game here for Xset. 1 more, and they put themselves into a pretty decent position. They're just knocking Rogue away from being able to continue up the rungs of the ladder, where only one of these teams realistically will be able to battle for the top 5 versus G2, versus Oxygen, and ultimately versus Rogue in those positions too.
Yeah, and for either of these teams, whichever one wins, will also be hoping that Envy can take down Oxygen, because Envy only on 220 points coming into today. Oxygen with their 350 means that maybe for one of the rarest times when it comes to trying to get one of the top spots, teams are pulling for Envy to actually win rather than dropping points. But we'll see. I mean, Xset look comfortable right now. As for Rogue, you can kind of understand the game falling apart in the last few moments. I mean, there were some very silly goals in there, but they do tend to happen when you're already aware that, right, game's gone. Problem for me right now, Stumpy, is how easy these opportunities have been coming. It feels like get past 1 player and you've now got a real shot on goal. There's not a second player that you've really had to deal with, and especially for Xset, even if there is a second player there for Rogue, typically that player is being bumped, usually by J-Pow.
I mean, it's the fact that that second player isn't even present that really irks me, because you see how well Rogue do when they have the ball in a double tap position. Toroko and Aqua specifically, they do such a good job of double tapping and really outplaying the defense on the other side. But as soon as it's in defense, they just throw everything at every play, and not even in a very controlled way. It's frustrating, because if they master the basics and they just really take it down to the bare bones essentials and just get to the chassis of this entire game, I think Rogue really could take it. And Xset, they're outplaying every now and then, but they're just ultimately playing to the weaknesses of Rogue, and that's all they need to do. At least make them sweat, Rogue. Come on.
I believe a good way to describe it is panicked defense despite 300 boost. You know, you've got everything you need there. You are kind of treating it as if it's your last possible opportunity. Just over a minute played. Both these teams looking for the chances, and this is turning to be a little... I'm starting to feel this is personal, some of these demos, as Gyro's not going to make that shot. Sneaks into the bottom corner.
I think it does actually pinch a touch off Gyro.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, from Aqua, sorry. Yeah, so it went up, down, then back onto J-Pow shooting. And that's the thing, what gave it the extra speed. Gyro isn't then able to get there. A lot more awkward than I think the shot that Gyro previously failed to save. So a lot more excuses are able to be made there. But still, it's just another goal that has happened out of seemingly nowhere that Xset can take advantage of. Aqua finally turning it around and showing that brilliance on the other side.
So Rogue are going to continue with their amazing trait of conceding 4 out of 10 goals and scoring at least a 7.
That was a nice musty as well, going underneath one and then getting the musty.
Proper like quality versus quantity sort of matchup that we're getting.
Yeah, and if I was, playing in a competitive game of Rocket League, I definitely want more goals. So maybe Rogue should be focusing on that.
Oh,
there we go, Toroko.
Any advice?
That's what we want. Score more goals.
It really is that easy on occasion, is it? Percy just getting himself... I mean, we saw earlier on how having those balls bounce off the wall and coming back into the middle of the field can be so deadly. That one, he was under pressure. Felt like he needed to take it away from the oncoming challenge. Challenge never came in. It's forcing the mistakes. Rogue, a little bit of a stave-off play working out for them. We haven't really seen Xset under pressure. They've not been in a position where they've been allowed to make mistakes. But we also know that they have struggled. That was just your life flashed before your eyes for just a short moment. As Aqua looks for the outplay. This is where Rogue really need to start settling in against kind of what Xset have been known for in these situations. Force them under pressure, get them making mistakes, let them know that they are only a game away from a big result, and they might start to crack.
Yeah, and I think that when you can really make that descent in the ranks, then Xset may well fall apart. So far, I've not seen many signs of it. I think that Xset are just much stronger in this matchup so far, especially considering the last game being a 6-2. Rogue, though, continuing this lead and holding it on just now past half-time, it's looking decent for them. I just really want to make sure that they are continuing to hold on to these basics, not throwing for 2 men at 1 ball, just bits like that.
Hoxer off the backboards. This time comfortable. No need to start worrying about that all over again. Now over to the wall. Hoxer in pursuit, looks for a shot. Aqua decided to just get the slightest touch into his own corner. Another shot on target. Double commit there from Rogue, but both players recovering comfortably enough. Usual, we don't usually mind those sort of double commits. The ones where the recovery is already in a good route. Hoxer called into action. What a play this is. Follows it off the backboard. That's what you want to see from him.
I love that. Keeping the possession. It was quite like floaty to begin with, which did worry me, but then he just stays behind it, gets a really nice strong 50. Really well played from Hoxer. Just not booming the ball away. They've seen how well they do with ground plays. And the 1-2 only just snuffed out by Taroko.
Taroko, bravest person on the pitch, did not move. Turned his car around and just planted it there, waited for the ball to come over. Now just over a minute left. They might need more of that from Rogue. Exit, about to go on the hunt. Gyro's actually snuck behind the back lines. Didn't really have the boost to find a demo or a way to disrupt. Hoxer, first touch took it away from him. He's recovered it underneath. Demo as well. Hoxer, he couldn't get there. The floor ruined the recovery. They look to continue playing disruption. It will not happen. Rogue seemed to have recovered. Now off the backboard one more time. Off the backboard, there it is. Infield to nobody. And that's the chat's gone.
There was so many chances there as well. I thought Hoxer had it absolutely nailed on, but isn't able to secure it. But the attack continues. Hoxer with 60 onto the backboard. Can he get the double? No, cleared away by Aqua. I thought Gyro
had
bump
20
there.
boosts.
Yeah.
That would have been it. Champions Field could be 20 seconds away. Aqua takes his time. J-Pow actually did not take the bait. He stayed patient. He's got options. Percy not going to have any cleanable touches. Gyro couldn't get there in time, but Taroko crucially moves the ball away from Hoxer. It is going to require coast-to-coast gameplay if we want to see this taken to overtime. Instead, Rogue have got this at 2 each.
That turnaround from Rogue to hold this now into a Game 5 is something that I quite frankly didn't expect. I thought they, and I'm being polite here, were an absolute shambles that previous game. They didn't look like they were a cohesive team, and in moments in this, they didn't look like it either. Gyro actually managed to secure, a couple of good plays in there, but Aqua was the man who I was really looking at and thinking, wow, he has really found his stride. He didn't do anything really flashy. He didn't try and hit clips. He just did everything that he needed to make his teammates much more comfortable. And I really, really do respect that.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we needed to see from them as well. They just looked like they had settled down in a position of a lot of pressure. Let's be completely honest. That is a position that we have seen them make multiple mistakes and instead more than capable of taking this over to Champions Field. Brought to you by NASCAR. Let's get into this. Huge implications for this game, depending on who can now chase after that top 5 spot. A reminder, Oxygen and Envy after this match. But for now, it is all or nothing. One of these teams is getting eliminated.
There's so much on the line, and I love it that these teams are fighting for their own destiny. It's brilliant to see them earning those points to climb up that ladder, but both of them reaching for the same rung at the moment.
Now, both teams, both orgs that feel like the nearly men of North American Rocket League. One of them is going to maintain that title. The other one will have an opportunity to change that. Hoxer takes over, well, temporarily. Gyro having none of that. I would assume Rogue have got a little bit sick of the demo plays, but they've got to deal with some more of them. Except very physical with how they've taken about these last 2 games.
A couple of times already in this game, I know it's only been 50 seconds, Gyro has already just given away possession, I think 3 times, which is frustrating to see. Rogue did well when they were holding it closer. Both teams were. Good demos as well coming out from Exit, really trying to make sure that 2 players, easier to play against than 3, so may as well keep it that way as much as they possibly can. Aqua, will he be able to really cement his name on Champions Field?
Taroko decided to do the switchback for a moment. Easier to go to the other side. Instead, wanted to dummy the oncoming attacking players. Minute and a half done. Another bump. J-Pow sets up. Hoxer! Double tap and Gyro Well done from him to maintain the discipline. Sat in the goal and didn't drift, and that can be so difficult to just maintain that focus, Stumpy, to make sure that you are in the right position.
The absolute stoicism and being able to trust your instincts of, yes, I am where I need to be. Body, don't you dare move those thumbs. Taroko doing the same thing, just waiting for the ball to drop. Now a 2v1. Can he air dribble it? 50 it in. Around one and not the second crossbar, keeping it out.
Aqua could see the next round right in front of him, but it got snatched away. J-Pow on the other side of the field. You can always see just one orange car. Even if the ball is in their own final third, just looking over in that blue side of the field for another hit, another demo, another bump. Even a boost steal will do them good enough. Percy is the target man. Did not have any boost. Nobody on Xset has any boost. Finally, they've managed to start recharging. And they'll look to charge forwards. Percy. And back down for now as goes over to Gyro. It's intercepted and Aqua can't get there.
Millimeters away from saving it, but Hoxer taking the intuition. It's the fact that Aqua cleared it away from Gyro, who had the ball. Hoxer waiting. He poaches it. Aqua cannot make up for his mistakes. Hoxer, we doubted him early, but he has been the key man for Xset.
Gyro and Rogue, they'll be none too pleased with how this has gone down, especially with the way that goal went in. Will that be the difference maker? Aqua off the flip reset, but that backboard is not the free goal zone that it was at the start of this series. These plays not being given straight over to Rogue. Instead, they might have to look back against those infield passes. Those have not been covered by Xset. Aqua fakes and then gets demoed for it. No chance to slow down. J-Pow is going to take all the time he wants. In fact, even leaves it for Percy. See Xset now starting to play for the clock off the backboard. His Gyro, 2 players committed. And there was enough cars behind that ball to make sure a shot wasn't on target.
In the end, I thought that was really going to come down to a goal, but J-Pow extinguishing one player and extinguishes that offense with it. Really good movement from him, but I say that, Rogue, they're straight back on it. Gyro air dribbling it with 90 seconds left between them and elimination. They are fighting.
Not the best first touch from Aqua. That's going to invite players on, but Xset holding off. Will that be a mistake? You've given Aqua this much time and space, almost made them pay. I feel like that's something that'll be encouraging, though, to Rogue, knowing they're going to get these chances. Gyro against Hoxer. Again, up to the task. Percy, infield, missed.
Hoxer, key man again with Percy and J-Pow linking offensively. Nearly all she wrote. Percy getting bumped in net. Taroko to shoot, but Percy to save. Can't quite get there. Taroko equalizer.
That would have been one of the most heroic defensive displays we've ever seen. Percy so close. Couldn't find the contact. And Rogue back into this game. One each. And this can go either way. Both teams have shown brilliance. Both teams have shown weakness. What is it going to be that is the difference maker? What is going to decide who heads through to losers round 3?
It was tantalizingly close. I think we were all pulling for Percy to make it. But the clear in the corner from Gyro leads to Hoxer. Now Percy, can he tap it in? Aqua in and out save, 30 seconds left.
And Aqua had to stutter it halfway through the in and out save because he was going a bit too quick. Miss off the wall. Gyro calls in Taroko for support. Percy up the wall. Realizes the defense is quite close to him. Hooks in, and Taroko once again.
Final 10 as now Gyro with a big clear. Percy again with the heroics. Sends it floating. Percy to Hoxer. Intercepted by a defender, though, with J-Pow getting it central. Taroko's backball clear has to be perfect. It's pretty good. Percy with boost, with 30, with the double tap, and Gyro saving it away.
Percy will be the most frustrated player on the field. So close to being heroic. Oh, Taroko caught in one more time. And we do go over to overtime. Percy almost finds the save, almost finds the goal, but almost simply has not been good enough. One goal separates a team from elimination. We'll find out which ones Taroko stays with it. Might even get an opportunity to set up from here. Off the backboard, Aqua gets the bump. Gyro off the post. Will he regret that one?
I think he already is. He could have shot that to the opposite corner, and that was largely open. 25 seconds in, we've already had a chance, and that could have been Rogue going through.
the back. Taroko staying as active as he can. There are some players that want to rise to the occasion. Taroko certainly has been that. He is all over the place. J-Pow outplays Gyro. Taroko off the wall. He does have Gyro in support, who's got plenty of boost. Wanted to fake out Percy, who had eyes merely on the ball. Aqua off the backboard. Not the strongest of clears. But Xset have not been that active. Ever since they took that 1-goal lead earlier on, Stumpy, they've been waiting for the game to come to them. And it's causing nervy situations like that.
It's now Rogue really trying to push as hard as they can on that Xset side of the pitch. As Aqua gets bumped away from it. It's a long shot from Hoxter. Taroko with not much boost relies on Gyro on the backboard to clear it away instead. Aqua can get a miraculous double. No, goes to the ground. Percy to clear again. Percy has looked on fire on Champions Field.
Percy now called in. Difficult play. Gyro generates no power. Might have even hit his teammate, even if he did get the shot off. Very difficult play for everybody on the field. Minute and 40 into this overtime. Demo, can you see through the smoke screen? Percy got a bit panicky as he emerged. But still, zero boost has maintained relevance to the play. Oxer turns. Can he get the block? Everybody stays away off the post. There goes J-Pal from the backboard. Does Percy want to commit? No, he does not realize he was the last player back. Could have been disastrous if he went in and couldn't find contact.
I think that could have been good if Hoxer had boost. The fact that he had nothing meant that he then couldn't bump Gyro out of the way. If he did, Percy is, I'm certain, flying for that ball. But J-Power onto another attack, fakes out high, instead goes low. Aqua's 17 boost has to continue staying low though. Gyro chance to shoot instead, maintains possession to the corner, something I've wanted to see since game 1. And it's Rogue on this offense.
Rogue just not setting anybody up in a typical third-man position to just run onto a shot. Had a couple of occasions where that backboard's been open. Taroko sets. Oh, what a goal! And Rogue have survived! They will move through to the next round.
Xset eliminated. Great play from Taroko. Utterly unchallenged by every single player on Xset. Gives him more time and space than anybody could have imagined. That is Rogue going through in this playoffs bracket. They're going to be so elated with that. That also gives them 30 more points. That is huge. If it goes the way in the upper part of the lower bracket with MV and Oxygen, that sets them in a great position to catch G2.
Yeah, right now it is all about making the run. Get as many of these results in your back pocket as possible. Get as many of those points in your back pocket and hope that you can send yourself through to the Winter Major. But for now, if this is the first step of many, this was a very, very tiring step for Rogue. As for Xset, it's just unfortunately the same old story. They were so close to a big statement-making result, and it did not go their way. But for Rogue, they want to have keen eyes on our next match, and I hope you guys will at home, because when we come back from break, it is Envy versus Oxygen.
The spotlights have shined before. On February 6th, they will shine again. On something LA has never seen. You coming? Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Won't you come over?
to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Rocket League 351 stacks alongside Subi Smash as we get set for our second series here between Team Envy and Oxygen Esports. We just saw an epic 5-gamer between Rogue and Xset. Subi, watching through that whole series, a lot of emotions, kind of a roller coaster of emotions as that series went on. It certainly delivered on the hype.
Absolutely, and Xset coming out and just really putting on a performance of the weekend, just coming out with pure aggression. Love seeing the bumps and demos from him, but ultimately couldn't get it done in game number 5. But Stacks, what a way to start the NASCAR 351.
Yeah, just incredible to start day 2 here with a series that goes the distance, goes into overtime, all the highs and lows for both sides, and then Taroko, the overtime winner in game 5. Look, as advertised, the stakes are so high now as we move forward here in this second of 3 North American regionals. And it's getting to be crunch time a little bit, especially for these teams. Team Envy needs a huge performance after only 60 points in the first regional. Oxygen Esports sitting on a guaranteed 350 right now. Imagine if they can win here. They keep going up and up and up. They are public enemy number 1 right now for all the teams below them, hoping that Team Envy can keep them level at 350, give them a target to shoot for as we continue through the winter split.
Yeah, huge major implications in this one. And everyone outside of the top 4 is definitely rooting against Team Oxygen. That 5th seed is open up for grabs, but Team Oxygen want to do whatever they can to hold on to that. And honestly, it's going to be a tough one because Team Envy's looking really good, especially Mist. He's coming in and dominating the offensive side of the field. He's currently sitting 2nd in goals per game, and they've got to figure out a way to stop him if they want to try and get this series.
If you're looking for Leaf and the crew, they're all in the stands getting ready for this one here between Envy and Oxygen because, again, huge, major implications on this series alone. NRG, kind of an interested party as well, as they're trying to get one step closer to clinching the major by the end of today. We'll have, of course, the upper bracket coming up after this series. Before we get into this series, though, we did have a chance to chat with Toasty of Oxygen Esports, and he had some thoughts on the season and where they're at right now.
I mean, going into the first spot, I didn't think we were going to make the major because it was so competitive with only 5 spots and NA being super competitive. But like it was expected. I didn't think we were going to make it. But I think with the training we've had and picking up Gimmick, we might have a shot at this major. So I'm excited.
Gimmick off the top. LJ got a demo on the trees, and Toasty gonna secure that into the back of the net.
Well, we just placed top 6, so we're trying to ride the high going into Regional 2. We're shooting for another top 6 placement, maybe compete for the major spot going into Regional 3, so we're just going to try our best.
Reynolds puts that one on target, but turned away by Gimmick. Great defense from Oxygen to hold on. 30 seconds to go.
Reynolds maybe will not be denied.
Defense made to look silly there.
In the first regional we played, when we lost to SSG and NRG, we just we made a lot of mistakes, and so we went over that and we were able to find what to do for this regional. So we just need to not make mistakes, be consistent. And now that we picked up Gimmick, we made 2 out of 2 so far, which is way better than the last split. And we just want to be able to be consistent in making regionals and being able to show up in the main event.
For somebody else to half flip back so they can recover. Now there's a chance. Pass play. Gimmick. Oh, it's off the bar. Toasty, come in and clean it all up.
Oh, that's a beautiful passing play.
Literally no words would describe making the major. It would be so surreal. My team would be so happy. And that's why we're putting in all these hours and scrims and stuff. We want that. We're hungry.
That's Toasty from Oxygen Esports. Consistency was something they talked about there, Subi, as they have been consistent, and that's the key to getting into the major. 3 really strong performances. You don't have to win one of these regionals to necessarily guarantee yourself passage. There are 5 teams, of course. Just have solid performances. 190 points a couple of weeks ago. They're guaranteed another 160 here. They can equal that 190 mark here, finish on 380 if they just win here. And then, of course, whatever they happen to do the rest of the day and maybe into Championship Sunday. There's also one other thing you kind of touched on there, Subi, and I know you're a big fan. Gimmick added to this Oxygen roster.
Yeah, he was talking about the consistency, and I think the pickup of Gimmick is what really stems a lot of that consistency. You know, we're used to seeing Gimmick play with Torment for so long, and I think that duo just kind of stagnated, and they did all that they could together. And I think it was best for Torment and Gimmick to split up, but I think it was best for this Oxygen Esports team because they get this addition of a brand new revitalized Gimmick coming to the squad, and we know what he can bring to the pitch, but pulling up these young guys and really you saw Toasty speaking of it, the consistency, and that's what Gimmick can sometimes bring to the field. You know, I think it was just him and Torment had run the course and really run out of ideas of what to do with one another. But him with this new roster, it's really fun to watch. And, you know, I just can't wait to see what they're going to do against Team Envy because it just seems like Oxygen, one of those underdogs consistently, but now they're placing themselves in that top 5, possibly going to the majors. And now Gimmick inserting himself once again into a live environment, which is so fun to see.
Well, let's get your thoughts here in the chat. The Verizon fan vote. Of course, the hashtag Envy. If you've got Team Envy here, if you believe in Drees and the 4-time, or hashtag OXG, if you think Gimmick, or more specifically LJ, who was on fire yesterday against version 1, is going to take it here as we get ready for Envy and Oxygen Esports. I'm curious where the fan vote ends here because I think the favorite might actually be Oxygen on paper, but I know the chat tends to favor Envy when these things come up. Subi, who you got?
It's a tough one. I was about to ask you who you got, you know?
Hey, I got Oxygen. I got no problem admitting that I'm still a believer here in how LJ performed yesterday in Gimmick. I think it's a breath of fresh air for him getting onto a new roster. It's an exciting roster as well. Let's see how the chat went with the Verizon fan vote. And Oxygen
close.
Just edges out Envy here.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one. There are going to be some channel points flying in this one for sure. I'm excited, of course.
You know, during the fall split, I was such a huge fan of Drees and, you know, not a fan of G2, you know, kind of getting rid of him, but I love the pickup for Team Envy. So that's why it's so tough for me because I love the addition of Gimmick going to Oxygen, but I also equally love the addition of Drees going to Envy. And, you know, I think Twitch chat kind of has this one hit the nail right on the head. It's split down the middle for me as well. It's so tough to choose. It's a coin flip, but you're going Oxygen. Let's make it fun. I'll go Envy, and we can kind of see where the cards fall.
Well, here we go. Manfield. Fans are ready. We hope you at home or wherever you're watching are ready as well. The world, or at least the rest of North America, big Envy fans, hoping that they can keep Oxygen within reach of everybody else. Oxygen Esports out for themselves, trying to solidify their resume and try to earn their spot in the Winter Major. We're underway now with Game 1 as Gimmick drops that to the backboard. He did not score against his former team yesterday in the lower bracket series with version 1. Didn't need to. LJ did. He scored 4 times, including the series winner, and he's got another here.
Oh, gets the flip reset right there. Waits till the last second to use it, and his momentum carries him through that ball. Beautiful dunk on the goal line to give Oxygen the early lead.
There was only 1 goal in that series yesterday that LJ did not have a direct hand in, as this goes just wide off the ensuing kickoff. And now Toasty getting a piece of mist and letting Turbo Pulsa take this. And wow, that shot right off of LJ. Fortunately, right to Gimmick. And now Gimmick will give up that back boost to try and control the ball. He'll take that boost and he may be called into action very, very soon with Toasty losing out on that challenge. Gimmick playing the possession game over Turbo. Has LJ as an option. Played decoy, and the demo from Toasty has Oxygen up 2.
Toasty just turns ball cam off, goes straight downfield, and sees Mist trying to cover up the goal line. Oxygen firing on all cylinders here so far, and Team Envy, not an answer in the book just yet.
2 very quick goals out of Oxygen in a tournament where they've generally been a pretty low-scoring team. They've won a lot of grindy defensive battles. Not the case early on against Envy. And that's a big problem for Envy because they themselves are no offensive juggernaut and never really have been. Drees just beats out LJ to the wall. Now Mist to the backboard, but nobody else following along. Drees waiting way back. Now he'll come up, challenges Toasty, trying to get this out to Turbo, and his shot not on target. That is, however, as he just picked Toasty's pocket.
Oh, criminal on the goal line here from Turbo. You think he's going to rotate out and sees Toasty trying to slow things down and just says yoink and takes that ball straight off of his hood. Great heads-up play there from the 4-time champion Turbo Pulsar.
Just only Turbo scores goals like that. It's so weird. Here's Turbo again. Looking for Drees. Let him a little too far. That goes back to Mist. Turbo up the ladder again. His shot stuffed by Toasty. At least he stopped that effort. Now Turbo on his way back. Everybody kind of jammed up in the corner except Toasty. He's got the stop at midfield as Oxygen tries to stop Envy from getting any kind of momentum now after those 2 early goals and a shot off the crossbar from Drees. The crossbar and the post have been excellent defenders so far through the Rocket League 351.
And Stacks, I think for me, I think it's pretty easy to know what to do to beat Team Envy. And again, in my book, it's slow down Mist. Do anything you can to prevent him from getting shots on target because he seems to be the spearhead for the offense of Team Envy. And yeah, we did see Turbo Pulsar get the first goal for him, but if Mist starts popping off, I'll tell you, it's going to be a long day at the office for Oxygen Esports.
Well, Mist has that to the wall, looking for Turbo again, but LJ's got that out to the corner to Toasty. You would be surprised, actually. LJ and Toasty now both tied in goals now to lead Oxygen. Both 13 apiece out of the 32 that they've scored, including the 2 here in Game 1. Drees right at Gimmick, as LJ will go up to play this to the corner. I may even try to score from here, but nothing doing as Mist got a piece of that. Now here goes Drees. Chance for Envy. A team that needs so much out of this second regional event. LJ tracking Turbo and just stuff that back to the corner. Never let it get out in front. Now it does from Mist, but it goes harmlessly across. And Toasty won't be a part of the play for the moment. He'll spawn on the opposite side, fortunately for Oxygen, as things get a little less cluttered in the corner, and Gimmick can bring this out.
Yeah, that was an interesting placement there from Drees as he went low and slow, trying to hit inside that post, but defender did a great job of sitting on the goal line and not trying to pre-jump that, as LJ going to have plenty of space, but just puts that one away to Gimmick. I think he was expecting Gimmick to be a little far forward on that one, and he wasn't. His Mist coming downfield. Can't get the pass to Turbo, but that's going to give some space to Drees and time, more importantly, to Team Envy. Let's see what they can do with it as Gimmick posts that one back towards midfield. And so far, Team Envy having a tough time getting their offense going in that orange half.
What a catch by Gimmick to set this play up. Just dancing right through the Envy defense. And then it sets up LJ for his 3rd goal and a hat trick in Game 1.
Oh, the own goal off of Drees. I'm not sure if it really mattered in that scenario. He's the last one back, and LJ puts a screamer on net. He's got to get a touch, but LJ with the hat trick here in game number 1. Gimmick 2 assists, and so far, Toasty not having to do too much, but he is holding down the back line very well.
LJ in the last minute of games might be the best player in this regional. He has been money, but Mist will take this away, and every time Oxygen starts to pull away, Envy brings it right back.
That is not the player that you want to allow to see that ball go into the back of the net. That is a confidence builder right there, ladies and gentlemen, and the more he gets of those, the more he's going to start scoring in the further games. But still, down 1 goal, 30 seconds remain. Highly doable for Team Envy.
LJ rolls one up and Mist is all over it. And here goes Turbo for Drees, and a blistering shot blocked right in front. As Toasty misses here, and LJ gives way to Gimmick, so good communication at least out of Oxygen, but they've got to get out of the zone. 6 seconds left as Envy tries to mount a comeback. Missed up ahead for Turbo, who's already up. Missed again. Got Toasty, but not the ball, and Drees has to go the length of the field all by himself, and he's obliterated at the end. LJ finishes the game off, as he's finished off just about every other game so far for Oxygen, and a 3-2 dub for OXG.
Great performance there in game 1, and coming out making a statement to the rest of North America, saying this is not a fluke that we are holding down that 5th spot, and putting Team Envy on notice here. As you were alluding to, Stacks, Team Envy greatly need a win here as for their first performance here in the regional, not too great, and need to get some wins here to start building up some points.
LJ's performance, very much a high performance. As you see the Mobile One high performance replay there, just the LJ highlight reel. And you saw a little bit of Gimmick there too, who's been an excellent table setter. He has not scored much for Oxygen in this event. Only 6 goals so far. Hasn't scored in at least 2 series so far, but it's been good enough. A lot of assists to set up that man LJ as we get ready for game 2 on Forbidden Temple. Subi, pressure's mounting now, especially on Envy, because they are walking kind of a high wire act here. Not a great first regional. They got a lot of points out of this one, but they need a lot more to feel comfortable about their chances going forward in the winter split.
I mean, they've got to feel somewhat comfortable after game 1. They did not have a great game. It seemed like almost no offense was present there, and still kept it within 1, but LJ gets the double there in, put it on target, but gets saved away as Turbo going to slow this ball down and gets it by Toasty. No boost in the tank.
Just Turbo thing.
The defense didn't know it.
Oh, pitch by LJ. He didn't get the midfield boost. Tried to go back for that, and he might have beat Mist to the punch. He did. Now LJ has that waterfall down right to Mist. So those two have been at each other so far early in game 2. Toasty now. High up on the backboard over Drees, but Gimmick wasn't ready for a shot. And Turbo just trying to navigate traffic here. Pinch attempt just pops right back out for Mist. And this will be LJ and Toasty burning a lot of boost, jumping up for that. Opportunity for Envy. Drees drop down for Mist. Nothing there.
I got a lot to go, and the defense is going to be scrambled there, but Team Envy can't capitalize on it, and great job clearing the ball downfield from Oxygen Esports, and Mist lets that one get away. But Turbo, one of those players that seemingly is always in the right place at the right time, able to push that ball back into the orange half and gets a much needed touch there as that shot from LJ was on target. And Drees, good defense and better defense from the crossbar there as Oxygen denied on that push on offense.
Old Ironsides, the 4th teammate everybody needs in Rocket League, and it worked out that time. Now Gimmick up for LJ, and he just veers off for the midfield boost. That's not there. Gimmick, Toasty rather, will take it instead. And he'll have Gimmick in support behind him, but Drees goes right over top. Envy playing in a much slower, more possessive game, and Toasty very happy to see the attack not moving at breakneck pace downfield. Drees will pop that over to the side. There's nobody over there, though, except LJ. And that's the worst-case scenario for Envy, the way LJ's been playing today.
Oh.
That's popped away, and Toasty can't catch up. Missed scores. Envy's got their first lead.
All Envy's been doing this entire game is just holding on. That's their 2nd shot of the game, both coming from Mist, and all he needed to do was slot it in between the dotted lines. And like you said, Stacks, first lead of the series, and Team Envy doing a much better job here in game number 2. Game number 1, they allowed 2 goals within the first minute of gameplay, and so far, we're halfway through game 2, and Oxygen Esports has nada up on the scoreboard.
The leading scorer of all players currently on the pitch. has just added his second. 16 now in the tournament for Mist. That will skip right back out. Gimmick got hit from behind by Mist. And that's an opportunity for Dries to just lob to the backboard. Turbo trying to drop it right back down to him. And Toasty stuffs the play.
Again,
you do have to be a little faster. You'd have to imagine if you're going to beat Toasty and this Oxygen defense, I think that one shot from Mist kind of an aberration.
Absolutely, but that speaks to the over-aggression from Oxygen Esports and overconfidence, thinking that they can kind of just push that ball downfield at will as Dries just launches that one in backboard, turned away. And so far, Oxygen, not too many mistakes, but we have seen a few double commits, and that's something to definitely keep your eye on as Envy can capitalize on that.
Out to the corner as Toasty can't play that forward, but Gimmick, little boost steal, could set things up for Oxygen. LJ gonna get this right back from Gimmick. Gimmick a little too far back though to be immediately part of the play. That's a great pass though to Toasty, and he goes right at the defense. A challenge fastball, and they couldn't catch up to it.
Ready, aim, fire, and someone other than LJ gets their first scratch here as Toasty puts his name up on the board. And who is it? None other than Gimmick, setting that one up yet again. Doing such a great job with this Oxygen Esports crew.
And now how does Envy answer? Because they've had an answer to most Oxygen goals so far. Gimmick, stopped by Dries. Nobody back after another demolition. And still no shot out of the Envy attack. That's a big break for Oxygen. Mist will try again. He's got Dries underneath, Turbo to his left. Dries comes up, Turbo still can't commit on the play. But then Toasty whiffs on it, and finally Gimmick has to jump up and just get in Turbo's way. That was a very awkward sequence. This is still not pretty at all. Oxygen in survival mode right now, and they finally get a clear out of LJ.
And right now, Turbo Pulsa just off sync. Can't quite find his rhythm in the rotations. We've seen a few plays where we expect him to be rotating in, putting a challenge or a shot on target, and he's nowhere to be found. But 15 seconds to go here. Game all knotted up, and Mist gets turned away as Team Envy starting to march downfield.
Well, this is where LJ becomes the Grim Reaper LJ, but right now he's on defense, trying to start the counterattack or at least maybe play for OT. That's exactly what happens with that big clear. Overtime in game 2. Surely a must-win for Envy to avoid having to reverse sweep for survival, as Oxygen looking to get one step closer to solidifying their mark for the winter major. Here's Gimmick, top corner, Oxygen 2-0.
Oh, what a tough spot if you're Dries on the goal line. You expect the double there. Toasty pulls off last second. Great comms from Oxygen Esports from Gimmick, recognizing that he had the hard shot on target setting up, and he nails it.
LJ taking a back seat and finally letting anybody else score on this Oxygen roster. Toasty and Gimmick rise to the challenge. Gimmick with his first goal in a while.
Yeah, but I think a lot comes from zero offense from Team Envy. Sure, we saw the ball in the orange half, but no shots in that entire game from Dries or Turbo Pulsa, and you are not going to win too many games if you're only having one player really generating all of your offense. And I said it from the very beginning. You got to slow down Mist, and that's exactly what Oxygen has been doing.
People meme sometimes about Mist and his hours or lack thereof sometimes. Guess what? Somebody has shown up to this series. His name is Mist. He needs some teammates to help him out here. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very quick exit from the lower bracket. Still got one more game to turn things around, but it is not looking good for Team Envy. It's looking great for Oxygen, though, as we go to iconic DFH Stadium. Could be the final game of Envy's tournament run.
And Turbo puts that one on the wrong net.
Well, that's one of the better Envy shots we've seen today. Unfortunately, it's at the wrong net.
Oh, it wouldn't be anything other than a Turbo Pulsa own goal, but doesn't come to fruition. But in my opinion, Stacks, I really think Team Envy right here needs to try and not overthink things, and I think they just try and just over-aggress the field as Turbo can't get that one to go in, and the soft touch can't find its mark either, but that's the first good offense we've seen from Team Envy in quite a while.
Not a lot of sustained attacks resulting in multiple shots on target. Not a lot of rebounds for Team Envy. They have been one and done, or none and done, as has been the case a bit. Drees' shot sent away by LJ, and now he's only got Turbo to beat, but he can't get the shot on target, just doing all he can to keep that central. This goes all the way across. LJ will take charge. And now missed. He's been the guy so far for Envy. Dishing off, though, to Turbo. The shot sent away easily. And then a backflip. Might have been a bump there as well. LJ against Turbo, and that goes across as well. Well defended by Turbo, and it had to be.
Yeah, I love that bump that we just saw put on Drees. He was coming up to put that shot on target and gets bumped off of the play and immediately leads to some offense coming out from Oxygen. But still, minute and a half gone by. No goals for either side, and Envy doing a great job of keeping the Oxygen offense at bay. So far, only one shot allowed for Team Oxygen, and honestly, it might have been that own shot from Turbo Bolsa.
Well, LJ and Drees getting locked up on the side. They do break free, and it's Turbo around Gimmick through LJ, but again, everybody else so far back. One up, two back. Doesn't quite work out at this level. Here's Turbo. Now we'll have the team break it out in formation with him, but now they all just kind of start almost ball hawking a little bit. Everybody's kind of drifting over towards the ball. Nobody really spreading out when the attack starts. Gimmick ends up in the net. Couldn't get a piece of mist. Now the team breaks out. Drees was waiting for a pass that never got there. Turbo will try to hit him this time, but he's so far back now. And the offense still just not quite in sync for Envy. Oxygen not letting them get comfortable at all.
Now the positioning for Team Envy right now is just off. They're all bunched up or they're all spread out, and it's really tough to find each other on passing plays when you don't know where each other are. As Drees gonna put this one into the corner. 2 minutes to go here in game number 3 as Oxygen looking to sweep Team Envy, and Team Envy needing a reverse sweep to keep things alive, and Drees and Gimmick trading demos there. Mist gets that ball out, and he's got a 1v1, keeps that alive. Great 50, but ball's gonna just kill itself on the goal line, and Team Envy gonna try and start things up.
That's a great stop by LJ, getting back, realize the urgency of the situation. And we're getting to be winning time here for LJ and Oxygen. What other heroics might he have up his sleeve? Nothing. It's Mist instead, who scores his third.
Great offense here as Turbo saw the shooting lane was completely covered up. Hits Mist on a dime, and Mist puts that one perfectly on target. Team Envy, great breakout offense.
Turbo going around LJ, and Toasty couldn't quite get there to get a clean win, but now Mist burning a little more time off the clock. You got to feel like, though, Envy gonna need an insurance goal to feel really confident. Turbo got a chance here. Snuffed out by Gimmick. Toasty's got options. Going for LJ. Why wouldn't you? And Toasty's shot on the follow-up is set away by Mist. The excellent defender comes through again.
Oh, but chaos in the orange half, and Toasty comes out with a shot on target, and great challenge there by Mist to keep that ball slowed up, put it towards the goal line, but LJ gets bumped off that one, and Team Envy need to hold on for 40 more seconds.
What a catch by Gimmick, and he beats two on the double commit. Toasty was going after Turbo Pulsa, not in position for the pass. Now LJ, double, not on target, and Turbo plays it in behind Drees and out of danger temporarily. 25 to go as LJ dumps it back into the deep corner and just looking for any support at all, but everybody's so far back. Gimmick might have got a piece of this as Toasty can get it out of the corner. 13 to go now as here comes Oxygen looking for more last-second heroics. Drees out towards LJ, who's got to cut this.
Catch.
Gimmick was still waiting in behind. It's his turn. No, it's Toasty. He couldn't get there in time, and Envy survives.
Oh, that was a millimeter from being a screamer on target. And Team Envy just get away by a thread. What a game and what a performance from Team Envy. But I love that passing play that we saw between Turbo and Mist to get the only goal in game number 3. Finally, we see some offense coming out from Team Envy.
Yeah, it would have been the easiest thing to just throw a shot on target. Maybe you get a rebound coming out to you, and more likely it just gets cleared away or blocked right in front. Instead, selfless play, hit, missed. He's had a hot hand so far in this series. Why not? It worked that time for Envy, and now they live to see Utopia Coliseum. One step away from Champions Field and turning the entire North American standings on their head.
You know, there's a West Coast too, Stacks, okay? Don't forget about us over
West
here.
Coast.
No, but other than that steal we saw from Turbo Pulse in game 1, it has been all missed for Team Envy, and we know what Drees is capable of, and he has been awfully quiet as LJ gets that double tap on target and missed. Very patient there and smartly waiting on the goal line for that shot to come through.
Oh, Toasty had that go right down to Turbo Pulsa, who will greatly claim this, and Envy's got a lead again.
What am I saying, Stacks? Right place, right time.
Yep.
There's Turbo Pulsa, just puts the bouncer right over LJ's hood and gets his second of the series and an early lead here for Team Envy. Quickest goal so far that we've seen from him.
It's uncanny. Turbo's ability to always be exactly where he needs to be.
Oh,
he couldn't get Gimmick, though, as this will go downfield, and Oxygen might have caught a break there.
Oh,
Demolition, and Toasty pushed it wide. Oh, if he could have that one back, well, he could, and he sets it up for Gimmick.
Oh, you knew it was going to happen eventually. Just chaos for Team Envy as Trees bumps into Mist right out of the spawn. Unfortunate situation, but Oxygen Esports capitalizes and ties it right back up.
Back and forth they go. We had a great opener between Rogue and Xset. Got another one brewing here. Not much separating Oxygen and Envy now. Thrown over to the left side, Turbo backflip. He can still stay with this play, but now LJ has it. Looking for that midfield boost. Doesn't give him the kind spawn. Now it's Gimmick. This could waterfall down if Drees isn't there. We haven't said Drees' name a whole lot, but he has been a calm defensive presence as well. And it really relieved a lot of pressure that Oxygen's tried to apply.
Oh, missed. Given some room, but LJ so quick to get there and can't quite find the bump there on Turbo Pulsa as he gets a neutral 50-50 and not sure what to do there, so just decides to push that ball downfield and get Drees involved. And speaking of Drees, like you were saying, Stacks, still yet to get involved offensively. It has been all missed in Turbo, but more specifically missed as things have slowed down here for both teams. Is LJ awkward off the side wall inside the net and can't make contact on the ball.
It's another Turbo goal. Just unreal. Unreal.
Oh, he's got to play with about 27 rabbit feet in his pockets or something. He's the luckiest guy I have ever seen.
It's unbelievable. 2-1. Envy will take it. Turbo thought about this and said he'll give way to Drees. Drees credited with the assist on that goal. That's the first goal he's had any participation in. No goals yet for Drees in this series. As he plays this ahead, he won't have much support coming here. Now it's Toasty right at Mist. That's where Mist value is, especially on the defensive end. He's been doing everything so far, though, offense and defense for Envy in this series. But when he is allowed to focus on defense and be that specialist, he can keep a lot of teams, even the best in the world, off the scoreboard. He's working on offense here, setting up Drees with the rebound, and LJ just stands his ground in the corner. Nothing there. Turbo, another win though. And this could be an opportunity again for Envy, if not for that big clear from Gimmick.
Before that clear, it was just all because of the annoyance of Turbo, just getting bumps, just going for boost steals, just being where he shouldn't be, and Oxygen continually wondering, why is he here? What is he doing? And puts himself out of the play here as Drees just kind of launches that one forward and hands over possession right to Oxygen as Turbo gets a good challenge, but LJ reads it beautifully and fires it right upper 90.
I don't hate where this ball ended up, even though it is laterally. I hate the fact that nobody else realized, oh no, that's a bad ball. Somebody's got to go up for it. Nobody did. LJ gets a clean look, does not disappoint. His first goal since the hat trick in game 1. Oh, missed over 1 for Drees. Got a double lined up, and he couldn't put it on target.
Still waiting to see his first scratch here. And very, very quiet as Toasty gets the double demo. And LJ gonna capitalize on that one, but it all stems from the beautiful demo work from Toasty.
That's amazing. Toasty actually got knocked away on the first demo and still managed to get downfield. That's wild. Toasty's gonna leave this for LJ. And again, why wouldn't you? LJ picking it right back up from where he left off in game 1. Another demo from Toasty. Here's LJ to put the series away. Toasty can't convert, but LJ can get this back to Gimmick, and they are just passing circles. They did this to version 1 as well yesterday, literally dribbled circles around them. Now they're passing circles around Envy, but there's still time. Less than a minute to go. Turbo determined not to exit here. Gonna need some help though from Drees and Mist. As Toasty's got this, Turbo's all over it. Needs bodies forward as Mist just waits to see what Gimmick has. That's real patient. Even down a goal with 40 seconds left, back against the wall. No panic out of Envy.
Well, they need to start panicking soon as 30 seconds remain, and they cannot get this offense started as Oxygen doing a great job, but Mist floating up and puts it right inside of Gimmick. Beautiful shot placement coming out from Mist.
Yeah, this is great from Drees as well. Again, not selfishly taking the shot, realizes Mist has a better look, hits them, all tied up with 25 to go. How will Oxygen break Envy's hearts this time?
Oh boy.
Well, it may work out, though. Drees is real awkward on the back wall. It worked out okay. Though Turbo takes out Toasty. That's kind of a reversal of roles. Down to 10 seconds. Toasty looking for LJ, not a clean pass, as Gimmick will keep this alive at the center line. 4 seconds, drop down, Turbo, clean win, and Toasty brings it right back in. Overtime looming unless Oxygen has another last-second miracle in them. And that will send us down to ground. We go to overtime again. If Envy scores, we go to Champions Field. If not, Oxygen pulls further away from the rest of the pack in North America.
Uh-oh, not a great play there from Drees, but Turbo able to get a good challenge there in midfield, and here comes Mist, but beat out by Toasty, and Drees gonna have to try and slow things down, allow Turbo Pulsa to get back on defense, which he does. And Team Envy looking to start their offense, but no one there to follow that push forward from Turbo.
Oh, that was real bizarre out of Gimmick and Toasty, and still managed to break free. David Copperfield would have been impressed by that effort. As this dies at midfield, Toasty trying to generate a rebound. None coming as that goes right to Drees, right to Mist, point-to-point passing for Envy as they get out of danger. Now Turbo to force game 5, not happening this time.
Yeah, Drees with his head down, looking for demos, looking for bumps, couldn't make contact with any of them as Mist tries to go for Toasty there as well as Gimmick. Got some space and gets met midair by Drees, and now it's Team Envy's turn at offense as Drees pushes through the corner. Turbo Pulsa pushes that ball forward, but not able to put that one on target. And Oxygen, you can see them continually looking for LJ. They know that kid has ice water in his veins.
He's at the back right now, coming up to meet Drees, and Drees won that one at least. but Gimmick ahead. LJ still there for the win, and Mist has the easy save. Oh, they made it look a lot easier than it was. Even still, Turbo though, empty net, and we're going to Champions Field.
Oh boy, Turbo Pulsa coming through. Great positioning here to steal that one away and just feathers that boost to put it on target. And Team Envy, they started out slow, but they're pushing through to the finish line. And we have a neck-and-neck race between Team Envy and Oxygen Esports.
Coming to the home stretch here. 2 weeks ago, we couldn't buy a fourth game out of any of these series on day 2. Now, back-to-back trips to Champions Field as Envy has risen from the ashes. A team that looked like they were dead in the water gets a 1-0 shutout, and then they win a shootout. And now, it is time, Subi. Another deciding game to start off day 2.
And when we were continually asking, where is he? What is he doing? He finally steps up in game 4. Drees with the playmaker to send Team Envy to Champions Field, presented by NASCAR.
NASCAR bringing you this look of Champions Field. We are ready to go. Our second trip here today. Second maybe of many more. One game to decide a whole lot in the North American standings. For Oxygen, the mental barrier they have to overcome now after being so close to closing out Envy. They let them get one, and they have not been able to close them out still.
Yeah, you got to think right now, Team Envy on cloud 9 and Oxygen Esports starting to doubt themselves. But got to make sure those feelings don't get too high, too low. Keep everything in check as Drees trying to get demos on that back line. Can't do so, but Mist keeps things alive and gets that full boost pad at midfield, which could do well for their offense. But LJ off the ceiling, gets the touch and can't quite tuck it under the crossbar. But good showing there from Oxygen Esports.
Double demo though, it's still loose, and LJ scores! Again, chaos in front of the net. Toasty and I believe it was Turbo ran into each other. That leaves LJ all alone.
Did not expect that if you're on Team Envy, but when you're playing against the best teams in the world, you always have to expect the unexpected as Team Envy find themselves down early, which hasn't happened since game number 1. No way.
6th goal, make it 7 in the series for LJ, who now ties Mist at 18 for the tournament off a fantastic feed from Toasty.
That double tap in the corner is just filthy. You could tell defender not expecting that at all. Already pushing forward to try and read the ball coming out of the corner, but guess what? It's nowhere to be found as Toasty sets up LJ, like you said, for yet another goal. This kid is just dominating.
Up back out to Mist. He's got a drive lined up, and Gimmick clears this away. All hands on deck defensively for Oxygen in a rare instance where they're facing shot after shot from Team Envy, and they're up to the challenge here. Gimmick downfield for LJ. Drop down for Toasty, who's a little too far back. And now it's all on Gimmick. Oh, what a bump though by LJ. He got a piece of Mist and disrupted the play.
Turbo got a demo as well, but that kind of put him out of position. A little over aggression, pushed him forward, and it starts this offense we see from Oxygen. LJ gets the double tap, but can't quite find Gimmick. A little too far behind them, but I love the idea of trying to go double tap off that back wall into a pass midfield. So hard to read this Oxygen Esports offense.
You can imagine Gimmick right now in the comms just going, hey, stop passing me. I do the passing, you guys do the scoring. This has worked so far. LJ up ahead to Gimmick, who's doing the passing, but this goes deflected away. Toasty was waiting. And now LJ gonna sky this up for himself. Toasty's gonna take charge. He may have enough to continue playing this. He does. Gimmick just waiting for the ball to come down. It does not get there. Turbo sweeps it away, but now LJ bouncer in, easily stopped by Drees.
And if you're Team Envy, don't leave that net open, first thing. But second thing, you'd like to get a goal in the next 30 to 45 seconds to feel comfortable trying to tie it up as Drees gets around the entire defense.
Oh, no.
Boy, Miss gets the much-needed touch for Team Envy to keep that one out of the back of the net.
Boy, that would have been absolutely heartbreaking. But Envy still has life. Couldn't get Gimmick, though, could Turbo, as this drops down in front. And Turbo goes underneath that ball. That's a chance now for Oxygen to break free, but brought back in. Drees to the corner. Turbo just camping out of midfield. You ever notice nobody actually demos Turbo while he's sitting out there waiting for the pass to come in? Everybody else in the world just gets obliterated, and there it's like, nah, it's Turbo. He's old, he can't score, and then he does.
Well, yeah, he gets those turbo goals, as we call them, as Miss puts a hard one on target, but Toasty and LJ combine powers to turn that one away. Toasty with yet another save on target, and just as Team Envy looked like they were warming up, Oxygen pushes the ball all the way back into the blue half.
Drees will let this go as he turns around to start the counter. Missed. Has Turbo as an option. Turbo's like, nah, bring it down to the ground. We got this. Down to a minute, though. They got to go. Lead missed a little too far as Gimmick got there for the challenge. This goes right back onto the Envy half. And it will roll back wall. Even more bad news for Envy. What a save, though, to keep them alive. That's Turbo taking maybe the save of the match. But they've got to get downfield. They only have 35 to work with. Missed, trying to bully through two. Toasty got a piece of that one. Turbo for Drees. And the youngster can't score here. Missed is up. Double on the way. And that's blocked as well. One more from Turbo. And there's still life for Envy.
Look at Mist flying through the air, keeping things alive. Not only gets the double, gets the dunk, and 2 go for Oxygen Esports. Crucial error in the waning moments of game number 5.
We've been piling the dirt over their grave, and a hand has just reached up. There's still a chance for Envy. Down a goal with 15 to go now. That just gets by LJ. And now Mist needs a double. He's got it. Turbo now out to Drees, who might not have expected that ball coming out where it did. 3 seconds left. No time on the clock for Envy as they go coast to coast. Turbo down the middle. That's off the backboard. Drees can keep it alive, but nobody else can. And Oxygen survives Champions Field.
Oh my goodness, you held your breath for almost 30 seconds there for Oxygen Esports as Team Envy did everything in their power to force an overtime. 10 shots on target for Team Envy. Just seemed like whatever they were trying to do on offense, Oxygen Esports always had an answer.
We've had 2 fantastic series that have absolutely delivered. High drama as Oxygen survives. They stave off the reverse sweep effort from Team Envy. And what this means in the standings, of course, Envy finishes this event at 220 points for the winner split. 380 now, and counting perhaps, for Oxygen Esports. They await the loser of one of our upper bracket matches, and they won't have to wait very long. We've got our upper bracket coming your way right after this.
The spotlights have shined before. On February 6th, they will shine again. On something LA has never seen. You coming? Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
this might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the NASCAR Rocket League 351. I'm Leaf, Gibbs alongside me, Shogun and Stacks as well to talk about that last match that we got. We changed it up. You know, Stacks, we were used to the sweeps early on from both EU and NA, but it's changed now. We're getting some nice, good long matches.
Yeah, perfectly balanced, finally, as all things should be.
Thanks.
This was awesome, though. This really was just a great series to watch. I mean, was it the highest caliber of play that these players are all capable of? Probably not, but these are two defensive teams that are going to do that to their opponents, and they're going to make their opponents look silly at times. And tell you what, LJ is playing on a completely different level this weekend.
And we talk about this, we are talking about a lower bracket game, so you expect it to be a little bit more messy. But for Envy, they're one of the teams obviously made it to the major last time around. And sure, some questionable roster moves, but that's still a talented team on their side. They had to win this one to catch up to that top 5 spot. Now Oxygen just pads that lead. So Oxygen is looking great. Back-to-back top 5 finishes. They're a top 5 team right now. They just got to do it for one more tournament, hopefully a longer run here, and they'll to that winter major.
Shogun, dare I ask? Dare I get your thoughts? But you know, how do you feel about NA right now? Are we getting there?
Wow, I can't believe that you've just shoveled me into the rest.
I know
of the
I separated us.
I cannot believe this. I have maybe been one of the most reserved of the entire European crew about this entire thing.
Pick a side.
I'll say this: if you are going to send a new 5th team to this major, Oxygen are as good as anyone that you can go with right now. I have waited so long to see these players pop up, and they are doing it. It is about time that we saw some new teams really actually take the opportunities presented to them. Oxygen are absolutely doing it. Envy, however, will be desperately disappointed that they are letting this slip as easily as they are.
Well, to talk a little bit more on Envy's desperation and sadness here, we have Gimmick from Oxygen joining us to talk about the win. Gimmick, congratulations.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate that.
You know, I feel like it's been a while since I've gotten to talk to you right now. You know, it's great to see you fitting in and looking good on the roster. What's it been like transitioning to this team?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of work. The whole team, all of us, we just been scrimming a lot, been like really taking everything seriously. Like we really want to win and everything. So we just been putting in as much work as we can, putting in the hours, putting in everything we can, just to prove to people that, you know, we are a top 6 team.
It's showing.
So you played with Torment for what felt like 30 years, but then you went up against them in the bracket. How good did that feel to take down version 1?
I mean, I love Torment. I don't want to say I love beating him, right? Because I love Torment, but of course, like it's a W. So, you know, I'm happy with a W, whoever it is.
And obviously, with a brand new roster, maybe one that for the first time in a very long time, was there anything that once you came into this new team, you felt, okay, I need to change this about the way I'm playing? What have you sort of adapted under this new roster?
Yeah, so me and my coach, Sad Jr., you guys know him, of course. Him and I have obviously like been working a lot, trying to like find the perfect way to put me on the team. Because I already know LJ and Toasty are insane players. Like, I have so much respect for them. I just was hoping that I could fit in well and like not be a nuisance to them. So me and Sad, we did a lot of work, and we figured out that I can play how I want and still not be stepping on anyone's toes. And that's really like, it just works out really well, as you could see on the field.
And it's great seeing this duo of LJ and Toasty still staying together in this era where if somebody has a bad weekend, it's just, all right, I'm LFT, let's just break up the whole team. What is it about playing with this duo specifically that has made things real easy for you, especially how LJ has played this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, just how well they've been playing, of course. I've always known that they've been incredible players. I'm so glad that I was able to join them, and, you know, they were confident in me. So I think it just worked out both ways, you know?
Before I let you go, I just want to say, you mentioned, you know, we know we're a top 6 team, and you're here to prove that, and you're doing that now. Obviously, the goal is further than that. Maybe a top 4, a top 3, a top 1. Do you feel like you guys are close to that, or is there still something you're working on that you know is just around the corner, but it's getting there?
I think we're getting there. I think as long as we keep up the work, we can definitely achieve that.
Cool. Hey, I like the confidence. I like the positivity. That's what a team needs. Congratulations on the win. You hit the goal of top 6. Now it's just top 5, top 4, top 3, top 2. You'll get there. Thanks for joining us, Gimmick. And there is Gimmick, looking good, feeling good on his new roster, Gibbs.
Me and Shogun, for the past 4 years, we've been on the train of Gimmick this whole time. The hype train. We love this guy,
on there too.
His offense, and Stacks. Why not? Let's throw everyone on there. He's back. He's on a new team. He's looking great. Top 5 in back-to-back regionals is an awesome showing so far.
It really is here, but I want to just take it back to what else is awesome. It's this whole show. It's you guys joining us. It's everybody getting behind Rocket League esports, and that, of course, includes NASCAR. Big shout out to NASCAR returning to Rocket League later this year. And to celebrate, we're giving you a sneak peek of the 2022 Ford Mustang in the Hype Chamber all weekend long. Be sure to tune in next Sunday, by the way, February 6th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox to see the new 2022 NASCAR Next Gen cars race live at the Clash at the LA Coliseum.
And if you don't want to just watch on TV, if you want to be there in person, tickets are available, NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum. If there wasn't RLCS that weekend, I'd totally be going, because that is that just looks like an awesome event.
It's that track, man. How did they fit it into the Coliseum? So cool. Oh man, it's crazy. It's going to be a wild race for sure.
Yeah, no, I honestly, Wave has gotten me very hyped up on. I don't know if you heard Shogun's spiel at the beginning of the show about these cars, but honestly, they look clean.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been a great year. I think a lot of people are sort of getting more and more into motorsports. I've been sort of expanding my horizons, so I can't wait for this race. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Especially, Waves does a really good job of just making you really excited to see things, and it's getting easier and easier.
Well, let's get back into Rocket League again, because that's what we're here for. We're here to watch some great matches. Look at the bracket. Just get ourselves updated. Let's see what's happening here as we crush through that lower bracket. We eliminate some teams, Stacks, and we're into our top 6. That was Gimmick's goal originally. Now that they're here, obviously new goals have to be set.
Yeah, and this is a team that on another day could really make that run, but you look at what they're up against. I think they got the loser of NRG Space Station. That is a daunting task. Meanwhile, Rogue on the other side, they get the loser of FaZe and G2. And while that's not any better, maybe it's a little closer to their range if they continue to play as well as they did against XSET, maybe. But I think both these teams are going to have to summon something real special to survive into Championship Sunday.
Well, let's start talking about our next matchups, because we're into the upper bracket here. These teams have 2 lives. We're going to talk about the one coming up here. It's FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports. You know, both these teams, yeah, you're saying it gives, both these teams are teams that have a great fan base behind them. FaZe Clan's been looking solid. Sometimes a little roadblock in their way. And G2 also, though, some questions there. Are they in the groove? Are they ready? This is a real big proving point for both of them, Gibbs.
Well, if you like to watch goals, this is the series you want to watch. FaZe versus G2. We talk about G2 all the time. They're all offense all the time. Even with Atomic coming in, they're still putting up top 2 numbers in North America at 2.2 goals per game. But FaZe on the other side, in their group play, they went 9-0, putting up 3.44 goals per game. 1.24 higher than G2, and G2 is number 2 in NA. That's how crazy it is, because of the big 3 of FaZe now with this super team. They just destroy lower end teams. There is no question in my mind that if you put them up against the 12th best team in NA, I'm picking FaZe to beat them 100% of the time. But now it comes down to, when you're playing the top of NA, will FaZe perform? We saw it last week where they looked good for a while, then back-to-back losses and a 3rd place finish. Now they get G2 here with G2. They're still trying to figure out this roster, but FaZe Clan, they also have to do that. This is a huge game, because if you win this, you're guaranteed top 3, tons of points, probably making it to that winter major that everyone wants to do. But for FaZe, I think there's more on the horizon, where we keep talking about it. These are 3 mechanical beasts. They should be winning tournaments. You could start here.
It's time, though, for the Verizon fan vote. You guys know what to do. The hashtag's in the chat right now. Please, G2 and FaZe with a hashtag right before it. We're going to tally those up, count them up, while the analysts get their predictions on the board before this match gets going here. Let's start throwing them up here. I'm going to start off because I'm confident. I talked about this before. When I know one, I'll throw it on the board. I think, well, it's all offense here, but I think the best offense on top, it's threatening, it's scary, it's undoubtedly, in my opinion, one of the best offenses out there. FaZe. If they can keep it together, I think there's been some roadblocks for them. Sometimes they just stop doing it, and I hope they don't here. But here, I think they're going to have the momentum. They're going to take control, and if they're on offense the whole time, that means G2 can't be. I think that's the way it starts. If they get that early grab, I think FaZe Clan could take this one, Gibbs.
Yeah, we talked about that there was a big 3 gap in terms of like energy, FaZe, and Space Station. FaZe lost to both those teams back to back, but there's still a gap there, I think, for now. I'm going FaZe. We see AJ and First Killer putting up more than 1 goal per game. That's better than 3 of the teams in this tournament. So by themselves, they're beating whole teams on the goal scoring side. So I am going to go FaZe here. I still want to see a little bit more out of G2. I don't think it begins here, so I'm going FaZe.
All right, Shogi, that's you up next.
I think what I've seen from G2, I'm happy with. There is definitely the signs of a very, very strong roster there, but there is a lot of rough edges. There is a lot of times where I'm seeing them play games. They seem like they're outplaying teams, and you look at it and go, how on earth is this 3 each going into overtime? What did you guys do to let this happen? And against a team like FaZe, where every single time they make the mistakes, we know that FaZe are going to score. I think that's just a difference maker right there. I've got to go FaZe, but I think this is going to be a high-scoring game with some good goals and a lot of pretty bad ones. I can see some cross-map goals going in.
All right, that leaves you, Stacks. You got to clean it up here.
I've got a FaZe jersey. I've been a big fan of First Killer throughout his entire career. Also been a big fan of Chicago through his career, and I've learned the hard way many times not to doubt Chicago.
Okay.
That duo with JNAPS, and when they add Atomic, I think they become a much, much better team. I think they've had enough time to reach that level that they can play with a team like FaZe. I think they hang with them. I think they beat them tonight. I got G2 here.
Wow, okay. Bringing it in. We're not sweeping. No curse is going to happen. Let's see if the G2 army was in full force here, or if people were phasing up, and it was almost down the middle. Split, man, you know what? I think that makes sense. I think I think I get behind that one.
Okay.
I think it makes a lot of sense, but it is now time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next match where our casters are waiting. Of course, it's FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports. Offense versus offense. Gibbs said it best. If you like goals, you're gonna see them here. Let's find out who moves on in the bracket.
It's gonna be a highlight match, Achieves. This is the battle for who can be the top play tomorrow on the pre-show. G2 versus FaZe, offense versus offense. With how much we've been hyping them up, I'm expecting them just to sit in their halves and go defensive and make us look silly, but we'll see what happens. I'm so pumped for this.
Well, it's funny you say that you may not expect too many goals, because that is one aspect that was not mentioned. FaZe Clan in their 9-0 run yesterday also allowed 0.89 goals per game. So they got a pretty stingy defense too. So G2 definitely going to have to work hard. I think there is value in saying that G2 can definitely put this one into contention for themselves. They have all the tools. It's just a matter of, can you stop First Killer, AJ, and Typical?
A lot of offense. So many players with strong pushes into enemy territory. I feel like I'm just saying different words, same thing. Let's just get the shooting started. There's a shot from AJ. JNAPS makes the stop on the line. The First Killer dumps it back to AJ in the midfield. For shot number 2, passes it back, intercepted, and Atomic. They get it out to JNAPS, going up against the third man, Typical. Clears it out of the backfield. Chicago trying, AJ gets in his white, Typical now. One touch, back out to First Killer, Atomic with the interception.
The big match.
The midfield, back over to the side. Yeah, man, FaZe has found a rotation through 3 times now.
They're doing an excellent job so far keeping it on this G2 half. It's just a matter of, can they actually dish one out into the middle? And the big problem that they're going to run into a lot of times, more often than not, is probably going to be JNAPS. He's such a strong defender over on that defensive side of things, and you'll let him through on the midfield, but once you get him back in that defensive third, he's a real tough guy to break down.
Here's First Killer. Atomic over the top of one, AJ, and the third man. Soft touch past Atomic. Chicago getting covered man-to-man. Not able to win a challenge. JNAPS out of the backfield after the touch to the backboard. We'll get a clear, but demolished Now Atomic trying to take over control. Going to lose it there, and we'll see Typical blast it back to G2's half. First killer looking for another attempt here. Met in the air. Both teams staying strong on the defense. Especially FaZe in particular, though, controlling the pace of this game.
They're doing an awesome job of it, to be honest, capitalizing. If G2 misses a ball, they give themselves the extra chance, and G2's having to work quite hard on defense to make sure that those extra chances don't become more dangerous than they already are. Imperative to be perfect on your defensive touches here, because they're right on the desk. FaZe, if you give them an opening, they will absolutely press. You will crack.
Oh, Typical. An open backfield. Can he find the touch? Oh, it's AJ who comes in. Typical going to bait out the defender. AJ scores the first goal.
I take a look, see if Typical even really had a chance at it. He doesn't really see anybody coming. I think he was actually just trying to score that or pop it off the wall one way or the other. First killer was waiting for it, so if Typical hit it, it's probably going to make it that way either way, but the support gets there behind him and make sure it gets home. Great press from start to the goal from first FaZe Clan. Never let it off the gas.
They have been front the entire kickoff. We saw a few attempts from G2, but they have 0 shots to the 4 of FaZe here. Game number 1, AJ up for this, dropping it back to Typical. JNAP's up for it. Make contact. First kill on the third man, gonna pick up that touch. Up against Atomic. Second touch goes to G2. Typical in the sky, takes it underneath, gonna lose control on the backside. JNAPs and Atomic now working together onto the backboard. No one there to take the shot though, and first kill has got it for free. Out of the goal, AJ's upfield. Can they find a way through? AJ from the side nearly puts the shot in. It's killed in front of the box. Typical with the whole net to shoot at. Goes for the upper 90. Atomic's got the save. We'll stay 1-0.
Big demo there from JNAPs as well. They needed that space on the G2 half to make sure that they could get some room to breathe, grab some boost, and still having to win challenges. FaZe unwilling to give them any ground over on the orange side for much time.
Typical versus Atomic. Atomic in the midfield past 1, and first killer now onto the backboard. Chicago and JNAPs will work in tandem trying to move up field. Neutral 50-50. JNAPs in the 1-2 shadow. Moves up, takes control, but now Atomic out of this corner. The 1:30 on the clock. Still only 1 goal for FaZe. What was expected to be a shootout. It has been a shootout, but the defense has stood strong on both sides, keeping it to just 1 actual successful goal. Drop here to JNAPs, looking for the shot to the far side, and it goes in. There's the equalizer.
You can feel it coming with this lift from Atomic to Chicago, and it's like, all right, just got to give JNAPs a dime, and oh boy, top left corner, pinpoint for him. G2 keeping themselves in it.
Brilliant passing. You could not have asked for a better pass. Your JNAPs. The soft touch off the ground. He's able to take it at first. He's able to take it off the bounce. Any type of shot he wants. And he places it on the money. 1 minute left to go in game 1. Tied up at 1 apiece. Here's AJ. Oh, a strong touch. JNAPs out of goal, makes the stop. Now pass another. Chicago on the back wall with Atomic in net. Back out to AJ, trying to get it back up to his teammate. It's on the backboard, and Atomic misses. First killer comes in quickly onto the backboard once more, forcing G2 up into the air, burning as much boost out of their tanks as possible. Atomic, the fullest in the tanks, will reach from the midfield, but Chicago in the back. Oh, his boost isn't spawning in time. Back to first killer, he places it. They get the shot off, but the save comes through Atomic. Can they keep it clean? As Chicago passes back to the outside, JNAPs. Whoa, boy, G2 gets out of that one.
Wow, I genuinely have no idea how they get that one out. Once it pinched across the box out to that FaZe guy, I was like, that's it.
Oh,
that's
this
the
is
end.
open.
And they're going to score. G2 hold off the storm, and they're going to push back the other way, combine a couple demos with it, and give themselves a very late lead.
The double demolition. Open it up. A team play here. It looks like a simple pass, but the third man getting all the rest of the work done. 14 seconds left. G2, you said it, standing strong on defense and then gets rewarded on the other side. Typical with an opportunity here. Can he get the second touch too? Back into the midfield. JNAPs with the clear to the empty. And AJ in first killer. Trying to tag team this one back out. 2 seconds. 1, it's on the 0. It's got to stay off the ground. It does not give them the bounce. G2 going to take game 1 in style.
Whew. That's a lot to handle. The fact that you had to play defense at genuinely the start of this game, 2.5 minutes, literally half the game. You only gave up 1 goal. Great job standing strong there for G2. That was not easy to fight them off. You love the positioning from FaZe out of the midfield. A lot of pressure, really controlling a lot of the boost as well. And the fact that G2 even kept themselves in this one required perfect passing, perfect shot from JNAPs, and then every now and again, you get the opportunity to have a nice, easy one to take the lead.
Yeah, no, I mean, we got to chat with Reddles recently, and he was talking about how Rocket League is literally a game of perfection. It is about being consistent from beginning to end, and we saw it there from G2. They said, hey, FaZe Clan's going to have opportunities to score. There's no way we can stop them from that, but if we can keep ourselves clean in net, we can win in the few opportunities. We saw it exactly on the scoreboard. G2 only 5 shots to the 9 from FaZe. FaZe with more offensive output, G2 with more offensive actual success, despite fewer opportunities. Well played game for G2.
And if FaZe find themselves in a position where they feel a little more comfortable pressing forward even further and trying to open up a few more gaps in that G2 defense, wouldn't be surprised to see. Oh my gosh, how did he keep that out? And AJ going to be denied by Chicago. I thought for sure that was going to go into the back of the net. Wow.
Oh no, here G2's going to try on the other end. You imagine they immediately scored?
I would lose my mind and be like, how? You cannot stop it, apparently.
Chicago. JNAP's demolished. First killer around the edge. Is anyone there? No. Typical tried upfield, but JNAP pre-jumps the save. He's in the air well before anyone can get there. Now first killer. Oh, they cover up AJ. They bump him on the pass, but Typical's got the rebound into the goal. FaZe scores first again.
I wasn't too sure if AJ mishit this one or if he's just trying. Oh, he got clipped. That explains it. Yeah. Okay. Chicago gave him a love tap. Didn't want AJ to have a perfect shot on target. Either way, still gets through the defense, and Typical gonna come through, make sure that one finds where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, a bit of a double commit there on the goal line as well, making things pretty easy for Typical on the rebound. No one could chase the ball because both players were airborne. So a momentary falter from what we saw was a perfect G2 in game number 1. Chicago, oh. First kill to the back. Now Atomic. Oh, challenge out of the box. Typical now in the midfield. Through one. JNAP's going to miss. Typical into the corner. Looking for the passes, but Chicago meets him. Now first killer to the sky. AJ in the mid. First kill's going to hold on to it himself. Try to drop his in. Dangerously.
Oh, he got denied.
And the follow-up's there. AJ will finish it off 2-0 FaZe.
You knew it was going to be too good. Once he got up and around Atomic and JNAPS is up the backboard, it's like, he's going to absolutely destroy whoever's going to come and challenge him. He may not have got the goal for it, but it's okay. It was good enough.
It's incredible. First killer getting up above the player and then staying. He's above the ball, but still manages to actually have control. A really difficult orientation to achieve where you're that close to the ball on top of it with still the ability to influence it where the defender underneath has to challenge. He's able to get a dunk from that position. What a play. First killer he didn't get credit for the goal, but he absolutely crafted that with his bare hands. Now Atomic on the other side here, G2.
Oh, okay.
Looking to bounce back. Chicago, AJ getting harassed. And now Typical in the sky, a lot of boost. Atomic's not going to reach him here. Can JNAPS find a way off the wall here? They drop it, dangerous into the box. He Goomba stops JNAPS, but first killer not able to get it through. I think it was Atomic there that got in his way. And now out of the midfield, G2 trying to find a semblance of offensive pressure. FaZe has just continued to win the midfield and give themselves more and more opportunities.
And G2 trying to see if they can get a cheeky demo on those rotations back, give themselves extra time to get set on offense, because they really are having to go full speed ahead every which way just to kind of stay on pace with FaZe. It's making it really tough to do what you want with the ball and kind of more at the mercy of what can I actually do right now, not what I want.
Oh, what?
Oh, you're kidding!
Pass? He puts it straight on his Typical's nose and he's just pointed at the goal.
Atomic, he doesn't make a bad play there. That Typical just wins that, and first killer puts it right back into him for the perfect piece of timing. Ooh,
that's like the shortest pass I've ever seen. He's like a handoff in like American football. Just like, here, take this. That was crazy. 3-0 FaZe. I go to the corner. AJ now to the midfield. Typical's going to reach for this. Somehow beats JNAPS to the wall. And now Chicago dropping this back in the midfield. First killer trying to pass to his teammates. AJ not quite on the same page. First killer ended up passing to himself. Now AJ out of the corner winning another one. And this midfield does seem to be the weakest part of G2's rotations right now. When they're able to stay on offense, they're looking okay. And generally, despite being down 3-0, the defense has been there. It's just this midfield. They're losing so many opportunities.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that because it's not like FaZe are playing like perfectly on transition or always getting the hit they need. They've had a couple of missed touches, and I kind of found myself thinking, I wonder where G2 is right now, and they kind of get tied up on the goal line, and what can you do here? They both rotate back on the same line, and neither of them has a real good touch on this ball. They were hoping that it would either roll up, and that means JNAPs kind of hamstrings Atomic as well. Straight into the top of the net, you can probably put game 2 to bed.
Yeah, they did a good job both slamming on the brakes the moment they got into goal. They actually had 2 shots covered, but Typical placed it well and out of reach of the inertialist defenders. As this one slips past the back line, Chicago on the rotation's got to scoop it up. Typical now looking to reach out more. Yeah, FaZe definitely with a minute 15 left to go, up by 4. This one going to be done and dusted. They're going to equalize the series. And I said earlier that, we saw a perfect G2 in game number 1. Obviously, they let a goal in, so you could make the argument that they weren't perfect. The point I was making, though, was we saw, I think a better way to phrase it is we saw an errorless G2. I didn't see any moment where I felt like they let the goal in. We saw a few more of those inconsistencies here from FaZe, and FaZe has managed to stay on offense so much that I didn't really get a good evaluation of, is FaZe's defense having any issues? There's just so few opportunities here from G2.
Yeah, it's tough because, you can sit here and criticize the G2 defense for not stopping FaZe Clan. But at the same time, it's like you were just mentioning in between games 1 and 2. This is a game that requires perfection. And against a team that's playing as well on offense as FaZe Clan is right now, anything less than perfection. It's kind of like playing chess, right? There's the best move in the position. There's an excellent move in the position. There's a good move in the position. And then the rest is kind of like, okay, that's not bad, but it's not good. Okay, that's definitely bad. And then there's, what are you doing?
And there's the blunder.
And G2 is making okay, it's not good, but it's not bad. And that many times over and over stacks up. That advantage builds and builds and builds. And FaZe just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And eventually you just get in this position where you can't do anything about it.
Well, and they're not, I feel like they're not changing. It's either, I think G2 right now is relying on, we're just going to eventually start winning the midfield. We're going to get ourselves the opportunities on their side. They're not changing their game plan. They keep doing the same thing. In FaZe, this is working for them well right now. They're happy with this result. They got 13 shots out of this game. And in regulation, 13 shots in regulation. And they said, well, we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. And they score 4 times. So G2, I think, really does need to bring something new to the table here. Maybe getting demo heavy when you're up in midfield, trying to find a way just to break that up from FaZe might be the plan. I'm not going to tell them what to do, but there's something has to change here in game 3.
Yeah. There's always a couple of different avenues. You can do kind of what Space Station likes to do every now and again, right? Where they'll be playing defense, and there's somebody's going to be on low boost, and one of them just goes, I don't care. I'm going all the way to the other side. I'm grabbing boost.
Yeah.
You guys handle it as best you can, and on the way back, I'm going to make sure I take out somebody in that midfield line, and it's risky, but sometimes the situation you find yourself in, which is currently 1-0 FaZe and 2 seconds into game 3, necessitates a little extra risk, and that's kind of the crux of the problem. How much risk are you willing to incur to try and keep a game in a manageable spot?
Well, but by throwing that kind of chaos element of, I'm going to make a decision that by the letter of game optimal theory is bad. I'm going by being out of boost and going into enemy territory, taking their boost, coming in and demoing them on the way out, where they're just never going to anticipate me being. Once I do that once or twice, they start thinking about it, and it changes the way they affect the game, right? The way they approach the game. Right now, it's so formulaic. It's so easy for FaZe to be creative on offense because everything else is just in place. So G2, they get equalized against in game 2, but unable to be productive in the offense in any way, shape, or form.
I really think the biggest win for G2 is going to be stop having to challenge the ball in the air. If they can start bringing this ball a lot flatter, they're going to keep a lot more of that boost. They don't have to fly to it because it's kind of this war of attrition, and they're losing it when it comes to we're having to fight for the ball in the air. So I'd like to see more traps, bring it down, just try and manage the game that way, because up in the air is not going well for them at the moment.
G2 trailing by 1 after a blatant cheat-up kickoff goal at 2 seconds in. AJ in the sky, taking his time, hold on to this. He dribbles up the wall and then hits the boost in the air. Get himself a lot more resources to work with once he's airborne at altitude. Ultimately gets taken away from him now. First Killer out of boost. Flip reset over 1. Gonna try and challenge Atomic. He had the dunk position, but Atomic clears it to the corner and away from First Killer. Now Typical back around FaZe. Rotating through the midfield. Gonna look for round 2 here. First Killer with a trap. And Chicago back to Atomic.
Okay.
All through 2.
Oh, he got through.
Okay. The one defender stranded here, and Chicago manages to put it in and tie up the game.
Yeah, AJ's definitely following this all the way back, and I think he got so focused on Atomic there, he stopped thinking about where Chicago was going to recover. He's thinking, all right, Atomic, you know, some hard touch towards the backboard, or maybe he's going to go into the corner. And he goes, oh, that's right, he can also throw it back down. And after that touch came out, he realized he was a little too far forward, and he needed to keep going back.
First Kill in the corner here, as they will look to take that lead back now. Chicago through 2, Typical on the backboard with a stop, and then a demolition on the AJ in the midfield. Typical will just advance on the dribble. JNAPS pops it off of him, but First Killer was shadowing. A lot of commitment to that play, despite the demo. Over the top of 1, First Killer with a stop. Atomic held on to control the whole way through, and all 3 defenders flinch at the follow-up. Back across the goal. First Killer pushed it into the box, but no ability to take a shot. Crossing halftime, still tied up in the series and in the game.
Atomic did just get a nice boost steal on the other side, though. Okay, now here's where you need to take care of the ball. I don't really like the punt. It's like, yeah, if he gets the demo, you might score, but just take that extra second. Make sure you've got the ball, because look what happens. They just bombed it back to your side, and now you're hoping that you can just keep the ball.
AJ, with space now to the sky up against Chicago. He's got Atomic to work with as well, or to deal with. And now trying to pass it out over the top of First Killer. Bounces strongly off the ground. The second man can't make contact. Now AJ. Let's move past by Chicago. Both players orbiting the ball. Go through 1 to try to chase this down. First Killer with a pop. JNAPS gave him the space to do it. Quick turn on this one. JNAPS to the sky now. From second man back to third, then back to first.
Oh, First Killer. So fast. I mean, never really said his name too much except for that one dunk, and that doesn't mean that he's doing nothing. That dude is out there being a nuisance, and that's just open? Why is this open? I opened the scoreboard for 2 seconds, and I don't see what happens.
I think it was just caught them in the rotation here. AJ's moving back, and Typical in the midfield's got to make the stop. The other player's out in the corner picking up enemy boost. And just a 1 challenge that is also a shot for Atomic turns into a goal. And after the crazy game 2, the 4-0 of FaZe dominating the midfield, being creative as they possibly can be on offense, we're following up with a G2 route.
Oh, look at this cut. Flat, bink, instant tip to the right. It's just like... How can you make it look so smooth where you don't lose any speed, but you take so much off the ball?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
is it in? Oh, it's off the post, and they don't have the follow-up. The kickoff looking great for FaZe again. Another opportunity possibly, but JNAPS gets there before AJ can make the shot. Now, First Killer trying to play some retreating defense. Typical with a monster clear, but Atomic had it red from the start. Almost got to the dunk on Typical again. JNAPS now going to have the response. A lot of boost in the tank. Takes it over the top. Flip reset over AJ. Over First Killer, and AJ on the backboard's got the clear. A pop, and AJ's got no boost. He can't chase this down. Typical's going to come from the backfield trying to make it happen.
Wow.
AJ still, I believe, low in the tank here.
There's
now passing back in FaZe.
Back to first.
Space. Back to First Killer. Places it well. They gave him too much room. It's a 1-goal game.
Great transition for FaZe Clan. Gorgeous. AJ realizing he has the extra time. Go collect 100. Dish it out to Typical, and they got a nice little triangle set up. Back down the other way. Give it to your teammates. Let them make something happen. And the guy in the back for G2 just trying to figure it all out. Too slow.
That was brilliant. The moment they let FaZe have the ball in their territory with all 3 players lined up like that, it was over. No, good luck figuring out where this ball is going to be at the point of contact. 8 seconds left, though. FaZe Got to score now. AJ onto the backboard. JNaps has this. He'll take it to the corner. First killer's there, and JNaps beats him again. Two players, they're on top of each other. They should be able to clear this way. Oh, but they get a touch. First killer keeps it up. And this is to the backfield. First killer should get this off the wall, but can he hold on to it? Typical keeps it alive. The 0-second drill holding on right now, but here comes Chicago to crash the party.
Oh my gosh.
First killer keeps it there. Typical traps against the wall. First killer pops. AJ wants to. JNaps puts it in. There we go. A buzzer beater in the other direction. JNaps says, let's just get out of here. We'll take the win.
This is the unfortunate problem. First killer trying to get that ball to go forward because that's where AJ was headed. Unfortunately, it kind of goes sideways and right out into the middle, and it's kind of the problem with your mind is so focused on making sure it doesn't touch the ground. Sometimes you overcook it just a little bit, and JNaps able to come through and have a nice, easy put-away goal. But great turnaround for G2. I mean, you had to work real hard at it again, but this time, most importantly, limiting those FaZe Clan shots on net. So even if I wasn't a big fan of the punt game, it stopped FaZe Clan from building up shots. So shows what I know.
Well, and we said, at the end of game 2, that the thing we didn't really get to see in game 2 was the FaZe Clan defense. They didn't have to play much in their own third. And here we saw them having to play quite a bit in their own third, and we saw quite a few holes, and it was where most of the goals came from. Obviously, this is really a 3-2 game where G2 gets a garbage goal at the end there. But of the 3 goals we saw, most of them coming from opportunities where FaZe left an opening.
Yeah, one of them right over the head of Sypical because he was covering for AJ, and that was Atomic. And then another one, actually Atomic again beat Sypical on that dribble where he just hard cut the ball. Well, I shouldn't say hard cut it, but he definitely gave it a cheeky little chip out to the right that it's really hard to see coming. And then I'm trying to remember the last goal, but either way.
It was wide open. Remember, it was the one where you had the scoreboard open. It was there.
Oh, yeah.
Full on rotation.
Yeah. And it's just like, oh, okay. And then but one thing you do know for certain is that Atomic was involved in both of those plays.
That's true. And the midfield shooting, I think that I like the G2 saying, hey, we're having trouble moving fully into their back third and playing against them when they're in net. We're not even getting there. Let's just start taking shots from the place where we're here. Let's take shots from the midfield, the marksman type offense. And it works out. The long range shots going in there, giving them a win. Series 2-1 in favor of G2. A best of 7, got to win 4. We are on a slight delay here as one of the players working out a connection issue. So we'll get through that in here in a second. But this series has shaped up to be what the desk was predicting. 6-7, only 3 games in so far, Chiefs.
Yeah, no shortage of both teams trying their best. I have to say, I really do enjoy how much map coverage FaZe has so far. I mean, even if they're leaving the back open a couple of times, most of the time it's looking because someone just didn't get their hands on a challenge.
Yeah.
But if FaZe is getting their hands on a challenge, it's been so hard for G2 to consistently push forward. And that's not an indictment of G2 at all. It's just, I am amazed at how fast the follow-up is for FaZe in these games all the time. I mean, the ability to just be like, yep, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. It just has to be high. My teammates behind me are so fast that we're going to keep pressing because we've got more of the map to play with.
Yeah, it is the thing we saw there in game 3 was that when they won a challenge, oftentimes the touch that won the challenge also was a shot on net. And because of the wideness of FaZe Clan's rotation, we see there's openings that are created because of that. But this pass play, man, the moment they gave them that room, that's crazy to me that they were able to just perfect 1, 2, 3 into the goal.
You love to see that coordination from FaZe as well, because I know that Gibbs and other people were like, AJ's great. I was not a believer in AJ's great for a very long time.
What changed your mind?
I'm not going to say it was that pass play, but I'm going to be like, that pass play makes me go, oh yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah. I'm not sure when I knew I was wrong, but that one definitely confirmed it.
That one definitely goes, yeah, you were definitely wrong about that one.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep them going here. And big matches across the board today from so many different teams. I've loved what we've gotten to see. Oxygen Esports continuing a run here. Rogue making it through as well. But now here up in the upper bracket, these teams also, one of the things that's great about these teams, we said it was going to be a very offense-heavy game. When you're in the upper bracket and you have that extra life, there's not that, that festering thought in the back of your mind saying, if you lose this, you're out. You know, you get that second chance, and that freedom of mental clarity, I think, is allowing a lot of the great Rocket League we're seeing in this match.
Oh, I believe that. I mean, unless you're a team that's, you know, been to every live event in every situation imaginable, which very few players at this point are.
NRG.
I think you have exactly, and like K-Dot probably as well.
Yeah.
Like I think there's very few players who you could just drop into any situation and be like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just gonna go play the game. So it's a very difficult thing to just be like, we're down 3-2 with 30 seconds left in Game 7, and if we lose this, we get knocked out and we don't win our $30,000.
And like, the word "oh no" it just gets so big in so many people's heads, right?
Yeah,
well,
like don't mess up.
Been here before. It's gonna be all right. The player has reconnected the lobby. We should be getting started very quickly. So that match will be going again. A best of 7 G2 in the blue, FaZe in the orange. First to 4 moves forward in the upper bracket finals. G2 currently holding a 2-1 lead. And what has been a very, you were talking about chess earlier, this has felt very chess matchy to me of like, where can we find the weaknesses? Well, okay, FaZe doesn't seem to have one here. Let's take long range shots. That worked in game 2, or in game 3 rather. Now, how does FaZe respond to that G2 style, that G2 offense adjustment?
Well, that funny thing is FaZe doesn't need to make a big adjustment in my head. I think FaZe literally just has to get even a piece of any of those challenges, and they're going to be in a much better position. JNap's second recovery. Typical tries to set one up for AJ, and again, another setup. First killer says, hang on, we need a couple extra seconds to get reset here.
Typical is a very good Rocket League player, but he made a few touches there that I think, and it was almost like every touch he made it impossible for his team to score, and the touches he made were not good. But first killer gonna find the air dribble bump, turns into a demo for goal number 1.
To echo Corelli from the last regional, he is just the best.
Very, very good. He's very good at this video game. With 4:26 left to go, FaZe scores for the first time for the 4th game in a row. They have scored first every single time.
Oh my gosh.
As AJ's gonna look for another one here in Chicago. Builds a little wall, extends the post. Now first killer. Out of the corner, Atomic drops onto the backboard. AJ and Typical both want to go for it. Both kind of back off. Now Atomic puts one on target. First killer out of goal. Has the clear.
G2 is starting to get stuck in a little bit here. We actually get to see some extended G2 offense. Oh, they hit each other. Never mind.
Oh man, I think the chat saw Director Cam do a 360 there too. That was dizzying. Here's JNaps. Out of the corner, out to Atomic. Typical with the interception. First goal to try and cover it up, but Chicago able to counter-intercept out of the 3rd man. Now Typical through 1. Atomic on the backboard. First killer on the high. AJ demolished in the midfield, but first killer holds on to control and wins a challenge against Chicago. His teammate will have respawn and reset the field. FaZe Clan holding on to the lead for now.
This is a great sequence from G2. It's not really result. Oh no, never mind. It's the worst sequence from G2.
Walk me through how this went from bad to worse.
Well, it was great because they were doing such a great job of like, okay, we're not necessarily generating shots on target, but we are keeping pressure. They were playing FaZe Clan, right? That was what FaZe Clan was doing. We're getting the challenges, we're keeping the pressure, and then Atomic as the 3rd man says, yeah, I can go and get that, and he's maybe about 20 boosts short. And he just doesn't come up with a hit.
Oh dear, I'm empty. AJ off the wall with the JNaps. Atomic now down the middle of the field, got 2 players. The bump, JNaps onto the backboard. AJ takes it away. JNaps maybe had run on a boost or respected FaZe enough to back off. Now first killer with a touch against JNaps, gets the demolition. AJ over the top of 1. First kill on the outside, out of boost, but has position. Now looking for bumps. He loosens up Chicago, but Chicago manages to land, jump again, make the save against Typical. Keep the lead only at 2. Typical now down, back to the sky. AJ wanted to go, but here's Typical looking to drop it, just barely misses, high above the crossbar.
Some great boost steals as well here from FaZe Clan. G2 kind of forced to just dump the ball away, and FaZe Clan an opportunity here to really get stuck in.
Typical tries to turn on it, jumps it back into the box. AJ's up to cover the second touch, but Chicago manages to get it past him without getting dunked. And now a bump upfield. Atomic neutral challenge against Typical. Typical is forced to back pass, and AJ manages to slot it. Now AJ back against Chicago in the corner. Atomic versus Typical. Goes in Typical's favor. JNaps drops it back into this corner, and he couldn't get it past First Killer. It looked like he was going to get it past, but JNaps now with a demolition on a Typical. He's looking for AJ. Can he get him? He does! Oh, no! Stops the shot himself! He destroyed him only to replace him. That's incredible.
Oh man. I
can't believe that happened.
When everything goes exactly to plan and it still doesn't work out. Now that's annoying.
You gotta hit the brakes, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
I think he was falling. Right? Like, I don't even think he could hit the brakes.
Well, and what do you do? Hit the brakes right in the middle of the goal? No, when you get the demo, you expect him to shoot dead center. He placed it away from AJ. So, that's a tragic one. G2 still no goals in game 4. 1 minute remaining with a back and forth series. FaZe looking to equalize it at 2-2. AJ with some wall dashes. First Killer gonna try and put in a shot here, but JNaps getting that away.
Oh, hello.
3 players in the middle for G2 and a double commit on the other side, so we probably won't see an immediate counterattack, but both teams getting a little antsy. Chicago to try. Slots it out to JNaps, and this one finally connects. 1-goal game.
Yeah, great push here. That double commit actually did really hurt because Typical used all of his boost to go up for that, and he was the one double committing, and so he finds himself out of position, has to rotate back onto the goal line, and he's only got one line to take on that challenge, and he got beat with one of those classic G2 tight passing plays next to the net.
36 seconds left. Can G2 equalize? Typical with a stop. Atomic turns. First Killer trying. Chicago to try and dump it. Oh, JJ gets demolished. First Killer has to drive through the smoke screen. Difficult reads on the other side. And FaZe defense continues to collapse. Equalizer scored. 21 seconds left.
Gotta love those demos again, and JNaps so patient. He's chilling all the way back in midfield. He's like, I don't care that the ball's right next to the orange net. I just have to wait and see what happens. And it's so tough for First Killer to even think about how to fight Atomic for that ball there. And unfortunately just pulls himself off it with how he jumped at it.
Oh no. First Killer. He got that across. Atomic was slow on the rebound, but the rest of FaZe not going to make it happen in a momentary 2v2 here. Both teams getting a demo. 4 seconds left. Overtime looming on the horizon. Here's AJ looking to try and finish it off in regulation. Drops it into the box. So close, and Chicago has to push it out. Overtime, game 4.
Overtime out of nowhere. I mean, this looked like a done, dusted deal with FaZe Clan up 2-0, and G2 out of nowhere said, move over. We have decided to score a bunch of goals really quickly.
Can G2 finish off the comeback here in game 4? Atomic in the sky. AJ with a lot of space, but no boost. Back out to First Killer. Manages to catch. Ooh, loses the challenge to JNaps. AJ somehow wins an aerial challenge by having no boost. Now it's typical. Pass Atomic, but gets demolished. G2 more and more deadly in FaZe's back third, a place where we saw them not even really having to play in the first few games. Now struggling as the G2 offense has really cranked up. Here's Chicago. Dunked by Typical. Stomps another player, First Killer. Back to AJ. Tommy in the corner versus First Killer. Chicago going to try and crowd it. Chicago, it's there, but again, the demolition and a bump on Typical. JNaps slots it, and G2 are on match point.
So awkward here. Typical, he was supposed to be challenging there in that midfield, but he took kind of a weird line and kind of tied up First Killer, made him go for it in the corner, and Typical had already committed out to that side, so he kind of found himself in no man's land and never really in a good position defensively, and Chicago able to work his way out of that corner, find a little bump, and the tiniest of windows, but of course JNaps hits that. Give him the hat trick, give him the dub.
This is a concerning result for FaZe. 11 shots here, 6 shots there from JNaps in that game. When you had this one put away, FaZe will call the timeout here. You had this match secured, the Chiefs. You said it.
Oh, yeah.
And then G2 come back and win it in overtime. And now what makes it worse, you're up against match point G2 is one away. You got to win 3 games straight to take this series.
And it's kind of surprising how we found ourselves there. I mean, I think about all those goals, and I hate to point fingers, but Typical's just coming out short on a couple of those challenges, and sometimes the positioning kind of throwing off that idea from FaZe in a couple of spots as well. And I mean, you hate to say it, but it's just fine-tune where you're headed, and I think you'll be in a better spot. It's like he's not playing a bad game. He's taking fairly good challenges, but the ones that he's coming up short on are costing him big time.
No, he's doing his best, but I mean, I pointed out at the very beginning of Game 4, their very first drive, there was like 3 touches in a row from Typical. That was like, ooh, I expected that to be better. I expected at least like the first shot was a shot. It was on target, but very slow. And then the second touch was clearly not actually helping his teammates set it up. And then the ball just kind of, because of a G2 mistake, pinches out. First Killer has a free shot, and Typical goes up and touches it like oh, he's trying to back pass, but puts it past First Killer. So just being just a little out of sync with the rest of his team. And that last touch, he just hadn't touched it, they would have scored. So I agree with you. I think Typical is the player for me to watch moving forward into Game 5. Can he step things back up and to be that world-class player his ceiling is absolutely capable of?
Yeah, and it's really not like it's like egregious, like, what are you doing, mistakes? There's that nice JNAPS team save.
They saved their own goal and still won the game.
Still won. Still came through and put 2 on the board before 45 seconds was over.
Oh, that was incredible. That was a G2 game through and through. The big difference for me in this game, we haven't talked about it really yet, was the bumps and demos we saw from G2. They really opened up that backfield. On top of everything we've said, that was a characteristic that showed up in Game 4 we hadn't seen through the first 3 games, and they start things off here. FaZe actually getting a demo off the kickoff. Do they match back? Is that the response here for FaZe? Let's get physical. Here's Typical.
Nice.
Places on target.
Wow.
Blast that one to the back. Typical heard us and said, all right, we'll figure this out.
The approach on this ball is actually what's so smart from him. I mean, he jumps at that ball, and Chicago's thinking it's shot to the far post, maybe to the middle as hard as he can, and Typical's got just the perfect timing to get it on the back side of the cargo, left side of the net. That's deceptive.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you were, when you said about the approach, I thought you were talking about AJ's pass, which was also incredible. Getting the flip reset, the challenge in the air that just neutrally drops it to his teammate, who then goes for the feint to the far, shoots to the left. It looks like a simple pass play. So much happens at this top level. Flip reset for First Killer. Going to take the shot. It's going to be wide ball for AJ, though. Onto the back post. Typical up for another one. Just puts it wide. No follow-up there. JNAPS going to be able to get a clear. Now Chicago trying to get it out of his third, but goes off to the wall again. AJ dropping it to First Killer. He's covered up by a million G2 cars. He will not be able to make a touch.
Typical having to use all 100 there just to make sure that G2 didn't get a free ball. Did a nice job of it, but FaZe find themselves in a situation that has not been kind to them over the past couple of games, jammed in their own corner. It's all about how quickly they work out.
You saw all 3 of them crowded in their goal. A very cramped rotation, giving G2 literally the entire field to play for. But they got out of it. Now with a few opportunities. There's a pass to Chicago to the corner. First Killer reaches, catches. Now dishes to the middle. Atomic back down. Chicago with the redirect. Sickle now on the outside. Picked up his boost on his way as well. Full tank, empty backfield. Can he just blast it? They tried. But, let's put the ball too much down. The G2 defender able to get there. Now Chicago to wrap this around. AJ in the corner. First Killer up for it versus Atomic. Gets over the top of him. Atomic no boost on the enemy back wall, and the corner boost gets taken from him. With a long rotation out. Flip resets AJ. Dangerous, but now to Chicago, back down to Atomic. First Killer back over. AJ tries, intercepted by JNAPS. He's out of boost in the wall. It's typical. Take 2 touches to get out of the corner, and Chicago's there.
Good takeaways as well, though. I think in any delay tactic you find yourself coming up with here for FaZe is a good thing. It doesn't need to be the strongest clear as long as you don't make a bad touch.
Chicago on the outside here. This is AJ. Empty back. Can AJ get there in time? No, Chicago will cover him up. Direct in the stats, giving us supporting my observation about the demolitions here. G2 is 13th in the region in demos. FaZe is 2nd, but they're in, through the first 4 games, G2 27 demolitions to only 9 from FaZe.
That's what? That's almost 7 per game. Yeah. Ask and you shall receive, Wave. You want physicality, you got it. And first killer gonna drop one right in front. Typical gonna make sure it gets home.
We getting typical in this game. First killer, what a block. That's incredible. I mean, part of that is just simple geometry with the challenge, but my goodness, then typical the muscle to make sure it goes in. 2-0 with 2 minutes left to go, Chiefs. We've been here before, and G2 saved a shot on that and then still won. So I'm not writing this game out just yet.
You definitely cannot afford to say it's done yet. But Typical has looked much better this game. He really hasn't had to do too much, but at the same time, again, there he's going to break up another big play, and that one's just going to go into the net.
Wow, the long way from his backboard. Oh, Typical. What a hat trick.
Oh, what a dismount. I wish my timing was that well understood by me.
Incredible. What a mastery. 1:45 left to go. Up by 3 now, feeling a lot more secure. It's Typical in the corner looking for goal number 4. Atomic in Chicago to try and get this away. So what do you make of this? I feel like we have a narrative going here through the first 4 games of how we got to this point, how G2 took control back, the mistakes FaZe was making, or the strong plays they were making at the beginning of the series. And now here in game 5, up by 3, what changed?
Well, it's really just like we were talking about, like G2's getting the pushes. They're not actually registering any shots on target, but they're definitely not sitting here jammed in their own half like they were at the start of the series. And that really is just the challenge game and the ability of FaZe Clan to clear the field a little bit more effectively, even if it's not holding on to the ball. That early lead paid a lot of dividends for them, I think, because they know they don't have to push too hard here.
There's also, to me, the aggression we see from FaZe here. AJ's, like the 2 of these Typical's goals were set up by wonderful passes from AJ.
Mm-hmm.
And they required some accuracy from Typical, as you pointed out, but it's still like it is a team effort. It's not just give Typical the ball and watch him score a goal.
It's definitely not just hand Typical the ball. That's
no, and
not that's a bad plan, but that's not going to win you every game.
There's only so bad that plan can be. That's always a pretty good plan. Oh dear, they put one in themselves. Poor Chicago makes it 4-0 again.
Here, let's hand Typical the ball and watch what happens.
That's AJ again too.
And Atomic, he just can't quite handle it. Bonk. It's off the top corner. He doesn't get the car on it, and he gets a G2 own goal. Now there you go. Never mind. Hand him everything. It turns to gold.
It's still the thing is the setups here, right? His teammates are getting these passes to him that are low percentage passes, hard situations to actually make work out. And the difference is that Typical believes. He's there for the pass. He's ready for AJ to get a flip reset and then win an aerial dunk to put it in as Atomic finds one here in garbage time on the other side. They won't get swept. Or they won't get beat 4-0 a second time in a row here, but they will lose game 5.
This is quite the shot from Atomic. That's not an easy one to to smash that hard as you rotate the car back. I know it doesn't matter, but I just enjoyed how hard he hit that because that was not easy.
First killer into the sky. Do we get one more highlight for the road? He's reaching for it. J-Naps to clear it away. And it's Typical to AJ. Just trying to return the favor here. Give him a few passes. Save him for the next game. You're going to need him here. 4-1. FaZe takes game 5, surviving dropping to the lower bracket for at least another game as we go to game 6.
But you're definitely on the money there. I mean, yes, Typical's the one with 4 goals there on 3 shots and 1 save, but it's the dirty work that AJ and First Killer are doing up there on that offensive side of things. It is no easy task for them to work their way through that G2 defense, and I definitely think all of FaZe Clan played very, very well on defense this game, and definitely always a good thing when you can say you keep an offense that is as high-powered with potential as G2 is. It's only 4 shots on target. You're in a great spot.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to watch how to continue to pay attention to Typical's positioning, given his team when his teammates have control, when his teammates are trying to get the setup for him in situations where it seems like you shouldn't be upfield. You should be respecting that G2 is going to have a better challenge there. He's just not, and it's giving him these opportunities.
That's kind of the thing, right? It's like FaZe, in terms of structure in my head, really isn't too far off a team like Space Station. You've got 2 players that are brilliant up with the ball in Reddles and Arsenal, right? And you have that same thing here with AJ and First Killer. All you need from Typical is to just give as much space as you can possibly think of and just make the right decision on third man, and you are going to find yourself in so many advantageous spots to put goals away or just buy extra time, and you're going to win a ton of games.
So many legendary teams have played with the likes of Fireburner, Turbo Pulsa, win the game literally on third man positioning, just letting the front two man create opportunities and is being there for that opportunity when it happens here. But you've also pointed out, like, the game has evolved since the times of just blasted into an empty net now because Garrett, G, and Jacob were able to open things up for old NRG, and Fireburner just has just to scoop it up the easy ones. Now we're seeing still that first goal you point out from Typical, where he has to feint to the far post, shoot near post. So very complicated.
Yeah, you can't afford to have a weak third man in Rocket League anymore. Like, you need to have mechanics.
Oh,
that was a good attempt, but nowhere near good enough. Typical's mindset here, I don't even think he was thinking about a challenge. I think he saw that touch from Jnaps and was thinking, that's off the wall, and I'm just going to bump him to take that away. That's what that line looked like to me. It didn't look like he was trying to hit the ball at all. He was just trying to stop the double tap, and the ball just happened to go in.
Either way, the big thing, though, the huge change here, G2, again, 1 game away. They're on match point. If they win here in game 6, the series is over. And the big change I'm noticing here, FaZe has scored first in the first 5 games. Oh, dear. That one's so close. Off the woodworks. G2, though, scoring first here in game 6. Completely flipping a pattern has been persistent. Does that spell the end of the series here for FaZe? AJ puts it on target. Typical tries to win the bump. Chicago gets in the way. First Killer with a follow-up again, but Jnaps on the backboard. We'll get it from him. Now Atomic tracing this out of goal. Dumps it to Chicago. Back up to Atomic. Atomic got a boost. Has to rotate out, give control to FaZe.
2 chances in a row. I genuinely feel like FaZe should have been able to find a much stronger opportunity on net right there. And time dwindling. You know, obviously 3 minutes, a long time, but down by 1, it goes by pretty quick.
Here's the pass to Atomic. AJ's trying to take it away from him. Gets the interception.
Speed.
And another one challenge phase with opportunities in the corner, but closed up on the back wall. Atomic back to the midfield. Typical blasted to the sky.
Oh, you're kidding, Jnaps. Okay. You realize Chicago was coming. I was about to say, like, why are we just letting them push up for free? And it's because I don't have eyes in my head. That's why.
They get it away. That third man position we were talking about. AJ over the top of 1. He doesn't have any boost to chase this, but Atomic gets 1 touch. Typical putting pressure on him, dropping it dangerously, but neither of his teammates there to make the shot happen. They'll keep a bit of pressure on, but all the G2 players surrounding this ball, swarming now as Jnaps wins a challenge, gets demolished for it, but the ball is going to be in FaZe's back third. Jnaps will spawn back into rotation. This drops. Jnaps wants to fall back. He'll get his boost. And now move upfield for the shot. First Killer in the corner. 1:43 left to go. G2.
There you go.
With everything they need to secure this series, have to hold on. Keep the swarming FaZe offense away.
Oh,
here comes
Typical.
Shot wide. Follow from First Killer gives him another opportunity, but Atomic's up for it quickly. If Typical tries to hit the brakes and just flip into it, but the clear comes through. Now Chicago out of the corner. Over 1. Over 2. AJ alone in the back. The bump's coming in, but he manages to dodge it. Jnaps actually waited for the shot. I fully expected him to crash the box.
Yeah, I don't even know how AJ even got a touch on that ball. I thought he was missing 100%. And just skims right off Jnaps' touch, and FaZe really in a bad spot here, and that's a great trap from First Killer. Oh, and he's through Atomic as well. Okay, final minute. What do you got, FaZe? That miss is not going to help, that's for sure.
Here's Typical. Oh, but dunked by Jnaps. Trying to follow through. AJ out of the corner. You heard the jump. But no pressure here. Atomic through 1 First Killer now with the response. Jnaps into an empty backfield looking for Atomic to doink it. Oh, try, but no, covered up. 33 seconds left. G2 just got to hold on. They've kept the ball away from their goal well enough. Can they finish it off? The long way down. And it's in. Jnaps from the side comes across the retreating offense and makes it a 2-goal game.
Big double commit there from FaZe Clan. They're both recovering, leaves the midfield wide open. All it takes is one strong touch from G2 to clear the field, and that's going to seal the deal. FaZe Clan will see you in the lower bracket.
24 seconds left. Need to kick off goal phase. Oh, Typical's going to try. Looking for the bump. Oh, the ball just froze. And I think that one will probably seal the deal here. I agree with you at this point. FaZe doing their best, but G2 lighting it up. Man, whole desk predicting FaZe. Imagine predicting FaZe.
Stax is a genius. That's all I've found. That's all I've learned. Stax is a genius.
What an incredible man. Don't ever argue against Stax. G2 walk away with it in 6.
To be fair, though, I think Game 6 certainly could have went to overtime. I really do feel like FaZe had some excellent opportunities there. Typical 5 shots, no goals. AJ 3 shots, no goals. First killer, only 1 on target. But to be honest, I feel like the ones they definitely had G2 on the ropes there, and it was just a matter of getting him in between the goalposts. And unfortunately, at the wrong time, doesn't come through for him.
Oh, it was what a series, though. What a back and forth. I mean, the highlights of, Game 4, seeing Typical struggling a bit, watching him and his team really sink back up in Game 5 to find a way to bounce back here. And then G2, they find an early goal and say, hey, let's just play a good enough defense. Let's just get out of here. Let's just end this series. Let's walk home with it. FaZe gave them a few errors that allowed them to make it there, and they'll make it through. G2 proceeds through the upper bracket. FaZe will drop to the lower. We'll see them play a little bit later on. We're going to a quick break. The NASCAR Rocket League 351 continues after this.
And welcome back to the RLCS. It's me, Daz. Joined with me is Turtle. Turtle, first of all, before we talk about the next match, we got to take a step back. What did we just witness with that G2 FaZe matchup?
Oh my goodness. You think it's going to go to game 7. FaZe look like they're heating up finally after G2 had been destroying them, especially in the demo game. I mean, averaging 5 to 6 demos per game from G2, who are ranked way lower in demos compared to FaZe Clan, and they look dominant. But then we got hit with these passing plays from FaZe Clan trying to fight back in the series. at the end of the day, it wasn't enough, Daz, but my goodness, we got a fantastic series.
Yeah, we did. Lots of highlights in it, especially. I mean, look at some of these plays. The speed that you saw from G2, able to pull that off against FaZe Clan, absolutely unbelievable. And now it's going to shake things up. Keep in mind, we're in the middle of the winter split. We're talking about major implications here. G2, they didn't necessarily have a good event one. Now they're coming back in a big way. And FaZe, they're now in that lower bracket. Things are getting super, super spicy right now.
Absolutely, but we've got to focus a little bit more on what's ahead of us, Daz. We've got the General NRG versus Space Station Gaming, one of the hypest matchups I think anybody would expect coming into this playoff bracket, especially when you look at the teams who are up against each other. You got the newcomer Daniel, as well as the dynasty that is NRG, and this is a rematch from Regional 1 Grand Finals, Daz.
Yeah, it is. Looking at this, NRG, SSG, last time they played, super close. SSG almost was able to take the win on that one. But for me, I think that it was just the start for this Space Station Gaming roster. We've seen Daniel just pop off in these events. His first debut event, he scored so many game winners or tying goals at 0 seconds left. And it was very close here for NRG to be able to deal with that and handle that. So for me, it's going to be a big test. This entire event's been a test for NRG, and now what we got here is just another matchup like that.
And initially coming in, I expected Daniel to be a bit nervous, maybe pretty shakeable, and having this high pressure scenario get to him mentally, but we didn't see that at all in that last series. And it's going to be a tough one. He was able to score buzzer beaters and do so many different things for his roster. So I think he's here, he's comfortable, he's got the experience, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, that comfortability is definitely going to be needed here, because when you play against NRG, I mean, this team is known to be able to adapt over time. When we talk about playing in a major setting, they always talk about, okay, how can we change up to match the style of the teams we're playing for? And the Space Station Gaming roster, I've talked to, Reddles earlier today. Even, he came in there and chatted with us for a little bit. Yeah. They definitely have this kind of game plan as we get the Verizon fan vote started. Who do you guys think is going to take the win here? Everybody thinks I'm biased, Turtle, so I'm just gonna let you go and do your thing.
Look, it's hard to be biased and to blame you for being biased when NRG consistently wins. So again, the Verizon fan vote, #NRG or #SSG. I think this one could be closer, especially with the performance that we saw out of Daniel in that previous grand final. And Space Station, I rewatched that series. There were a lot of weird own goals, a lot of weird plays on the defensive side that it didn't even look like Space Station were playing near their peak whatsoever. So if we see a better, more well-rounded defense from Space Station Gaming, this could easily go to Game 7 and easily sway in favor of Space Station Gaming. So I don't know how this is going to end up. I think Space Station have more hunger, and maybe that makes me want to give them that edge.
Okay, and I can see that as well. I think, last time, I've already said on a first touch where, I got NRG winning the whole thing. So it's kind of a little rough for me to kind of give that prediction, but I do think that this will be their biggest challenge yet. A lot of people thought that it'd be FaZe if FaZe had made it to the winners final, but for me, I think it's still the Space Station Gaming roster, because again, they almost did well in terms of the finals, but again, they ended up just coming just a little bit short. They didn't have a lot of energy. They're going to come out with a lot of energy in this particular matchup. At least that's just from what I heard from Arsenal. There's the results from the fan vote though. 60%. This is actually a pretty close. That's close. Yeah, usually the NRG fans, they kind of sway the tide one way or another, but SSG's here for you, Turtle.
And I'm pretty proud right now representing for SSG. It's not that I think NRG are going to get smacked, or I just think it's going to get Game 7. Truly, it is a coin toss at that point. But we've got so much high-flying action ahead of us, Daz. We got the best team so far in North America fighting it out. The newcomer versus obviously the dynasty, and I can't wait to get into this one.
Yeah, exactly. NRG up against Space Station Gaming here in winner's bracket. This is going to be a very tight matchup overall. When you think about the general NRG, everyone with pop-off potential. But when you look at the side of Space Station Gaming, the newest pickup, Daniel, has been able to create magic out of seemingly nothing at times. We'll see which one comes out on top at the start of this series. Game 1 on your screen.
If you want to go back and look at the group stages for both teams, NRG were a bit more shaky. They had a much more difficult time just getting to this point, getting to this position. They had to go into a playoff or into a tiebreaker match, to make it into the upper bracket in the playoffs against Rogue, who they originally dropped a series to. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming, they looked fantastic in the group stage. Their toughest matchup was against Shopify Rebellion. It went to Game 5, but they still ended up clutching it out, going 3-0. So maybe that extra win, that better score line coming into here, might give them a boost of confidence. We'll have to see.
For me, Space Station Gaming, if this team honestly changes up their style and makes it really hard for NRG to get a read on what they're doing, I think that they'd have a really good shot. We saw that with the Rogue win earlier on. Ooh. As Justin's going to send one to the top corner to kick things off for NRG.
Yeah, and a slower approach on the defensive side from Space Station Gaming. Arsenal, he was panicking a bit on the backboard, didn't want to go up for the ball, thought that waiting would be better, but ended up hesitating. And you give a free shot to somebody like Justin, he is going to make it count.
So again, that top right corner setting the tone. Justin up again. Flipper said straight to Garrett. Follow up. Arsenal made it back in time. What a stretch to make that save.
We're going to need to see a lot of that from Justin in that last series that these guys played against each other. Justin had 1.17 goals per game, 31% shooting accuracy, nearly averaging 4 shots a game as well. I mean, the dude was just a menace on offense. So a lot of responsibility coming onto his shoulders on taking down that SSG defense, and he's already started off on the right foot in Game 1.
So SSG defense trying to get some little bit of control here. Reynolds with the ball, lead out in front. Arsenal's looking for a demo. Daniel follow up the shot placement on that one. Daniel with a tie.
And maybe a bit of frustration from Squishy as he ended up tapping his analog sticks after this one went in the wrong position. Couldn't get the save as well. There was a pre-jump on the play, but overall, Space Station Gaming, they know how to maneuver that ball, and they end up tying it up. Really quick goals back-to-back, Daz. And you'd think it would be a little bit low scoring to start things off, but these teams are ready.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on the cams with that SSG roster locked in. Reynolds trying to get the double on that. Garrett denies. They'll be kind of played out here in the corner. Daniel, though, with some free space. And Justin, you see how early that pre-jump kind of comes in from Justin, trying to eliminate any possibility of Daniel getting into the air because they know what kind of threat he is.
Yeah. And that's an interesting, topic of conversation. If there's a player on the other team that you notice is highly mechanical, I mean, do you switch things up when you're approaching that? I think you have obviously more respect for them in the air, but I can't see NRG backing down from any challenges like that because they've got players themselves who can match that pace and pretty much match those mechanics.
Daniel up now. You bring up a good point. The mechanics on NRG, everyone has that potential to make a highlight play. We've seen people talk about this roster and what exactly they can do, and it's just so surprising to see them even being together as long as they have been, still at the top. And you've got North America making these changes to combat them, just like we see right now with SSG and Daniel. But game still tied up. We're in the 2-minute mark, and SSG still looking for a way downfield.
Things have slowed down on the pitch, Daz. A lot more focus on those 50-50s. For example, Garrett G and Justin just now in the midfield had to force that 50-50 out, waiting for a mistake potentially from Space Station Gaming. Here's Garrett G off the backboard. It's up for Squishy Muffins, who has a high-flying shot off the top bar. Doesn't go in. Justin then crashes, still can't get the shot. And we've got a high frequency amount of shots coming in. Maybe something from Garrett G, doesn't find one, and it's back for Space Station Gaming with some possession.
Good control from Arsenal. Looking for Reynolds in that midfield. Ball will get knocked away. Daniel put it in open space, but Garrett G is going to kick this one out for now. NRG trying to transition, but they're going to have to give away that possession. Not a lot of boost, and Squishy didn't want to commit his third man. They'll end up winning here in the midfield now. But still, I mean, even with that transition we saw from SSG moving upfield, both teams, definitely, it kind of feels like a chess match here on the field between the two. That decisions, whether to give the ball away or not, as we all know, every player on the field has that ability to kind of control the ball, keep it close, play some 50s out. They are definitely thinking about at least 2 steps ahead where they've been playing.
Yeah, and this is similar to that last matchup that we saw between FaZe Clan and G2. I believe Wavepunk and Achieves were also talking about how each individual decision in a game like this, where things have slowed down, it's going to be so important. It doesn't matter what it could be. It might be going for that boost, going for an extra corner boost, maybe taking a smaller boost pad. Something that small can have such a big impact when it gets down to the wire. Justin off the corner looking to set up somebody in the midfield that was Squishy, who doesn't find the shot on net, but he keeps the pressure forward, and this could be something for NRG. And just when you think they have a shot or an opportunity, Space Station can battle back and turn this one on offense.
Final few seconds, Squishy with some control. Reynolds kicks it out to Daniel. What's Daniel gonna do? Garrett G goes up to try to stop him. Flip reset comes out, but it doesn't matter. Ball hits the corner down, and NRG and SSG are in overtime on game 1.
All right, let's see what we get. Squishy real fast off the kickoff, and that one actually might float in just in the cleanup, all thanks to Squishy Muffins and the hustle off the kickoff.
Oh, that the 50 right there that you see from Squishy to set that all up, completely threw off the defense, and it's an easy follow-up from Justin.
Insane. Just those small little touches, that's all it comes down to. One small 50-50, and that's the end of game 1. It didn't come down to any crazy mechanical play, nothing out of the ordinary, just a smart positional awareness from Squishy, and that's it.
It's still kind of surprising, though. You know the ability from everybody, and that's the way we end game 1, huh?
Yeah. Look, you know, it's not anticlimactic, all right? They know what they're up against, Daz. They're waiting. They're reserving their energy. We haven't seen any flip resets. We haven't seen any double taps. All right, it's nice and simple, fundamental Rocket League. What more can you ask for?
A couple more flip resets. I think that's
I
what
would like that too.
I would like that. Maybe a double. You know, there's a, you know, when you see these guys on the field, the 50 into the net is the least thing you would expect here. But that also goes to show just how close these guys are on the field, to where it comes down to like the individual mechanical plays. Again, go back to talking about that chess match between the players, and it's just a little bit more than, you know, it's just more than what you do. The intentional touches. We've seen it again. NRG can move upfield with the ball, but they'll let it go to SSG if they don't think it's a good enough play. That's a big 50 win for Daniel to start us off, but just a little bit off target. And now Justin and Garrett, a bit of a double commit as they try to move upfield.
Yeah, and those are the mechanics you want to see out of Daniel, the rookie on the roster. And where were the demos from Space Station Gaming? Maybe game 1 they were getting things warmed up, like I mentioned, but a big routine play for them has always been sending Reddles and Arsenal up forward, getting a demo on that third man, taking the goalkeeper out, and that opens a lot of space up for Daniel, who's usually in that third man spot waiting to clean up. Here's Daniel, though, getting a bump, and then the setup from Reddles out for Arsenal, but it's read by NRG, and their defense stands tall.
And I mean, that's really good, though, on the defense, as Daniel will put that double to the side. Justin had an awkward clear midfield, still managed to turn it into a pass to Garrett, and even then another one after Daniel gets that boom back. Just because you get these guys a little bit out of position, again, the mechanics really come in when they're able to turn it into teamwork style plays, and that's evidence on both sides of the field, as it's still been a stalemate within the first minute.
Yeah.
For Ben Temple, it's getting a little shaky.
Daniel. Yeah, and you see Daniel in the midfield. He was waiting after the 50-50, really good positioning. And Reynolds, this is the demo game, as well as Daniel, that we expected to see more physical plays out of Space Station Gaming. This is their play style that they love, and that actually got them quite a few amount of goals in their previous matchup. We need that physical play if they want to have any chance against NRG.
Physical play did leave some open lanes, but this is a good chance now. Arsenal to Daniel versus Squishy to Arsenal, who will get the finish. SSG passing it all the way downfield.
And this one might have been going in regardless, but look at the little fake. Look at that turn. There was a sidestep earlier on from Daniel to fake out the defender of NRG. You don't know which way he's going. Daniel makes you look silly, and he just totaled the defense of NRG.
It looked like that one was still going in, and regardless, Arsenal making sure.
Yeah, goal steal, all right? Just say it, Daz, just say it.
It was a little goal steal, but for him, he's just securing it.
Yeah.
They don't want to leave anything to chance here against NRG. I respect it.
There it is, though, the sauce we were waiting for, Daz. The extra cherry on top, and that's the mechanics from Daniel. SSG, this is when they're in their peak form.
Oh, Garrett G, incredible read.
And we were talking about mechanics on the other side from Daniel, but how about the veteran Garrett G? Read it perfectly off the top of the stadium and follows through wonderfully. That's how you get it done. And we're all tied up.
Okay, we're getting a little show here on Forbidden Temple with Daniel with some fakes. Garrett, another follow-up, no double there.
They love that spot. NRG keeps blasting the ball on the top of the box, on the top of that stadium where you can't really read it as the defender, and they just keep going for it.
High ball clear. Little bit of a jumble in the corner. Arsenal trying to get a bump on Squishy. He's a little awkward. Reynolds tried to come in to clear it out. SSG on the offense. Ball out to the corner. Another bump. Garrett was going to get a clear there. Now Justin will be the one needed to go up. Still, more pressure. Daniel, high ball. Arsenal with the follow-up off the corner. Daniel, can he get the touch to put it in? No, says Justin. Barely. The NRG defense is holding on.
Oh, and that one hurts for Daniel. I went to his perspective and saw that he was on 0 boost, and you were wondering why that shot was so weak, and it's exactly that. No boost in the tank, couldn't get the follow-up, couldn't get the speed he wanted on it, but regardless, it was a good look and one of the better ones we have seen out of Space Station to take the lead. All tied up here, under 2 minutes left. We've got Justin holding it down in the midfield, doesn't get the follow-up, and NRG look to maybe build something on offense if they can even get it past the midfield line, because Space Station, they've set up their camp there.
Oh man, more bumps. NRG defense struggling there, but they will get some open space. They try to work out that transition, but that's a good clear from Arsenal.
Daniel.
SSG trying to get a big time goal. You see that clock ticking down. Reynolds on the ball. Flick open, but way too far. Daniel side flips, cannot reach that at all as much as he wanted to. Garrett will interrupt Reynolds, but he was still trying to send that to Arsenal. You can see the push and pull effect. Garrett G now with a cut on the play. Daniel awkward, and we'll have to play that one low into Squishy.
And I'm looking through all the players from Space Station Gaming. It's hard for them to grab any boost. Finally, when they get on offense, they can steal some. But before then, they were all sitting on empty in the tank. There's going to be a big clear from NRG to commit to the play, and Garrett G has them to bails them out, excuse me. As we still have SSG there swarming, and it comes down to 150-50. Reynolds on the sidewall, one challenge, one goal.
And on the 12th shot SSG take, it's the one that pinches in the net for NRG. Good 50 there for Reynolds, reading the defense perfectly. And now they control the pace for the final 36 seconds.
That was an interesting challenge for Reynolds. In that situation, you just want to win it, and for him to get the goal on top of that, it's just got to feel so good, especially against an NRG roster where goals are very hard to come by. Here they are again, though. Reynolds, can he make it 2 goals? Let's see.
Play out. Testing shot from Arsenal. Another cut into the play, not letting NRG have any space. SSG trying to play the 50 game, but NRG break out a little bit. Garrett has to go back. Big clear towards the sidewalls and where he wants it to be. It's sent to Squishy. Squishy has to keep this one up. Trying to get it to Garrett. Soft touch. Garrett, will he be able to connect with it? No, it'll hit the ground. And we got a tied up series.
Yeah, and we saw another demo from Arsenal rotating back as that third man took out, I believe it would have been Justin there, as the third man to keep the ball up. So just destroying any opportunities that would have been given up to NRG. And
look at
as
those
we reflect
shots.
now, it's crazy, man. Space Station, they really picked things up.
I mean, amazing. Like the shot total so high there for Space Station Gaming. Yeah, and the same thing for the defense. Yeah, so good from Daniel. You see this solo play from Garrett G, and yeah, it was a great goal from him, but that was really the rest of NRG's offense for the rest of the game. They weren't able to really let much happen. And now when we look at this, it seems like SSG have a formula. Just keep the pressure up, because at some point the defense starts to break here for the general NRG.
Yeah, and it was the opposite story here in game 2 with the 50-50s. Originally, like if you think back to the kickoff goal that Squishy got in game 1, he got that goal solely off of a 50-50, but then it's the same thing. However, for Space Station Gaming, Reynolds, the game-winning goal off of a 50-50, a weird challenge, and it's coming down to those small instances in the game where you need to win the challenge. You need to know how to position yourself up against the other team, and speed can come into that. A lot of different things. Boost can end up affecting those challenges. In game 3, though, who will be dominant in the midfield and start winning those challenges more, because I think that's what it's coming down to, Daz.
Squishy!
Oh!
Flip reset! You saw the fake there! Oh my goodness!
We go from very slow 50-50 goals into flip reset fakes. You take one player out and then dust the other two in the net. Squishy muffins, my goodness.
It's been a long time since we've seen that one. And of course, it's Squishy to do it. What a start in game 3 for NRG. SSG trying to get back on this one very quickly. As Reynolds pops that one up high, Daniel looks to intercept the ball here a little bit. Again, SSG want to get back to how they were playing in game 2. Start that offensive pressure. Keep the ball in front. Make NRG break on that defensive end.
They were also suffocating NRG in the midfield. I mean, winning every challenge, but it's not the case in game 3 as Justin wins that one. Squishy is here for an early touch. He goes for a smaller touch and almost get a rule 1, but it's broken off by Daniel. A bit surprising there. I don't want to be the guy to call him out, but
called him out.
Daniel, he bailed out of it, man. He bailed out of it.
Yeah, he's here to play.
And I feel like if there's any player here you'd expect it would probably be Daniel to keep the rule 1. So I'm a little shocked.
I feel like he's the younger one, you know? I don't think the young guns do that these days.
He's got the expectations. Oh, it's not the youngins, you know, they're not hip with it. Okay.
Yeah. It happens. It happens. SSG though, trying to make something happen on the offense. Arsenal tried to get that flick over, but Gary G was set. You could tell everybody was just, waiting there on the NRG defense for that ball to get to him. Here's a turn. What is SSG doing when they get these opportunities? When you get a free ball on the sidewall, you see Daniel trying to play that fast game, but he ends up hitting it into the defense. Again, giving the ball to NRG, not necessarily the thing that you want them to do. You want them to be uncomfortable and make awkward touches out so you can control it a little bit more.
Well, and NRG are playing much slower than I think they're normally used to, and it's to counter the aggression from Space Station Gaming, the passing play to obliterate NRG's defense.
Wait, Dale gets credit. Ooh! Hit his wheel.
Hey, yo.
Reynolds, what a shot.
I think Reynolds looks mad, too. You can see him in the face cam. He looks upset. And to be honest with you, I think Daniel deserves that goal. Did you see the flip reset to get that pass in the first place?
Oh, that flip reset was nice.
Come on, he deserved it. He deserved it.
Well, he got it. We'll pat the stats there a little bit, but Reynolds, he was really impressed with that shot. Arsenal will get a chance to shoot, but Squishy says no.
Oh my, the counterattack though, there's so much space. Gary G, it's one shot and it's saved by Daniel. So quick to rotate up on that sidewall. Gary G, if he placed it lower, it might have squeezed under Daniel, but Daniel had it read from a mile away.
SSG starting to play with a little bit more momentum. You see how they're moving downfield. They're quick. And even with that quick counterattack from NRG, you saw how fast Daniel got to that ball. Now Squishy off the ceiling, jumps off. But wasn't able to really get a good 50 on that play. So now Space Station. It's Arsenal in front. He was trying to look for a demo. Garrett G saw an early challenge from him just to make sure it gets out the way. So risky are plays like that, but you see SSG coming upfield, you got to do something.
Yeah, and look at this. There's a lot of challenges from Space Station Gaming where nobody from NRG even wants to go up for the ball. And it's coming down to a transitional game. We haven't seen NRG hold a lot of possession, but the few opportunities that they've gotten have started in their own defensive half. However, we have the rotations, the recovery, just in time from Space Station Gaming to get the save, Daz.
I mean, yeah, the rotations, especially from Daniel on the defensive end, have been...
Yeah.
He's been exactly where he needs to be, but he's going to need to be up big again. Squishy redirect. NRG with the lead.
All right, so Squishy starts us off. He gets a flip reset, and then now here he is with a lovely finish off that pass from Justin. While it wasn't a flip reset pass, the execution to get that one in the middle, especially from the corner, that was such a difficult one to pull off, and Justin made it look easy.
You got to bring the ball out just enough to where your teammate gets there before the defender. And he allowed Squishy to really pick and choose where he wanted to place that shot. Now NRG with the lead. This one's been crazy. Daniel now, solo play effort. Reynolds trying to get that follow-up and play a 50 high. Who's going to be next? It's Arsenal. Low ground play. Wins the 50 against Garrett, but the ball bouncing off that back wall only leads to issues for SSG trying to hold on to possession.
And it's difficult for SSG because NRG, they're comfortable with staying on their own half. I feel like most of this game, NRG have just been on the back foot with their backs against the wall. And maybe not for too long will they hold the lead, but it's saved. Gary G out of the net, finds a touch, and keeps them in the lead.
There were 2 members of SSG in the net with Garrett. It looked like it was impossible for him to make that save.
How are they comfortable like this? SSG, they are suffocating NRG. They're taking the boost. They're getting demos. Surely something has to slip up. We're waiting for that moment out of NRG.
Double commits NRG scrambling to get back. Arsenal drops that down, but Daniel can't go. He ends up having to get out the play, tries to come back in, has Reynolds in midfield, play up high. Reynolds does get there first, but Justin's still able to get the 50. Final 13, Arsenal puts a shot on. Daniel, no, that's a mistouch. It's going the wrong way. Time ticking down. SSG need to move upfield, and that clear is going to give it back to NRG. Ball still high. Is Reynolds going to be able to control this? They've done it before against this team. Squishy, though. Oh, wait, Daniel has
Still
it.
up. Daniel, what do you got? Daniel, you've gotten this before. You know how to make buzzer beaters, and it's going to fall down. Wait, Arsenal. My boy, he's keeping it up.
Still a chance. Reynolds out to Daniel. Daniel got a piece of it. Arsenal on top of the ball again. Flicked it over one. Squishy is going to get a double. Is that going to hit the ground? It is.
Ooh.
Tense game 3. But the general NRG end up taking the win there.
This was a crazy one. I mean, NRG, they were stuck literally in their own half the majority of the game. I don't know how they remained so comfortable. And I think that's the main thing for NRG coming into this game. They told themselves, and they must have known that their playstyle has to be defensive, that they have to stay really deep with their rotations. We started it off with an absolute slapper from Squishy Muffins, and then another one from Daniel with the flip reset pass where he stole the goal. And most of these shots and goals from NRG, it was their first one. They weren't keeping steady and consistent pressure, Daz. They were just coming up for maybe 1-2 shots at the max, and then they'd have to rotate back, but they were comfortable with it, and they managed to hold on.
Yeah, that's really big here. Paying attention to NRG being able to like hold out on defense.
Yeah.
There was at least maybe like 2 or 3 chances there towards the end of the game where Space Station looked like, okay, they're getting a tying goal here.
Yeah.
And I mean, we saw double commits on defense. We saw, again, that scramble of control. I don't think they're comfortable being on defense this much, Turtle, but they're making it work.
That's what I'm saying. It's well, you'd think they'd be uncomfortable, but the fact that they just keep working with it and they don't care, and it's almost like they don't even look too stressed out. I don't think NRG ever looks stressed out, to be honest, with the webcams. I mean, just robots. I mean, remember Squishy Muffins on Cloud 9, but my goodness, they are stuck literally in their own half, can't get the ball out, and yet they are maintaining possession. And I think that gives a lot of life and a really good sign for SSG that it's just a matter of time. It's a waiting game because the pressure has proven to work. You just got to make sure you can force a mistake out of NRG, and you could take the series.
It came down to one transition where Justin got that pass to Squishy.
Yeah.
Things changed there. That game still is going on. But NRG's been able to make the most on their strides upfield, and we've been able to see that. Not that time, though. Garrett with a big whiff. They're looking at the backboard. A miss there from Daniel. Arsenal's still up there, but it's a free ball to NRG. Pass. Garrett, Squishy, he on the angle.
I don't know how he found that small little area because Arsenal had the goal pretty much covered. He's waiting on the backboard. You see him. He's waiting for the shot from Squishy. And if Squishy hits that at any other spot, it's going to get saved. The man is too accurate and gets the first one for NRG.
Smiles on NRG after that goal. And we see exactly. I mean, they had a lot of time to plan that one out. The execution from Squishy on that shot, phenomenal.
I mean, he's been pretty flawless so far with that shooting accuracy. Even in that last game, just that first goal, getting the fake and to stay out here. He's been the moving force on offense, which originally it was Justin in this head-to-head against SSG. And on the other side, we expected it to be more from Daniel. We've gotten some good glimpses, and Reynolds, he's stepping up on offense to get one that bounces off a couple of defenders and in.
Yeah, I mean, Arsenal almost got the flip reset there, realized he didn't have it, gives it to Reynolds, and you see the ball bouncing off the defense. Unfortunate there for NRG, but for Space Station, that's exactly what they need. That pressure to just make the defense make the mistakes on their own. Working out.
And it's going to be difficult. Very commendable pass there from Arsenal, who left the shot. Now he's going for a couple more fakes. Arsenal just mind gaming everybody on NRG. He sets it up for Reddles, who maybe can give Daniel a shot. It's a tight angle. All three members of NRG are in the exact same spot, but things slow down, and Garrett G looks to dribble.
I mean, the way that we're seeing SSG, this is how much of a threat they are on offense. They have NRG jumping very early on some touches, have the entire defense trying to break down plays. It's been, again, this comes down to like some of these push and pull situations.
Yeah. Well, and very slower approach at times from NRG, where we just saw Garrett G slow the play down and hold on a second. So many people just committed on that one shot. It looked like we almost had 3, maybe 4 cars in the same spot, but still nothing from NRG as they look maybe to build something on offense, intercepted by Reddles, and they move out.
SSG low on boost as Justin goes up. His shot just blocked out, and Arsenal with a great follow-up to deny Squishy the shot chance. Halfway through game 4. NRG still with pressure. Justin won't get a double there, but will force Arsenal to knock it away. SSG doing a great job following up on defense to buy themselves some space. NRG, you can see them starting to get a little bit more offensive than we've previously seen them. I think, you know, you said it earlier with that defense just being kind of suffocated. I think it's starting to get to them.
Oh, but slowly SSG are breaking down that defense whenever they at least find any form of possession with those demos. And yeah, I mean, NRG, they're not alone on their half anymore. They haven't been stuck on the goal line as much, but it doesn't matter because Daniel is going to absolutely obliterate the defense you've got set up.
Garrett couldn't get the rid. Daniel says he'll take those every single day.
Oh my goodness.
Amazing goal there for the Space Station Gaming's newest addition. A very valuable addition, I might say.
And maybe you think this is what SSG are craving. Some more counterattacks, maybe some bigger clears, like that one from Daniel where he has more space on the backboard. Because if they're holding that possession the entire time, sometimes the quality of shots can dwindle down a bit. And instead, while they're getting fewer shots on target, they're much more lethal, Daz.
And that's really what it's about. Just actual chances that are dangerous towards a team's defense. SSG completely understand it. They're able to get a lot of pressure, but for them, you know, quality and quantity doesn't hurt. Because the more shots they put on, the more they stretch NRG's defense out, and the more it leads to NRG making some mistakes, which we have seen this series.
Nice 50-50 from Daniel. Under a minute left. NRG leading in the series, but if this one runs out of time, we'll see it all tied up from Space Station Gaming. Another follow-up from Justin. And right when you think Space Station Gaming know how to handle NRG, you see Justin come through.
Yeah, it's really the 50 and the double commit that opens up a lane for Justin. And I mean, that's a really, really picture-perfect shot. Just enough speed to sneak through the defense.
Yeah. Still impressed with Squishy's performance throughout this whole series. Winning every 50-50, finding those shots, getting the setups. Justin getting a piece of the Reddles here. And now Garrett G, an open net, but it's saved from Arsenal as he stayed in the air and found the follow-up. Squishy, he might have a flip reset opportunity. NRG knocking on the door to win this one.
20 seconds. Squishy uses the flip. So pass to Justin. Daniel with the cutout. It'll be Reddles and Garrett on the 50. Garrett wins that one, and it'll go straight to Arsenal. He's awkward. Justin, it's still in SSG's end. Ball out. Squishy trying to set up Garrett. Garrett gets bumped, still tries to get a piece of it. And will we see a drive from Space Station Gaming? Ball's cleared away.
Oh, does he keep it up? No.
And Squishy let it fall. They need a reset. Game 4 overtime coming at you.
I'm kind of sad, Squishy. I wanted you to keep it up. I wanted to see an opportunity from both sides, but I guess we won't get it. Instead, we have OT, where leading up to this overtime, the momentum had definitely shifted rapidly in favor of NRG. Maybe things will change, though, as Space Station Gaming find a clear and connect with Daniel.
High ball. A little awkward of a clear there, but gets downfield.
Oh.
Now Arsenal.
Here we go.
Justin right behind him. He's going to be awkward this entire way, but still gets the ball out to the midfield. And Squishy has to go up. Reddles is hunting. Now it's going the other way. Transition, pass, middle. Justin can't connect. And Arsenal will take it And around we go. But now things finally slowing down. Back and forth chances. Transition still coming up. Justin tries to put a shot on. Daniel will pick up another save. That'll be his third one of the game.
This is unbelievable. It feels like the ball is literally doing laps around the field. We start off in the SSG half, then things transition out over to NRGs, but then they get an instant clear towards the other side. Not one team can maintain constant pressure. However, NRG, they have held on to this ball for quite some time. Maybe Reynolds can start that lap again and get things going for SSG.
Big game here. SSG got to come out on top of this one. Daniel gets another save and still not done. They got to get this ball out. You see Garrett G looking for demos there on Reynolds, trying to throw things off. Squishy to Justin. Back to Squishy, but it's too far. He can't get there. Trying to find a pass out, but the touches from NRG haven't been as on point as they'd like. Garrett with a chance, but defense set from Space Station Gaming. They won't give up one that easily.
And everybody on NRG, they're looking for demos. Look at Gary G. Squishy also just went for another demo, and somehow Space Station have dodged them. If one of them connects, that might be the end of this OT. Arsenal, he's there to bail out his own teammates and get the save. It has been back and forth so far in this overtime, Daz.
Yeah, to say it hasn't been sloppy. I mean, that's really what it is. I mean,
it's weird. It's weird seeing these two teams, of all of them, be a bit sloppy with the rotation.
It's just when you're trying to disrupt the other team so much, sometimes it's just hard. Things just kind of get lost in transition, and everybody is trying to make the most out of what they got. Squishy, does he have the flip? Doesn't matter.
Demo.
Garrett looking for a double here, but can't find a connection on the ball. Space Station Gaming. Again, looking to tie this series up. Good bump. Reynolds with space. Has to get past Garrett and Justin. Does it?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, Reynolds! Unbelievable from Reynolds. Picks it up and completely puts the defense in shambles.
Oh my goodness, what a fake too. You saw Reynolds jump up. He hit the ball with the nose of his car, but got no power on it, and it ended up faking the defender, lands perfectly under it, and then gets the flick in. Space Station Gaming, they were relentless. They held it down on defense through so many demos, so many disruption plays out of NRG where they're rotating, they're taking out a player, they're getting a demo, they're taking your boost, and Space Station, it doesn't matter. They can hold on and wait for Reynolds to bail them out.
I mean, if you guys are watching at home, buckle up, because these teams are playing lights out Rocket League. I mean, look at that play.
Yeah.
That was amazing. Reynolds coming out clutch for Space Station.
I'm losing it, Daz, because it's weird. It's like the teams on each side are so uncomfortable because of how aggressive those rotations have been. And not all the time do we see NRG pick a fight with whoever's being aggressive. A lot of times NRG will just let Space Station do whatever they want, take more boost, get demos, because NRG focus on those counterattacks. But that hasn't been working, especially in that game. So NRG try to pick things up on the physical side. They go for demos. They take more boost. It doesn't work out. And meanwhile, as a result, we get all this crazy back and forth Rocket League where maybe the rotations aren't there because somebody else on the field just got bumped all the way back to their own end, Dez.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a field day breaking this series down. I'll tell you that much. Looking at the general NRG against Space Station, anything but comfortable can be said on both sides of the field. But there's a lot of room for some star power action, and we've seen that as there's just superstars all on the field in their own respective rights.
And we've seen a lot of highlight plays so far in the series. We saw a lot from Squishy Muffins. Justin was getting involved a couple times with the passing, the double tap, of course, from Garrett G. Meanwhile, on the other side, Daniel, he has been playing exceedingly well. We've got a lot of plays and a lot of aggressive demos from Arsenal, and of course, Reynolds now closing it out in that previous game, tying up the series.
Squishy gonna take this one. Garrett G. It's a beat out on Daniel. Justin, good shot. Play Garrett G. Great redirect to start off game 5.
Yeah, and Garrett G, he's so tenacious here as he lands in the net, and then as he's rotating out, Daniel might have been able to get a touch there, but Garrett G to secure it. And he did a lot of the heavy lifting for that play, started things off, and was able to close it.
We've seen this happen where NRG have started out hot, like in the first minute of multiple games. It really comes down once SSG kind of get their footing in. That's when you start to see the pressure as they're looking to set some up right now. Good beat on Daniel, beats out 2. And tries to get a demo on Squishy, but Squishy up early. And here's Arsenal. Clear upfield to Reddles. Reddles has a lot of boost here to work with, but that's a light touch. Testing ball. Oh, Daniel couldn't get control of that. Arsenal comes in to bail him out. Could have been dangerous.
Yeah. Really back and forth already after that first goal. We've seen big clears from both sides. SSG, there's space now for Daniel to get something potential off the backboard. A follow-up from Reddles. And then another 50-50. Space Station Gaming really spaced out, and Justin's forced to go for a shot there. And then Arsenal keeps trying to steal these goals. I'm not sure if Squishy would have found the save, but regardless, this one did eventually go in.
Yeah, I really can't tell on that. Honestly, a little shaky there, but hey, they'll take it.
Bro, I was on Squishy's perspective, and it looked like Squishy was not going to get the save, and then we all of a sudden saw Arsenal get the touch. And hold on a minute, off the kickoff, Justin gets a goal. NRG are now in the lead. What? How did this go in?
It's the cheat. Justin cheated up just enough. Ball bounced out. He's able to beat out Daniel to it. No one home from Space Station Gaming. So, even with that goal that we saw from SSG, you can't afford to get too comfortable.
Yeah.
These kickoffs are crazy.
It's ridiculous to see something like that slip in after all the mechanics we have seen. Squishy, another huge shot, and Squishy sitting on 66% goal participation for this series, doing a lot of the work. He continues that trend and puts another shot on.
Now Squishy. That back wall. NRG is set for defense. When you look at some of these individual battles that are happening, Daniel gets past through, and Arsenal just pushes through the whole team. SSG dancing past them.
And look at the threat that Daniel can cause. Squishy and Gary G, they're in the same spot. They don't know how to handle the newcomer Daniel. They're waiting to see what he can do, and even with that level of patience, Daniel is still outplaying you and getting that pass in.
Can we talk about how he got the flip reset and used it immediately off the ball? That time, like, you don't see that every day.
Yeah.
And for Daniel pulling it out here, of course, NRG, not expecting it at all, caught them way off guard. Another chance for a goal. Justin had to dodge Reynolds. He was trying to take him out.
How often do we see NRG have two players in the same position? Usually they're so organized, and I know, Daz, you're obviously aware of this, where NRG, they like to play a very clean and, like I said, organized defense. So for them to both be in the same spot, wondering what Daniel's going to do, it's got to be a shocking thing to witness here as SSG have tied things up.
They're definitely getting creative. And for NRG, you know, the team likes to pass a lot. We see them all the time, even now. Trying to go for that three-man pass play. Garrett just squishy down to Justin. Still cut out. This SSG roster, they don't necessarily, they're easily able to read a play like that and cut it out. And then, of course, when you look at their mechanics in the way that any individual can show up and shake away a defense, that's what makes NRG start to scramble. Because not only do their plays that, you know, cost a lot of resources to create get shut down, then they have to transition, play on low boost. Ends up being a tough match for the General, which is why we're still tied up as we approach that 1 minute mark.
And I'm waiting personally to see SSG start to activate the physical game, because it has slowed down slightly with the demos. And while things are moving in their favor a lot of times down the field, they can activate that. They can all of a sudden flip the switch and get a demo like that from Reddles. Doesn't even matter, though, when Justin is absolutely on a tear.
Oh, Justin, first touch, jumps off the steal and uses the dodge at the perfect time to push that one in. Justin bringing NRG the lead in a crucial time in game. 50 seconds left.
He's the player who was able to close out and secure that win in the grand finals. His stats alone were so impressive. To see him step up now, a good sign for all NRG fans at home. However, you're faced with one player, Daniel. Might make things hard.
There's Daniel right now. Look at how quickly he's able to get off the back wall, play that first touch into a 50. Now moving upfield. Getting Garrett G up early. NRG trying to manage the clock. 20 seconds.
Oh, we got another
Justin
tug.
looking for another goal and almost found it. Daniel gets the double, but a little awkward. Ball gets sent away again. Does Space Station Gaming have a 0-second play? It doesn't matter. Justin finds the angle. A 2-goal lead.
A hat trick to this man's name, Justin. He read this bounce. Daniel went for the boost instead of the ball. A classic situation, and Justin made him pay. The security has been found for NRG, and it looks like they're going to go to match point.
Yeah, this one ticking down. And
oh my,
again,
don't do it again. Don't do it again.
I think we're fine. Match point.
What is going on? This series, I feel like you could come into this series. We've already seen it before. We've already seen it play out between these two teams. It's like the opposite of what we had witnessed before. It's been so back and forth. Each team changing their play style every single game. It's like we get a different version of NRG and SSG, and it looks like we also do have a timeout for Space Station Gaming. We'll see what they have to figure out.
You know, if there's anyone who can figure it out, it's Coach Chrome. He's the brains behind the Space Station Gaming operation, and he's always a treat to talk to. I know that he's very proud of like this particular roster. We ended up talking to him. We had an interview a couple of weeks ago where he talked about picking up Daniel, how that ended up working out. He says the team vibes are very high. Daniel's a player that loves to learn, and I think it's motivated the rest of the Space Station Gaming team. And they're gonna need to kind of, talk to Daniel in some of these like situations to be able to guide him, because this is a lot of pressure.
And well, the thing of it is, it doesn't really seem like Daniel is slipping up under that pressure. While in that last moment, maybe opting to go for the boost instead of the ball could have been a signal and a sign that he's slightly off his game. I still think he's had a fantastic performance throughout this entire series. So not too much pressure on his shoulders. He's been here before. He already has that first regional event, even making it to the grand finals. So he knows what it's like to be in this high pressure situation. Now the question is, what do they implement to change things up? How do they attack and approach the NRG defense that's constantly changing and evolving as each second goes on, Daz?
Exactly. And I know there's people at home who wonder what they're saying, and you'll end up probably hearing it eventually in one of the comms videos that comes out for SSG.
Yeah.
Whatever they go over, it's going to have to cause a big change. They got to force game 7 here against an NRG team that, they're starting to really show up in some of these games. You've seen some of the offense come out from them in terms of the pass plays, the individual performance, and that's the one that closed it out from Justin. Shots like those are so hard to defend, and NRG, the shot placement has just been on form for them this series.
And maybe that's an indicator that Daniel is putting too much responsibility on his own shoulders, because he's opting to go for the boost. Maybe he wants to do all the heavy lifting on offense, when maybe if he just slows down a bit, focuses up on the fundamentals on defense, and gets those 50-50s, against NRG, things could change. We'll have to find out. They had a timeout. They had some time to think it out. Now, will they implement anything different? Because they're up against NRG on match point.
Match point in the upper bracket semifinals. Who gets to go to the winners final? And who will we see in the lower bracket? Again, right in the middle of the winner split. Both teams trying to give themselves the most easiest road possible going into a 3, so they can lock themselves in for the winner major.
Yeah, and there's also, I believe there's a chance even for NRG to clinch a spot, but it's up to like several different things. I think SSG obviously need to lose. Rogue lost in the lower quarterfinal, and I think an Envy lost at Oxygen, which we did end up seeing. So things have been crazy for NRG. A lot of moving pieces, but at the end of the day, you control your own destiny if you just keep taking wins, Dads.
Exactly. And I think that's all that matters to them, knowing this team. Just play the match in front of you. I think the same can be said for the Space Station Gaming roster. They missed out on the fall major, and they are trying to climb their way back into being, that top team that a lot of their fans know they can be. As Daniel tries to, a big demo play there. Reynolds also tried to go for Garrett. Daniel tried to go for Justin, but no one able to connect there. So ball will get played back out into the midfield.
On here we have Garrett off the backboard. Squishy did get bumped, but he still found a touch. And then Garrett G, the extra dunk. I'm amazed that Squishy was able to react after that bump play on the backboard. He still did get the pass off. It didn't work out, but that's just an indicator of how strong and resilient NRG and their offense can be, because even if you demo them, you take them out of the play, they'll find a way to make it work.
Reynolds trying to make that offensive push work. Now transition. A race, and Arsenal will beat out Squishy to get there. Sends it across to Daniel, who's in weight. Play out to Reynolds, and a crash on the goal line blocks out that shot.
Now we've got Gary G.
Whoa.
Nice little shot from Squishy. This is getting more and more amped up for NRG. They are literally firing on all cylinders. Every player obviously taking a shot. Gary G with 2 shots to his name. A double demo. Squishy and Daniel equalizing each other, and that's going to leave some space for Justin.
Justin tries to control it. Demo on Squishy. Now Arsenal plays it high, looks for the double. Won't be able to get it. Gary G can't connect with the ball either. And Daniel shot straight at Squishy. But maybe another chance here. Daniel up fast. Does he have the double? Daniel! He does! Double for Daniel!
This is what we expect and can now expect in almost every single series from this kid. He is destroying them with the double taps. The mechanics are just on another level for Daniel. We have seen it literally in every series with him popping off, and he continues to do so.
We wanted to know how would he look after the timeout. It's safe to say he's looking good, but there's Squishy to respond. Top right corner.
And this is so demoralizing for Daniel because he just popped off. He just got the double tap, and then he's alone on the defensive line. It's a 50-50 from Squishy Muffins, who has been participating in so many goals throughout the series, winning that challenge. It goes off the corner and in. And right when you think you might have an advantage or a chance against NRG, they shut you back down.
Now, SSG has to start over. Again, looking to force that game 7. Garrett up there. Reynolds gets a piece of it. And SSG taking their time. Squishy even hunting, but Daniel handling all that pressure well.
We'll see. Maybe something out of Arsenal as he's looking to get an air dribble. Garrett G's already up. He wins the 50-50, which has been the difference maker for NRG on defense to stay alive. However, any ounce of space that you give to Daniel, or quite simply any player on SSG, could be the end of you, because those mechanics are just incredible. Here's Reynolds to recover. He actually opts to go back and get a bigger hit off the backboard, but not to anybody or a player.
And there was a chance there. Daniel up now trying to beat Squishy. The ball will float in front of the net, and Justin will be able to pick it up. But it's coming down to that time. Final minute, game 5. NRG on match point, looking to close this series out. Garrett wants to set up Squishy, but Squishy will have to chase this down. Be 50'd out to Reynolds. Reynolds with a lot of speed on that ball. Garrett G will connect in time, but SSG getting some of those off-ball demos, trying to slow down NRG. They're a little bit low on boost, but they're managing the ball correctly.
And what NRG seem to be doing are going for these long clears. That's Justin, the double tap. That could have been the final nail in the coffin. He didn't hit it. As I was saying, NRG, they're going for a lot of these big clears, Daz, because they realize SSG, they're overextending to get to physical plays and to get that last demo on the goalkeeper. So a big clear could create some kind of counterattack. However, we're still all tied up. The final 13 seconds, SSG, their lives right now in the series on the line to take down NRG.
Reynolds up, looking for the win.
Oh, he has his
flip.
flip.
In front of the goal line. Daniel tries to get a piece of it, looks for the bump. Reynolds win. No! Overtime in game 6.
NRG, SSG, they're just mosquitoes. There's literal mosquitoes flying around NRG's defensive side. They've got to get the fly swatter out and just smack them down, because everybody's trying to demo you off the field. Squishy just got bumped in that last second to keep him alive. Couldn't get the save, but he's bailed out. Daz, this is insane from NRG's defense.
It is. They're holding on, but SSG clearly on the push here. Daniel beats out Garrett, but not at the cost of him. He gets demoed. We'll have to restart.
Squishy.
Arsenal's up first. Gets that ball. And look at that. Gary, he opts to play this solo because he saw Justin was getting cut out. So now Reynolds with the beat.
Clear.
What's Squishy gonna do now? Plays this off the sidewall. Immediately shut down. Reynolds got some bumps on Garrett, but Justin's on the ball now.
Look at the dribbles. Look at the space that's given up. It worked out for Arsenal because it was just tossed away from, Justin. But you don't want to give that amount of space up to NRG, who are so strong with that transition game.
And here, you're starting to see the transition build up. Battle for possession. Garrett with the win. At each moment, you see that ball bounce off a team's back wall. You get and Garrett with the dunk to finish. NRG winning 6.
It's all because of Justin and that win in the corner, forcing Daniel in such a weird spot. Garrett G stays aggressive, and another 50-50 win from NRG. The challenge game unmatched, and they take Space Station Gaming down.
Yeah, but they definitely had to work for it.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Came down to the wire many times over the course of this series, and ultimately it came down to Garrett G just being a little faster off that bounce, which is what makes the difference. But man, oh man, we saw all types of plays. Look at this one from Daniel.
Oh,
beautiful work on the double. That set things up for SSG, and it forced NRG to have to get some plays themselves. Again, trading blows constantly over the course of this.
And they were winning challenges. Like that was such a routine play for NRG that scored them several goals, was just winning a 50-50, winning a challenge in front of the net to get the ball to just squeeze in. And if it didn't go in, it would eventually go up and set up a different player waiting in the midfield. That challenge game, something Space Station are going to have to work on, or maybe it ended up being the speed. They're gonna have to do some replay reviews because that's a difficult one, and one that you think that Space Station Gaming could have taken the win in, Daz.
Yeah, so many opportunities there for SSG. I mean, but they really had NRG on the ropes. And this is one of the more tighter teams that have been able to, make NRG work this hard on some of their offensive plays. Yeah. But that being said, NRG move on to the winners finals. SSG move on to the lower bracket. We'll take a look at some of the lower bracket matches and recap this series after a quick break.
Spotlights have shined before. On February 6th, they will shine again. On something LA has never seen. You coming? Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
lights have shined before. On February 6th, they will shine again. On something LA has never seen. You coming? Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the NASCAR Rocket League 351. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs, as per usual, and Dazzler and Turtle joining us on the desk. Before we break down that last match, earlier in the pre-show, I mentioned drops were on for all streamers. I noticed that, and I tried to ask to see what was going on with that. And the only thing I got back, ladies and gentlemen, was I got to say this. Tune in Sunday for an announcement for the next big thing in RL Esports. I'm not quite sure what this means. Gibbs, do you have any insight into this?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Leaf.
Gibbs?
Why did he drink? Why is he drinking that water?
Why is he? That's so suspicious drink.
Just saying. Just saying. I have no idea. No idea.
Okay, apparently tune in Sunday for an announcement for the next big thing in RL Esports.
We'll see tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow. It's gonna be great. Don't worry about it.
Don't miss tomorrow. Be here tomorrow. Let's take a look at the recap, because we're still here today. We got to take a look at this match just happened. NRG versus SSG. Daz, you were there.
Oh yeah, I was there. Turtle was there. Turtle, it felt like we were in the pit. The way that matchup was, my goodness. You start off looking at SSG and NRG trading blows. Phenomenal mechanics. Look at that flip reset from Squishy. He pulled off the fake, and then Reynolds, he said, "I don't need a flip reset. I'm just gonna do this solo play by myself." It was unbelievable.
This was like the sloppiest, cleanest game I think I've ever seen. Like the mechanics were so good, and then also the rotations were so weird because everybody wanted to get demos. Space Station Gaming had double the demos. They were stealing more boost, but NRG still walk away with the win. How does that even make sense?
I don't know. Nothing makes sense anymore. Everything's a lie. I don't know. Let's
It's all a lie. It's all a lie.
Take a look at the bracket. That's the truth. That is the truth. We got, we're moving on, moving our way through. Yes. We're eliminating teams, drops them down. I heard we're getting some major implications starting to creep up here, though, Gibbs.
Yes, major implications. We could see NRG clinching the Winter Major today. They need FaZe to beat Rogue in this match, and NRG will clinch a top 5 spot already. So NRG looking pretty, like, obviously very likely making it no matter what. But if FaZe beats Rogue, they can then book their ticket to wherever the Winter Major is.
Nice. You're like humming there, Turtle.
I'm not saying anything, Turtle. I'm not saying anything. I don't know.
Said it like something.
Yeah,
we're still.
I smell something in the air. But I mean, that's not like too much to ask for as well. A FaZe Clan victory over Rogue, while Rogue, I mean, looks solid against. Sure. Like I said, that's more than likely, and I'm sure NRG would love to just have that big sigh of relief, knowing that they're going to make it to the major.
Well, let's talk about this match, because you know NRG is going to be keeping a close eye on this one. FaZe Clan versus Rogue. Dazarin, what are we going to see here? We know FaZe can be real hard on that offense. We know sometimes they got some roadblocks, it feels like.
It does. Today, out of all days, seems like the most roadblock kind of day for FaZe. We saw that matchup against G2. It didn't necessarily look too comfortable there for FaZe Clan. Again, just the biggest thing from them is just team play has been something that just been so hard for them to kind of deal with. A lot of double commits that we've seen. And this is a very, I'd say almost kind of selfish roster. If you think about just the fact that everybody here is playmakers, First Killer, AJ, Sypical, they're all used to being able to make something happen on their own for teams. But they're facing a rogue roster with Gyro, who I think out of everybody here, Gyro is the one who kind of knows that FaZe roster the most out of the people on his team. He used to play with some of them, like AJ. He got kicked from FaZe for First Killer, and now he's trying to build this roster with Aqua to kind of come back. This is going to be a little bit of a personal matchup for him.
Well, let's see what chat's thinking on this one. Let's see what they're saying with the hashtag. It's time for the Verizon fan vote, RGE or FAZE or ZE, depending, I guess, for the rest of the desk here.
Not the Z, bro. How dare you?
Sorry, it snuck out there. Get those hashtags in the chat right now. We're gonna tally those up while we're getting our predictions going on. I feel like these ones might be spicy. There's a chance for spice on these ones. Maybe. Okay, don't think not.
I don't know, man.
I feel like that means you have your mind set right now.
I mean, I'm pretty convinced so far in FaZe Clan, just because the one thing, and I'm thankful for Daz for bringing his name up, is Gyro. Like, Gyro did not look good at all, in my opinion, against Xset. I think Gyro is a great player, but he looked pretty sloppy on offense with the shots. He wasn't hitting anything. He had a lot of shots literally handed to him and was not securing them, and that needs to get picked up. I was impressed with Aqua. I thought Taroko had a really good game with some clutch shots himself, but Gyro, that man has to pick it up if he wants to take a win against FaZe Clan and basically make NRG sad because they won't secure the major.
I didn't expect that. I'll be honest. I didn't expect that one for Turtle. What do you mean
expect that? Did you watch the Xset game, bro?
Yeah, I watched it, but also
didn't look good.
It was sloppy.
Yeah, I didn't watch I watched the beginning of it, and then that's when I saw Gyro hit like a crazy double at the beginning. But he definitely did fall off towards the end. You're right. Yeah. But for me, I think it's a little bit about just the president of the FaZe Clan roster. That's been the biggest thing I've been hit on this week, is that you make a move, you pick up Sypical, you're expecting results. This should be just a simple, clean win for them. But the way the day has been, it's just been a little bit odd. That being said, I'm still going to go FaZe Clan anyways.
Okay. Yeah,
join me.
Join us.
FaZe
Clan. FaZe Clan over here.
Double FaZe. Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
So I talked earlier, just raw talent on FaZe, that they're going to beat the 12th best team in NA every day of the week. And Rogue currently is sitting in 11th in North America. There's just too much talent on FaZe's roster. Sure, it's not perfect yet, but they can overcome that with just raw talent. I'm going FaZe all the way.
Okay, it's not. I was trying to will it into existence for spicy predictions here. And because I heard you've been sipping on that Aqua all day, so I thought, but it didn't happen because I'm also going FaZe Clan. I'm also sitting on this side here. I think FaZe Clan's offense is so strong. What?
How much ice is in that cup, Gibbs?
Yeah, he's got someone filling it.
Bro, what is that? How can you drink
There's not even drinkable water.
Hey, I talked to Daniel and he brought the ice. And
oh my, okay, well there you go.
I like it.
Okay, Gibbs. I'm almost over you today.
Man,
I'm just
it's like a
drinking
smoothie,
water,
bro.
I can't even drink water on a show. What about Achieves with his 30 mugs? All right. It's just a glass of water.
Yeah, but the water, you can drink the water, bro. You get great brain freezes every time you take a sip over there, man.
He's probably just chewing on the ice. This is dinner right now. We got 65% for FaZe Clan. There's some Rogue fans out there. That's good. I think the players are ready, though. I think they're ready, which means it's time to head to the Verizon Skybox. We have Wave Punk and Achieves waiting to break down this match. Of course, NRG watching intently to see if FaZe can take the win. We'll see if Rogue can shut down those dreams.
FaZe Clan, after not quite being able to match the ferocity of G2, has a new opponent in Rogue. Rogue playing for the first time today and now here in the lower bracket, wanting to find a way through, or second time today, excuse me. This is how we started the day. It's been a long day at Chiefs, but we got 2 more matches. They're both going to be bangers.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of potential here. There's still some questions about Gyro. It's good to see him getting more involved in the offense, but they're absolutely right to say you got to start hitting your spots, especially when you're playing against FaZe, because even if FaZe was kind of struggling a little bit earlier against G2, they're not a team that you can afford to give extra chances and not convert the ones that they give you.
We'll see Rogue in the blue, FaZe in the orange. A best of 7. The loser goes home. The winner survives to play on Sunday. AJ in the corner. Pass to Rocco. Takes the ball. He's got first killer in the midfield. He goes for the pass. First killer gets it past him. Not going to be able to get the double tap, though. Open goal. Typical's not going to miss. 1-0 FaZe.
Yeah, nice, easy start here for FaZe. They get over the head of Gyro and Aqua. I mean, no chance to catch it with how hard it smashed off the backboard there. Just need your third man to actually get a piece of the ball. Unfortunately, not coming through that time.
Quick work here from FaZe in the first 30 seconds. Looking to see if they can finish it on kickoff here. Great demolition, an open goal to Rocco off the post. Has the shot, or the save rather, and now down the rest of the field, Rogue looking their first stop on offense. Aqua wins the challenge. Has to wave dash just to keep speed behind the ball. He's out of boost, but will rotate through the FaZe half. Picks him up on the way out. Rogue over the corner, first killer. Falling down on behind this ball, Aqua's got it. Keeping the ball high in the corners. Both teams happy to play altitude ball. His first killer now down off the side wall. Here's Taroko. Aqua calls him off. Oh, complete miscommunication. Wow. And FaZe scores a second goal.
FaZe literally just threw this ball into the corner again and again and again and again. And then eventually, yeah, Taroko and Aqua kind of get tangled up right on the exit of the net there. And just nobody went for it.
The rare zero commit. Neither player went for the ball. They both just slam on their brakes and look at it. And then the damage was done. 2-0 FaZe. This Rogue's defense struggling here in the beginning of game 1. Aqua now with an opportunity up against AJ. AJ takes to the sky. Flipping off the ceiling. Did not hold on to it. Aqua under 1 and behind 2. They'll get a pinch in, and Aqua gets Rogue on the board.
This is a great fake first under Typical. I mean, he definitely looked like he's powering it through and then just dives the nose down. It's so quick to make it all the way back to the floor. Even first killer thought he was going to have time to take that one away before Aqua got there for the ground pinch. What a play to get him back into it.
Rogue now on the board. Winning some challenges in the following kickoff, but the third man will scoop it up, and Typical just slams it into the corner. I think he got 3 touches on this, back to a 2-goal lead.
Yes, indeed. Strong one towards him. Always difficult. There's 1, 2, and let's make sure it gets in there just enough to muscle it through. I think Rogue was going to ungoal it either way, but Typical doing it all there.
It was like 1 touch, 2 touch, 3, 4, 5, 17. Just bounce a whole bunch in the corner. And it goes all the way in. First killer now. Putting more pressure on him. FaZe controlling this game. Oh, what a drop. I think Typical had rotated, expecting it on the other post, so they won't get a goal out of it. But still, Aqua setting up Gyro, looking for the taps. Typical takes it away from the wall, but Gyro's following him man-to-man, looking for the bumps on him. Take him off the ball, leave Taroko with space, but first killer now on second touch. Look at that challenge. All the way back down the field. Aqua will extend it over the front line of FaZe's offense. But Typical to drop it in once more. Oh, it's saved by Gyro off the crossbar. What a save.
Typical's firing him on target here in game 1. Absolutely stretching that Rogue defense to the limit here. He had a couple of great shots earlier against G2, but where we were questioning was really the challenge game, but that has not really been the struggle here in game 1 at all, as AJ decides to pull the string on Aqua, return the favor.
Watch this. Vaulted in the air, gets the reset, doesn't use it. Strands Aqua in the sky, pinches it on the ground, and Gyro just barely is not there. The game of pixels goes to FaZe yet again. 4-1 here in game 1.
I'm surprised that there's still, half a game.
There's half a game left to go.
5 goals already, and it kind of feels like, well, you can't really count Rogue out. 3 goals in 2 minutes, definitely manageable. It's really more of a question of, do they get their hands on the ball? They really haven't had a lot of possession here in game 1. Kind of been struggling to find a way through FaZe Clan's defense, but that is going to do it. Aqua just takes it away from first killer. He says, thank you very much, and I'm going to score again.
Aqua is single-handedly keeping Rogue in this game, wins the double, and then gets the tap off the wall with the soft side of the car. Nice touch.
Juicy. I mean, dude's juicy. Dude's firing on all cylinders. Who needs Taroko or Gyro? Who cares about that? Just have Aqua go win the game for you.
He's currently doing very well. Here was at 3 shots, 2 goals. Only 4 shots from Rogue right now. For context, there's 8 from FaZe Clan. Gyro gets it above. First killer now. Back to midfield. Toroko turns this around and flips on the wall. I think calling himself off the wall. It's typical now. Looking to see if he can use first killer's upfield presence to dismantle the defense, but you would have to just sit and wait for them to come to him. It wasn't going to work, so he fails on the play. FaZe go back to midfield. Coming around. Here's AJ tapping it down to the box. Oh, so close. Typical. Made him sweat there and go. All the way back down to Aqua. Through one. Gyro's up for it. Does not make contact. AJ out of the corner.
I was wondering if that one was gonna find its way through. I'm not sure Rogue's really got the fire. Wait. I'm an idiot. Just stop talking. They absolutely have enough to go get it done.
Bro, look at this. Look at this flip from Toroko. Let's just keep the ball in the box here, please. Thank you very much. And Gyro comes in, puts it under. Nice placement from Gyro. The defense had the middle line covered. He puts it straight at the defender, knowing he's gonna jump. And now only a 1-goal game, Chiefs.
This is wild. I mean, First Killer was actually doing so much good work there for FaZe, trying to limit Rogue's opportunities on offense and getting a little questionable here on defense with some missed touches, but a minute left, 1 goal, way to work back into a manageable spot.
Aqua to the outside. Interesting series of ricochets. Gives Aqua back the ball here. His first killer takes it off of him. Toroko running low on boost, having to dash just to get back. And then Gyro getting up high. AJ to stop here in the midfield. Uses all of his boost just to stall it out, but he gives it to First Killer. Now First Killer past 1, underneath 2, up against Aqua. To the outside. Typical. Through the corner, holding on to control. 19 seconds left. Rogue trailing by 1, has to get down the field and score. Aqua out of his box to the wall. Aqua has scored 2 of the 3 goals. He's out of boost. Connects with Gyro on the backward. Open goal. He doesn't tap it. He misses. 5 seconds left. Do they get another chance? AJ's keeping the ball high. The clock has expired. Aqua sends it to a dead corner. He's not able to keep it up. It touches. The opportunity was right in front of him, and they tripped on the way out of the kitchen.
Oh, man. And I looked at Gyro right after that game ended. He put his hand up to his head. He's like, I can't believe I couldn't get that double tap. That's tough. I mean, he was going pretty much top speed. It needed to be perfect if he wanted to hit it. It was not an easy one to hit, but the chance was absolutely there.
Yeah.
Unlucky for Aqua as well. Not able to wave dash and catch that one at 0 seconds to give another look at it. But FaZe Clan, the huge early lead is just enough, apparently. You didn't think they were going to have to try that hard. Rogue absolutely brought it back.
Yeah, they stave off the upset. They're able to hold them back just enough to cross the finish line first there. But yeah, I mean, it's a hard shot for him to hit there at the end, but you know, Gyro's like, that's the best opportunity you're going to get against FaZe Clan at 0 seconds. So you have an empty net to shoot at there. He knows he needed to hit that one. So he's going to have to shake off the mental there and a reset here for game 2.
Yeah, tough one. But you can also be satisfied, even if it comes out with a loss. The fact that you can sit there and be like, okay, we definitely had a chance to come back. It's not like we're going to just sit here for 4 games and get smashed by FaZe. You know you're hanging with them.
I'm not gonna lie, with the way that game started, Chiefs, I thought we might be about in for that. It's like, oh boy, we're about to watch FaZe just bamboozle Rogue for 4 games. But no, Rogue made a ball game out of it. Let's see if they can find a lead in this one. An early goal would really help as AJ rolls across and back around. That was FaZe scored first in every game except for the last one against G2. Statistically, scoring first, very advantageous to winning games. Gyro falls back here in his corner.
Oh, man. You know, I gotta say, really enjoying First Killer's presence, but Aqua, huge stop on AJ, had a lot to pick from, and Aqua picks the right spot. But First Killer, the pressure that man is putting on Rogue right now, tough to handle. They're doing a great job doing it, but he's getting in there, getting the boost steals, putting the pressure with the physicality, even if it's not materializing in bumps and demos. He's making a move.
Rogue off the back wall connects with Aqua. And Gyro gets harassed on his way out. Still manages to get a touch on the backboard and nearly gets the double tap despite significant FaZe presence in net. Toroko and Aqua tangled up on top of each other. Typical trying to connect here with AJ. He didn't have an open now, but had 1 defender. Gyro was going to have to play perfect reaction ball. Luckily, AJ misses the touch. Now, First Killer going across straight to Gyro. He nearly fed it straight into him. And Typical now wrapping it back around. Trying to get through to a demolition on a Gyro. open up some space, but can FaZe get the ball going the right direction?
Ooh. I don't know what you do with that. I think First Killer mishit that. I think he was trying to line up Typical and he just caught it. It's so strong.
On the outside, Gyro through 2. Typical here keeps it low. Goes straight to Aqua. First Killer will reach for it. The last man back. He's at midfield. Important stop there. 2:55 left to go at this point. We thought FaZe had won the game in game 1. No goals here in game 2, Chiefs.
Very, very passive for both teams. No one really able to sit there and take an air dribble and try and make something happen. Kind of just playing this, I want to get rid of the ball because everyone is having to use so much boost to even go and challenge. It's so tough to continue and be willing to take that risk with not a lot in the tank. But that boost steal and that demo from First Killer is going to open the door for FaZe to circle right back around.
Gyro tries. Through 1. First Killer just sends the shot. That was on target. I don't think anyone in Rogue believed it.
Yeah, he froze Taroko on the net here. It's Typical driving at him. He makes him get out of the way, so he didn't even jump because he knew he was beat, I think. Like, he could have tried, but saw how hard that First Killer hit that, and since he had to drive forward, he pulled himself off the goal line to dodge that demo from Typical, and Typical gave him just enough of a window.
I think this is probably not likely. Do they get another one? They do. 2-0.
Wow.
FaZe on the following kickoff, able to make quick work of the defense, extend the lead.
Great control again. First Killer manipulating the challenge timing against Aqua, and AJ, the proper placement, get all the way around the ball, go to the backside. The defense has to kind of save the obvious shot, which is the most power right into the middle, and well played, AJ.
Now up by 2. 2 minutes left to go. Very middle, stalled out game suddenly becomes a FaZe advantage. Now Taroko sending a shot on target. Gyro's going to redirect it in. Look at him go right back, and suddenly the scoring's here.
Tight window here for Rogue, but they deliver. Way to stick with it, Gyro. Taroko, risky pass. You didn't know if Gyro was going to be able to recover after getting bumped, but just enough time to get the job done.
I'm amazed that Gyro stayed on that play and managed to get back up to speed to beat the defender. What amazing car control and understanding of momentum, and then a great save there from Aqua. Save your medal for him here, keeping his team alive. He's had a few really important stops. Those aren't just silly willy-nilly saves. Rogo, not sure what he wants to do, so he'll just let it fall back down to earth.
Wish he had more boost. That's what he's gonna do.
Aw, it's empty. Gyro into the corner.
Oh, wicked pitch. Jeez.
Typical. Look, it's the nice bounce, and Taroko manages to intercept. Now AJ up for it. He's got some boost, but the ball falling down quickly is going to make things difficult. Now back in midfield, First Killer. 2 in front of him. Doesn't make contact on the follow-up. Typical. Nice pinch. Gyro and Taroko out of goal. All 3 Rogue players here in the corner. And Rogue finds themselves in a very similar situation here, except First Killer this time up on offense, looking for the bump. Taroko's grounded. Typical shoots under him and re-extends the lead back to 2.
There's that third player decision making. He's just waiting to see what First Killer gives him, and Taroko, that's the problem. He has to wait to see how that challenge lines out before he can decide what line he wants to take. Typical's got so much space in front of him, the advantage of position, that he can take a much better line to it, and he ends up beating the defender.
AJ. Through 1, Typical now on the outside. Demolitions open up some space, but 43 seconds left. Rogue does need to find a goal very quickly. Gyro gets demolished, and now bumps on Taroko. This is not good for Rogue. AJ's there, not gonna miss. Make it 3. Put away game number 2.
Who else but First Killer? Driving around, getting demos, and how about a bump on Taroko as well? Make it 2, in fact, to make sure he can't even get up for the second chance to stop AJ. Yeah, keep putting the pressure on him, buddy. You're doing great.
FaZe in control. What does Rogue do? As game 2, more or less a wash. The last 28 seconds, mere protocol.
It was insane, too. I mean, 2 minutes in, we thought it was already over, and then it came down to the wire, and this time nothing was happening for 2 minutes, and now we're like, okay, this one's definitely done.
interestingly, like weirdly complementary games. I think for Rogue, the thing I'm noticing that wasn't really present in these last few goals is they will get one for the road here, but 3 seconds, 2 goals is going to be basically impossible. They get the pinch on the kickoff. The pinch on the kickoff straight to the goal. I'm gonna watch. And then
it doesn't even necessarily need to be that, as long as you can score on your first touch.
We saw a 2-second goal earlier today. And that is not it.
That's not good.
So,
enough.
game's over there. Good job. Faye's going to take 2 in a row here. First killer going to let that one go into the ground. 4 goals, both games for FaZe. The thing I'm noticing, and I'm interested if you notice this to Achieve, is it's not just, we saw that 0 commit in game number 1. Right. And then I feel like we saw a few double commits in this game. One of the first goal of this game, it felt like there was a chance that Aqua on the wall called Taroko off of that goal, which is why Taroko doesn't jump to try and block on that first goal where you were saying that you thought Taroko could have made it up. I think there's just a communication issue through and through on Rogue right now.
That's possible. There very well could be, because we're walking through the Rogue defenders on a couple of times. Like I spent, I think it was Aqua I was driving around and watching him while he was playing defense. Like there were some situations where he's kind of driving in net and kind of checking around, be like, okay, is my teammate there? And like the literal swivel of the camera to look behind him while he's driving that way, and then back onto the ball cam. And it's like, okay, you can imagine that, if your communication is going well, that you don't really need to do that because you would be aware. So that's entirely possible that there is a little bit of a breakdown somewhere in communication, or just not quite understanding where somebody is exactly at a certain time. And I'm not going to say that it's the double commits that are definitely, hampering them, and it's allowing FaZe to rotate back through. I really do feel like FaZe are making a lot of good plays, but miscommunication and comms is certainly not helping. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's what I think has led us to a series that that could have felt even. That is, even though Rogue has always kind of kept the score close, it is not felt like they actually really have.
They're not driving the boat. Yeah.
Yeah. So FaZe here definitely in control. I think that there's a good chance though that given the choice to take a timeout here after the second loss, not wait till you're on match point, let Corrupted G do his work. There's a chance we see a very different Rogue. This is a problem they could solve in a timeout like this. So I'm excited to see what they look like here in game 3. But just for some fun other things, FaZe currently undefeated on the season in a series where they win game 1. They are 19-0. So that does not spell well for Rogue.
That's fun. I didn't even know we tracked that.
Direct tracks a lot of crazy cool stuff.
I believe it. This dude's genius.
Game 3 underway. Let's get into it here. FaZe in the orange, Aqua and Rogue in the blue here.
And you got good tools. Like, it's not like I think game 2 kind of just got out of hand right there at the end. Because again, most of that game, the Rogue's keeping pace with FaZe. But you're absolutely right. It really is just, in terms of who's managing and pressing and making the opposition react to what they're doing, it's certainly FaZe who are in the driver's seat here. And it's all about how do you regain control. And I am curious to see that if communication is the big thing that they focused on, and that may very well be the key.
It'll be hard to deduce, but I'm excited to watch them play either way.
Okay.
There's AJ off the ceiling. Aqua with the back pass. First killer's covering it up though. And the rest of FaZe crowded the midfield line. Very aggressive positioning.
It might be in.
First killer will drop it. He will drop it indeed for goal number 1. FaZe keeps the scoring streak going.
Crazy float there. Aqua was thinking Typical's just trying to muscle that ball, up the wall, or was maybe hoping to get his own little tip back into the middle. Either way, no contact. And it's Typical who gets the strong float across the field, and the only one ready for it's first killer.
Here's Typical. Challenge goes neutral. Aqua comes over the back, on the backboard.
Oh, gosh.
First killer gets many touches just to get the ball back down. Now gyro to the sky. He's got an awkward angle to try and pull off to get this going in the right direction. He's just going laterally across the field, but a 1 challenge from Aqua on the follow-up to put it into the FaZe back third. Now gyro on the ground, going to keep it low. First killer reads the challenge.
He's got this.
Now flip reset. Where's the goal? Aqua's there, but here comes Typical. Open, not open, but a very undefended net. player's loose and recovering. He puts it off the crossbar.
Big punt there, but again, we might score that.
Oh, he drops it in. Typical open backboard. This time he doesn't miss 2-0.
Picking that apart. What a launch from First Killer. Just a big punch off the top of the car, and typical. It wasn't about hitting it hard. It was about making sure it got under that crossbar. He had no boost, and so he's just making sure it got there. If they saved it, so be it.
And you get a second one. My goodness, FaZe.
Oh, maybe another.
A highlight. Here comes Typical looking for another one. Just places it well. Gyro makes the cover up this time. First Killer puts it back to the corner. Taroko out. Get it back to Gyro. Aqua plays it off the woodwork. Get away from the snap. It's Typical trying to put the fakes on him. That's not a good sign.
Typical got faked more by Rogue just missing the ball right there. He was kind of like, I have to make a touch. I was ready to go for demos.
Oh, Gyro frozen here as AJ denies him the ability to control the ball. Now Typical and First Killer both up for a difficult to read, but Taroko gets it away, and Gyro's looking for control here. Does he get challenged? Drops it back to Taroko. They gave him space. Now into the FaZe back third. First Killer off the wall. Gyro's got it red. Back to midfield, though. Typical trying to take control. Misses the bounce. At halftime, FaZe up by 2 in the series, up by 2 in the game, looking for match point. Aqua looking for the breaks, hits them all with the fake and puts in the first goal of game 3.
Ooh, juicy one again for Aqua. The guy just gets defenders all tongue-tied. First Killer's thinking he's going to come at this so hard. Aqua's like, oh, you jumped way too early. I'm just going to keep driving. And then Typical, there's no way he's going to be able to get enough speed to stop it.
And Rogue, I feel like I've said this so many times, Achieves, keeping us close.
They don't
in
go
the ball
away.
game, within the hunt, yet to have the lead.
I'm just consistently in awe of what's going on with all these young kids and joining rosters, and they're just absolute masterminds of this game. It's absolutely bonkers.
It's crazy. We've been playing the exact same game for 5 years, and yet it's still so amazing.
Does he
The
do
way
it
they
again?
find ways to
Yes, he
reuse the
does.
box, and Aqua he's gonna win the game by himself, bro. It's Aqua versus FaZe. No. If he hesitates on the flip reset, or if he doesn't get the flip reset, Typical's challenge good, but he gets the flip reset and instantly uses it, just moving it to the side laterally just enough. But here comes AJ onto the backboard. It's a bit high. Taroko's there. Typical beats him, and Gyro can't make it happen. Just like that, FaZe is back on top. It goes to Gyro. There's Taroko. Tries to take this high. Now AJ. Oh, back to Typical. Bounce in the middle. AJ now. Around the edge, Gyro. Oh, Taroko dumps it into the box. First Killer. Sends it along. Typical. Upfield now looking for bumps. His First Killer goes underneath one. Is running it in by himself. Taroko's there. AJ not in position. A little bit too far upfield to deal with the bounce. 52 seconds left. Rogue for the third game in a row, trailing by 1 in the final minute. They cannot afford another goal going in. And Gyro through. Typical in the back will have the first touch. As long as he doesn't miss it, it should be fine. He gets 1 and now 2. Back to First Killer. FaZe working this one back out of their half despite a threatening Rogue presence. AJ will put it in from the corner. AJ all by himself. Let's see, First Killer here with the flip reset again. My goodness, FaZe in the passing game. They get so creative and pushes it all the way through. 31 seconds left, now trailing by 2. Rogue is definitely in a very, very rough situation here. And the communication issues we discussed earlier, nothing apparent here in terms of double commits or not being in this, or 0 commits, not being in the same place here. And another one's going to go in here. This one is not looking good. Going to be up by 3 in the game and in the series. What does Rogue do? How do they bounce back? Is Rogue needs to take the last 17 seconds of this game and the timeout they've already used and have to use the break in between games to really recalibrate their sense of approach here. I think the demo game is an option we haven't seen them flexing into. It's something that FaZe, I think, also has a lot of practice with. It was something that genuinely helped, though, against their match, or that helped G2 win against FaZe here. As game 3, another 4-goal affair for FaZe. Make it 5 at the end. The 2 there from Rogue. We have lost Achieves for the moment, chat. We'll be bringing them back. I hope you guys all are keeping each other company and loving on each other on this fine Saturday. Got crazy announcements coming tomorrow. Who knows what Gibbs is talking about? I'm excited for it, but man, FaZe Clan here is absolutely dumpstering this series. A total of 13 goals to 7. They have scored nearly twice as many in the 3 games. So we will see. It is me. Hello, there was a Chiefs. Now I have the Octane butt with me. This is going to be a very long uphill battle. Rogue is faced with the impossible task, the task that has been achieved very, very few times of reverse sweeping in a best of 7 to stay alive in the series. This has been a good run for Rogue across this yesterday and today, but this is as hard as it could possibly be. You win this, you get another chance to win, to another chance to stay alive. You lose one, you're done. So we will see how things go. I see a face again. You left me.
I fixed it.
Here we are.
Sorry, you did great. You're making great points. Long road back for Rogue. Gibbs is doing weird stuff on the desk. It's all true.
Stop drinking water. That's weird. Here we are. Game 4. Is it the sweep? Or do Rogue bounce back and win game 4?
Ooh.
Which usually, in a 5-game series, game 4 will be the one that the losing team wins. And that is not a good start. Okay, Aqua gets back in time. No, so you were dealing with things, but the game did get out of hand at the end of game 3 there. Did you catch anything from Rogue here? Any thoughts about what they need to do to adjust?
You know, I guess the only thing I can say is get wrecked.
Just get wrecked. Best player in the world coming at you.
That play developed at just the right time. There's the bump from First Killer. Aqua's the one rotating back. He expects to have a little more time to get there. First Killer's going to put a perfect one on net. So what do you want Rogue to do? How are you supposed to say stop getting outplayed? Because that's what's happening.
Just stop losing. First Killer off the corner. Holding on control. Went for the flip reset. Used it. High player. Joust rule's going to go in Rogue's favor on that one, but here's Taroko with an opportunity. Up and Gyro as well. AJ collapses across the field on the momentary hesitation from Rogue, and now AJ beating another player onto the backboard to drop, and Gyro makes the cover, but the rest of FaZe prowling in front of the box. First Killer in the corner. Gonna get it out. It's typical to AJ. Wow, blocked by Taroko again. The goal line saves. Wonderful from Rogue. If the rest of the field was matching it, this would be a significantly different series.
I mean, that really is your only saving grace. I mean, Rogue has been playing pretty great defense, but they just have not had all the tools going at the exact same time like FaZe has right now. That's a great pass, and it's right in the gap. I mean, Typical just cuts them up here on the push through. I mean, he's right through Taroko. He's got all this space, and Aqua's even thinking, like, I know I can't fully commit to this challenge because that allows too much space for the pass into the middle. He even cuts a little shallow to even have a chance of saving it, and he still can't do it.
Such a difficult situation as he's falling back, realizing that the further back into the corner, the more options he's giving FaZe to make the play. Aqua now off the ceiling, it's typical. Getting it back out, Gyro's there, trailing by 2 once more. Aqua has been the light in the darkness for Rogue. But even his brilliance has not been enough. Roko and Gyro are going to need to support him. They're going to have to get busy on the offense.
Well, good chance here. It's really just been, how do you get around that really annoying red Octane named First Killer? I would think. I cannot think of a more annoying player they've had to play against in this whole series than that guy. He's absolutely lighting them up. And I hate to say that it's just been First Killer, because it hasn't been. But it's just every time something's gone horribly wrong for Rogue, it's been because of that guy.
Something he's doing, absolutely. The challenge game has been, oh my gosh, First Killer, he just got two, he's got a double, he's got a collateral. He got 2 demolitions in a row. As AJ through the sky, soft touch the outside, but Gyro will get there. The amount of challenges that we're seeing, that I'm expecting Rogue to at least make contact, send the ball in an awkward direction where they are straight missing. There we go. Oh, First Killer he reaches into the net and pulls it back out. AJ and Typical pinch it back in front of the goal. Oh my gosh.
And another just absolute muscle of a challenge. And even with Aqua winning it cleanly, he gets bumped off the ball. And so he's a second late to stop Typical from saving it. Oh, man.
First Killer through 1. Man, you're not wrong about First Killer, though. That's a nice pass. That's a goal.
There we go. Okay.
Finally get FaZe to kind of bunch up on the side. You can shoot the gap on the other way.
They chipped AJ on the way through the net, so even First Killer can't stop everything. He does need a little help, and they took the help away. A lot of space opened up on the other end. It's a great awareness pass from Aqua. Don't try and force it near post. Just dish it across where it's nice and easy.
Here's AJ through the sky. Back to a 1-goal game. Underneath 1. Aqua in the corner. Over the top is Typical. First Killer will try to hold on to control while going to the corner. Taroko takes it off of him, but AJ's there, hovering behind, waiting for his opportunity. Now 2 players there. Aqua covers up the flip reset and the fake. Well positioned, but Typical just trying to hold on, gives it to First Killer, and back to upper 90. Back to a 2-goal lead.
He's really manipulating the defense here as he takes this one up the corner. And Gyro, he just landed off the backboard, and he doesn't have boost, so he can't even go out and really fight Typical for that ball. And Typical, well aware of how much space he had, just made sure to make the perfect touch.
Number 2, AJ. On the following kickoff. 1:18 left to go. Aqua yet to score his quota of 2 bangers per game. We could see it happen. Gyro here looking for a tap.
As that just in?
Over the back line. Aqua will get there. And now past 1. 2 players in front of him. He's got a bump coming in from Gyro. Gyro doesn't quite get there. He still gets the dunk on it. There's the first one. Back to 1 goal.
He's just going to go 1v3 FaZe. So much space as well. I mean, surprising to see the complete left and center of the pitch wide open. It had to be a boost problem for FaZe somewhere. They must have had to go deep back. And Aqua turned it into a great goal.
All right. Final minute. Trailing by 1. Every game. Can Rogue do it this time? Gyro with a great stop to keep their hopes alive. Just feed Aqua the ball. FaZe is like, we know the strategy. Let's take the ball to our backboard and keep it away from Aqua as far as we possibly can.
Brilliant. That's some criminal master. Oh, they're going to score.
He didn't even make it to the ball there. AJ reaches over his shoulder and puts a nail in the coffin.
I think Aqua thought he had time. I think he wanted this little, he was rotating that car to his left so he could get this nice lead forward back the other way to try and cover a lot of distance quickly with a nice transition touch. And he just didn't get as aggressive on that ball as he thought he needed to be. So AJ just jumped over his shoulder and said, "Thank you very much. We'll put the game away."
FaZe has scored at least 4 games every game this series.
Make it 5?
Excited to see the final goal. Let's make it 5. Let's make it 5. It was 5-2 in game 3. It's 5-2 right now with 14 seconds left. They're gonna sweep them. Can they pad the stats?
We are big fans of stat padding here. That's how you hit milestones.
Exactly.
That's how you break records.
Records never come when it's team 1 versus team 2. The mismatches are where the big stats come from. Final 10 seconds. Can they get one more on the board? AJ's going to try. Aqua will deny. Says, you will not continue to disrespect me. The clock has expired. It's into the ground. The final tally, 18-9. 18-9. Exactly 2 goals for every 1 that Rogue scored there. FaZe, what a sweep.
And, that sounds about right. And the interesting thing about it is because, all of those games, at some point, it all felt very doable for Rogue, if that makes sense. And then it's like they just crossed over this threshold And then FaZe just mopped the floor with them for like 2 minutes straight. And they put in like 3 extra goals when it's just like, like Rogue were playing, they were playing a decent game. Not even a bad game. They were playing a decent game. And then FaZe is just like, we're going to go play a great game. And that's the end.
And it was the end. There was a degree of outclassing happening there. Fun fact, with that result, NRG clinches a spot in the major. Didn't even have to make it to the finals here to do that. Congratulations, the NRG, the Generals Army. That's the word I'm looking for. They'll be happy about that. So we got one more match for you guys. If you like Space Station, if you like Oxygen, they're going head to head. I'm sorry if you like both the teams because you're going to be a win-loss situation here. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, that last match here for Saturday.
The spotlights have shined before. On February 6th, they will shine again. On something LA has never seen. You coming? Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. my mind.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Rocket League 351. Stacks alongside Corelli as we get ready to close out our day. Just one more team to eliminate, or more optimistically, one more team to throw into Championship Sunday. Corelli, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. That was a very somber way to start. We're looking to eliminate someone. No, we're looking to send someone on, Stacks, and excited to see how these two teams will face off.
Yeah, we've just eliminated Rogue. They had their storied run through this bracket. It did not pan out for them. Of course, they ran into a buzzsaw. A lot of teams are going to hold L's against FaZe Clan. We look at the Mobile One high performance replay, and it is indeed a first killer / FaZe Clan highlight reel. Gyro had a couple of clutch goals that kind of kept Rogue alive and gave them some hope. But in the end, FaZe Clan, good at Rocket League. Who knew?
Yeah, who would have guessed it? FaZe being so good. I think when you look back at this run here from Rogue, this was a very great and good result, I think, for this Rogue squad. When you say, okay, look, they got to win over NRG, and they went all the way to top 6. This is a team that is slowly moving up the ranks, and I think the Aqua pickup has shown to produce so many great results here for Rogue. It's very exciting to see them play. Like you said, they still run into that brick wall, that buzzsaw of FaZe or any of the top 4 teams, but look, they're improving, and I'm excited to see how they mature over this split and the next.
Off-season moves have been the highlight here of the Rocket League 351, and now we've got two teams that had roster changes coming up here in our last match of day 2. It is Oxygen, now featuring Gimmick. We heard from him earlier. Top 6 was the goal, now top 5. Trying to take it one step at a time. He and Oxygen have to go up against the Phenom Daniel and Space Station Gaming. Hungry to get to the major. They can clinch if they can win this whole thing. They are one step closer if they survive this matchup. And you can see the goals, at least, very equal, but everything else just about favors Space Station Gaming, especially the shots being such a huge disparity. The demolitions, kind of a surprise, because we feel like that Oxygen number surely has gone up as this day has gone on.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons those demos, the physical play, is one of the reasons why Space Station came out on top against Oxygen in this exact same spot in the previous regional. They just bully their opponents. They've done it to Rogue as well. A lot of the teams under Space Station, they get pushed around, blown up, and removed from the play, and Space Station have taken advantage of that. They've done it before, and for Oxygen, though, I feel like it's an opportunity for them to adapt and evolve. They've seen this team a couple times now. It's an opportunity to grow and hopefully, take more than one game as they did in the previous lower quarterfinals.
We've heard from a lot of players through North America talking in the past week or two about their experience missing the fall major. Space Station Gaming, hungry to get there to the winter major. And again, they're oh so close. They're in good shape right now. They did, of course, miss the fall major. We sat down with Arsenal, and he shared his thoughts about Space Station missing the major and now how they're bouncing back.
Us missing the major, it really hurt. Like, I was just like, all right, we've been performing this whole season, like, trying to make the major. It hasn't been a LAN in 2 years. Like, I love LAN. That's my favorite part of Rocket League. I would love to go to LAN. And then we just don't make it. And I feel like after that, I could have been soaking, but I decided to get on my grind. And I feel like it really paid off. It really showed during this first regional. And I'm going to continue doing that. So
Daniel can score from here. It does. Welcome to the RLCS.
Daniel, honestly, I think he's the next big thing. Like, he has the mechanics, he has rotations. Like, he just has everything to his game that just makes him like the next big star. He can just make a play out of anything. He has the clutch factor to not expect that. Man scores like hundreds of 0-second goals. I don't understand it. But yeah, just having Danny on the team, just a great teammate.
Putting it high, where's Daniel? Into tie-in, send it to overtime, and Space Station, keep him alive!
It feels like I have like a little brother and like another brother in Redos. Like we feel like actually like SSG is just a family at this point. Like honestly, it feels like I like normally I would have nerves playing in the tournaments, bro. But like when you just play with people like you're that close with and that you vibe with, you're just not gonna really feel nervous. So I feel like that helps us play better in a sense that we can just laugh off anything that happens.
Boy, there's Squish. He can't make it in a second buzzer beater, a second game in a row.
RLCS is like, okay, so we have the first split, bada boop. And then if you go to LAN, you get like even more points. So like those teams that made it to LAN and got to perform on LAN, they have even more points ahead of us. So I feel like us making this major really like helps our chances at Worlds.
Space Station refusing to let go. Dish to Arsenal, bumping the net. That's going to turn it in. Way to work out of the demo.
I feel like the biggest thing we could do as a team right now is just to not be complacent, keep grinding grind it even harder, like just not being like, oh, we did really good this first one, second one doesn't really matter, third one doesn't even matter, like, just putting all our effort, taking everything one step at a time.
Shut down. What makes Shopify Rebellion any good? And Arsenal gets a nasty redirect with some power.
Nothing is ever good enough. Arsenal giving that sentiment right at the end. They can't just be satisfied with their first performance. Got to run it back. Consistency, so key. That's kind of the message that Toasty was sending when we checked in with him earlier before their first match today. So, Corelli, I pose the thought to you as we get ready for Space Station and Oxygen here. What do you think of Space Station's chances as they have made their way through the winter split?
I think it's going higher and higher. Are you talking about going to major?
Yeah, going to the major. Yeah.
Absolutely. Players like Daniel and Reynolds came in today leading goal scorers for North America. So, there's a lot of hype for this Space Station squad, and I think they're putting up the results. They're putting up even the performances in the context of the results that I think show that they're going to be a top team at an international LAN.
This is why I always like sharing the screen with Corelli. He says everything I want to say, but he makes it sound intelligent. So thank you, Corelli. Now let's go to the most intelligent of all, the Twitch vote, the Verizon fan vote. We rely on you to be the prognosticator of all prognosticators. Who is going to come out victorious here? Use the hashtags OXG or hashtag SSG. Both, by the way, reasonably simple to type. I mean, sure, OXG, a little more spread out. I know we were talking about that on the Friday show. It's really easy. Just exercise your hands a little bit. Who you got winning here? Can Oxygen keep their great run going, or does Space Station Gaming get one step closer to clinching a spot in the Winter Major? Located in redacted.
Listen, I think a lot of the spotlight is being held by Space Station, obviously because of their previous run, and obviously the way they've performed so far. But Oxygen, let's not take away from what they've done as well. They've been at the top of their group. They came second in Group B this time around, and they've made another high-quality run. Now they run into Space Station again, a team that they really struggled against, and I feel like they gave too much space to. If they can get away from that physical play coming out from Space Station, I do think they have a chance. I do think they're going to take more than one game here against Space Station, but I'm still going with Space Station at the end of the day, and so is Twitch chat. 88%, and I don't blame them one bit. It's the logical conclusion here between these two teams.
Yeah, I am not surprised at all to see the fan vote going that way. That is as expected. And you know what? I kind of tend to agree. As good as Oxygen has looked up to this point, it is still Space Station Gaming on their last life here in the NASCAR Rocket League 351. Our first game coming your way in just a moment as we get the players in and ready to go. Our final match of the day. Tell you what, Oxygen has a tall task ahead of them, but they win here, move on to Championship Sunday. Their prospects for being that fifth, maybe even fourth team in the major representing North America, they take a huge turn for the better. And I'm sure the players are very, very well aware of that. Coming in right now, guaranteed 380 points by the end of this. Another 410, perhaps, another 30 if they can win here. We will see. We're underway now with game number 1. Arsenal will not see the first few seconds of it. He's taken off the field by Toasty. And that physical play is something you can expect constantly. It's been big for Oxygen today, more so for Space Station throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
And Daniel, of course, also a huge factor. The rookie has been sensational. So too has LJ.
Oh my goodness.
And Gimmick kept that out too. How in the world have Oxygen escaped this without conceding a goal?
And they finally get the big clear as well. I have no idea. Stacks, incredible saves coming out from Oxygen already. But they're feeling that pressure from Space Station. It's a big worry, I think, if you're an Oxygen fan, to see Space Station come out so quickly and have so much control right off the bat. Oxygen have to find a way to get a grip in this first minute, and maybe this is an opportunity for them to do so. Toasty wants to find LJ, and he pulls off as the first minute has come and gone. Space Station threatening again.
Oxygen fans, ironically, holding their breath there for the first 30 seconds as Space Station Gaming let loose an unrelenting salvo at their net, but we remain scoreless. First minute plus gone by. Daniel gonna set up another one. That's easily cleared by Toasty. Out to Gimmick. Downfield goes Oxygen. They finally enjoy some zone time on the orange half of the field, but it's short-lived. Here goes Arsenal. He's got both teammates well behind him, but Reynolds catching up, and nothing happens there as Toasty got the clear. Daniel's still caught up with this, and he's taken out by Gimmick.
Talked a lot about Daniel on Space Station, but on Oxygen's side, it's got to be LJ. The way he's performed, even in some of the lows for Oxygen, has been a star performance for him, and he almost shot 40% in that NB series, the highest rated player on the Oxygen side. And boy, does he do a lot on the offensive side of things for Oxygen, just being a nuisance, being that instigator for the offense, and certainly doing a good job on top of the ball himself. He won't be able to hang on to it there as his team faces a bit of time on their own side. And a good clear from Gimmick gets stopped by Daniel as Space Station trying to lock in. Won't happen as Toasty pulls out.
Toasty with a flip reset saved by Daniel. Toasty had a goal in the previous series with Envy earlier today, but it was LJ who scored 7 out of the team's 10.
Wow. And
numerous clutch goals. He had the hat trick in game 1. That was just superb. And from there, he has been a force to be reckoned with. He's been neutralized here by this pressure from SSG. Not imposing his will on this game like he would like to. There's still 2 minutes plus to work with. Arsenal dropped down in front. Daniel couldn't get to it. So he'll just dump this back in. Everybody's going to go reset, get boosted up. There's plenty to work with on the orange half of the field. Reynolds takes out Gimmick. Sky went up for Arsenal, and LJ read the whole play, and he can still continue with this.
Reset.
Flip reset. Oh my gosh! Welcome to the RLCS indeed!
We said it, keep an eye on this young man. LJ with the flip reset with 0 boost in the tank, just enough to put it away with the dunk, and Oxygen, with all the pressure they felt, are on the board first.
Well, Daniel's experience in the RLCS so far has been good. That's one that might stick with him for a little while. He's going to try and get right back into it, though. Challenge left for Arsenal. It's going to be Reynolds up the ladder instead. Arsenal 1 demo. That takes out LJ. That's kind of the key. And he spawned near side. And Gimmick makes the save as that goes bar down, but not in.
Some close calls here for Oxygen. And this is pretty typical from Oxygen gameplay. This isn't really something special that Space Station's doing. Okay, that's not the shot you want from Gimmick. That's not typical, as 3 go up for that one as well.
I don't know. I think he had it all the way.
It's calculated. But Oxygen do tend to give up a lot of pressure to the opposition. It's either that counterattacking style or just that snake bite offense where they just very quickly put together something on target. Space Station's certainly the benefactor of the space given at the moment.
Toasty jumps out for this, and he can run downfield to try and chase this down from Gimmick. Got a piece of Daniel at least. They've kind of keyed in on Daniel, trying to make him uncomfortable. And he's got to play this one in front of his own goal, but kept that out despite Gimmick's best efforts. 35 seconds, and Daniel, who's got plenty of clutch goals of his own. Not this time. Inside 30 as Reynolds takes over, and he's stuffed by Gimmick. Toasty and LJ both commit for this. LJ veered off at the last moment, and that means he can play this downfield. Toasty can as well. He may even be able to turn back around in time. Maybe not. LJ with a save off the crossbar. Down to 10 seconds. Space Station have been oh so close, yet still so far away. Final few seconds. Reynolds for Arsenal. No, sir. And Daniel has to do all he can to keep this play alive, and he has done so. Down to Reynolds. No. Oxygen hangs on 1-0. Breathtaking.
Breathtaking indeed. The defense just barely able to hang on. You look at the stats, 8 saves on the Oxygen side. Feeling 12 shots coming out from Space Station. And you can, the stats definitely tell a story of how this game went, but the big difference was LJ to put away that flip reset, the only goal in the game. That's the game-breaking moment here for Oxygen, and a crucial moment. With all those saves, they amount to just the one chance. That's what's so special about Oxygen right now.
And that really is incredible. All those saves, and then LJ just tuning it up. Bam! The vicious dunk on the rookie. And Oxygen up 1-0. Remember, best of 7 now that we've reached this stage. And Oxygen, even going back to RLCSX, slightly different roster, only 1-5 in their best of 7 series. These longer series do not favor this team, but that was mostly the old roster. This roster is something special now with Gimmick added to the mix. Arsenal's shot blocked right in front of him. And this goes quickly downfield. LJ might have got a piece of that effort from Arsenal as Space Station starts off game 2 exactly the way they started game 1. A lot of pressure, throwing things towards the blue net, but still not finding one in the net as Toasty skies this up and away.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the Oxygen previous roster. I think with this roster, with Gimmick, surprisingly, added raised the floor, I think, for Oxygen. They're much more consistent. If they have to go through qualifiers, they're much more consistent here against 6 to 16 teams in these regional tournaments, and it certainly has improved the team. There's no way around that one for sure. And so now it's how high is the ceiling for Oxygen with Gimmick. And this is one of those big time games with that stat that you just said, they're 1-7 in best of 7s. This is the opportunity to really see, is this roster going to be a big major contender? They're certainly in position for it, but can they do it when they go up against the big boys?
Reynolds trying to drop one in front. Toasty still dishes this off to the side. Oxygen in this particular tournament, remember, they had to go through the closed qualifiers. And once they got to that stage, surprisingly, didn't have to really play anybody of note. The 3 teams they beat had a combined record of 3-9 when all was said and done. The one loss they had in their 4 rounds was to Gentlemen, who did qualify for this main event. They were ousted on Friday. So this is banked in, and Toasty just got to this for LJ. Arsenal's got to play maybe a second touch to slow everybody down, give Daniel time to get up. He's done exactly that, and Daniel plays this through even though he can't follow it thanks to Toasty's effort.
Oxygen doing a better job of getting a hold of the midfield, holding onto the ball a little bit longer when they move down the field as well, relieving that pressure on their side. But here comes Daniel threatening the second touch. It is cleaned up by Oxygen, and that's so important. When the counterattack's on for Space Station, Oxygen have a clean touch out from their end, high and away, downfield to relieve that pressure, not let Space Station clamp down, get that physical game going, because don't let Space Station overextend. Now, LJ wants a second touch. It's not going to happen for Daniel.
Really do like the sense of urgency shown by Toasty on just about every ball. He realizes you give Daniel or anybody on this team a bunch of time and space, they will punish you from any angle. And he's not willing to let a free ball come off of any wall. He's going after everything. And so far, Space Station have not been able to punish them for it. Here goes Gimmick. Needs another touch, but he won't get one. He'll get boost, though. And now Reddles trying to dribble through and at least wins that deep into the corner. Puts Gimmick in a real tough spot. Trying to go after him as well. Arsenal centering attempt denied by Toasty. I mean, we're seeing Space Station going headhunting, but not connecting.
Yeah.
Oxygen got their heads on a swivel here. And now Toasty's shot. A little roller goes through. And Oxygen leads again.
Well struck from Toasty, and I'm surprised to see Arsenal push this one back towards LJ, but it was a great read from LJ and smart sense, game sense here from Toasty. You know that defender is going to jump after you. You put it on the ground, hit with some pace, and they're up 1-0 again.
Arsenal looking for Space Station's first goal, and he won't find it there again, thanks to Toasty. Very proactive on the defense. Now Gimmick just dances right through everybody. Can't get this down in front for a shot, but now LJ, he can score from this angle and nearly did.
What an angle from LJ. This roster definitely gaining some confidence after game 1. It was a little rough defensively, but they were able to put together game 1. Now game 2, they lead by a goal once again, and a lot less pressure coming out from Space Station. Only 2 shots from Space Station this time around. There's a minute left.
Gimmick trying to get around Arsenal, moving very quickly. But so too is Daniel. Reddles to his left. Roll one up there. LJ is tracking, but he's demolished from behind. Gimmick had to make sure to get that corner boost before Daniel could steal it. And still downfield comes Oxygen as Toasty just lets this go. Maybe Daniel gearing up for the shot. Arsenal didn't buy it. And Toasty challenging Reddles, coming out the lesser of the 2. Down to 30 seconds now as Arsenal gets this clean to the backboard, but nobody else can follow up. A rare case where Space Station isn't forward and Oxygen nearly put the game away. Gimmick still trying to come in, and he comes up empty. But look at how much time came off the clock there, Corelli, another 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, and they did a good job of not overcommitting, getting antsy when you're up by 1 goal with 20 seconds left. And now Space Station got to go the length of the field. That's a good demo from Gimmick. Here comes Reddle still on the ball. He gets bumped off. Toasty to pop it up. Surely he can drop this one down. Arsenal can't get there. Oxygen 2-0 over Space Station at the moment.
Somebody go wake up Shogun. Oxygen up 2-0. They, by the way, are one of very few teams that are undefeated when they win game 1. Only 5-0 this season. But that is a stat that certainly serves them well. We do have confirmation. Space Station Gaming is going to take a timeout here in just a moment as we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay. A lot more defense and a lot of near misses, mostly on the side of Oxygen, who have definitely come to play here in our final match of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said before, when these guys matched up 2 weeks ago, Oxygen got a game off of Space Station, but Space Station was certainly a different team at that time. And I think this time around, it's more inspired gameplay coming out from Oxygen. Game 2, I think, was a real shower of what Oxygen brings to the table when you go up against them. LJ was great in the midfield, especially downfield in the final third. And I think Toasty and Gimmick actually do a great job switching between defensive and midfield work as well. It's maybe why Oxygen sometimes feels a little defensive, but when they get that rocket or that game downfield, they can rocket some shots at the net. It's very, very impressive from Oxygen. It's why this team, I think, again, have risen their floor from where they've been before. They've had very few wins very few high placements up until this point. Remember, this is a team that for a while didn't even qualify for some of these regionals. They weren't a top 16 teams. They couldn't get out of close quals. And that was something that was in RLCSX a problem for them as well. All of a sudden now, Gimmicks come on, top 6 placement, and now a top 6 placement again. And now they're sitting 2-0 over Space Station, forcing them to take a timeout and for them to kind of regroup. That's some impressive work here from Oxygen.
Yeah, this has been kind of the Cinderella story, I think, of the winter split so far. Granted, we are only 1.5 events in. But the way that Oxygen has performed, not just in this particular event, but this entire winter split, is indicative of a team that I think is kind of starting to believe a little bit. We're starting to see that with a team like Team Queso over in Europe. Once these teams start believing like, hey, wait a minute, we don't need megastars that everybody's heard of to be a top team. We just have to go win 3 games, win 4 games. How hard could it be? They're betting on themselves. It's working out here. And now we'll see. Game 3 has that timeout. Helped Space Station. Can Coach Chrome get them on the winning track and maybe slow down this momentum out of Oxygen?
They certainly need to. And game 1, I think, was more of a benefit to Space Station, at least with the play style. I know Oxygen came out on top with a great play from LJ, but again, Space Station really controlled game 1, the boost as well. It didn't feel like Oxygen had a lot to work with, and that's why they had to sit so defensively. See if they can regain that composure here in game 3, because it's been very downhill for Space Station against Oxygen.
Oh, that's a loose ball that Reynolds threw wide. He's probably had hopes of following that up himself, but he ate a demolition. And he'll throw another to the backboard as he's quickly back into the play, and he's going after Toasty. Problem is, ball's downfield, and LJ just missed high.
Off the ball demo here from Reynolds, chasing another one. Daniel flip reset off the crossbar. Everyone having to dodge demos while Daniel has all day to work on the ball, and you certainly don't want that man behind it.
And there are a lot of explosions, but not a lot of goal explosions. Only 2 goals in this series, both coming from Oxygen. And we're in game 3. You do the math. Reynolds drops us to the corner. LJ waiting for Gimmick. Gimmick is up, and his shot blocked immediately by Arsenal. Now Toasty will have a look as Gimmick is trying to harass Reynolds. And Gimmick at least got another touch, so that slows down Space Station's counterattack. Here goes Arsenal, though. Only one to beat. He beat Toasty, and Space Station finally on the board.
I know Arsenal scored this, but Reynolds still got LJ trying to flip onto the wall to dodge the demo. Reynolds with no boost still got him. And it opened up the net for Arsenal. Of course, Arsenal's going to put that one away, but it was all Reynolds to open up that space.
11 minutes and 41 seconds. Space Station finally scored, and then Toasty goes after Daniel. This feels like one of those hockey games where you have the opening face-off, and then the puck drops. Everybody just drops their gloves and starts fighting.
It's been a physical game, like we said. Space Station does this against many opponents, but it was very obvious against Oxygen that Space Station were targeting players to chase them down. You can see Reynolds again trying to get a piece of Toasty as the ball is being played in the midfield. Reynolds gets a piece of Gimmick in the end as Space Station players' orange name tags are chasing around blue ones right now. But maybe some space here for Toasty. Didn't have boost to put something together, and now Gimmick's got to slow down the play. Again, no boost for Toasty. 2 opportunities there. They were small ones, but Space Station certainly giving them up.
Perhaps Oxygen pressing a bit much, trying to do too much with too little, but now Toasty beaten out by Reynolds. And now another demolition catches LJ in transition. He spawns near side. Pass out to Daniel. And that's going to be deflected away. And LJ thought about turning on this. He will move downfield as Gimmick finds him. Looking after Reynolds. Didn't get there. So now Arsenal through the air. Toasty is there as well, and he makes the stop. we don't have all of this stuff memorized, but I'm very, very curious what the combined single game record for demolitions is in an RLCS game, because we have a chance the way things are going here. It feels like the 4th of July with every single explosion, every trip down the field, it seems, except for the past 20 seconds. Teams have been playing a lot more tame until now, and Gimmick ties it.
Gimmick puts it one time on the net, but it was LJ to open up the space again, taking out Arsenal. It's wide open at that point. Reynolds can't cut across. We're tied up.
Good grief. And this might be the longest we've gone without a demolition because we were watching the goal replay. Daniel tracking this, so he's bringing it dangerously in front. LJ got there. Gimmick can try as well. Toasty giving a look, and he'll play it from the sidewall instead. Space Station has played with fire a little bit here. They've also been in the firing line. LJ underneath! What a goal!
How did he get through? There were 2 players there. There's no way that Space Station should let this one in. And LJ somehow makes it work. I don't know what happened to the communication on Space Station's side, but LJ to sneak it through, and Oxygen up by 1.
Well, when you scored as often as LJ has in this tournament, sometimes things just fall your way. That's a missed opportunity, though, for Space Station right off the kickoff. Net was open, just could not direct the shot on. And now this goes underneath. The shot's going to be wide. And LJ being chased by Arsenal. That seems to be the plan. Go with what got you here, physical play. And it still has not been enough. They have been out-muscled by Oxygen so far. Daniel's shot snipes the corner, and we're tied again.
What a shot from Daniel. Sets himself up off the ceiling. 15 boost on the flip. Toasty just had no chance at the ball. Didn't even think he could get that type of shot on target. Daniel in the Fennec ties it up.
I don't think anybody thought that shot was on, except maybe Daniel.
Even he might have been doubting himself on that one.
Uh-oh, Arsenal won this ball, and Gimmick controls from the backboard. Reynolds now bumped out of the play. Daniel staying alive with it. Got a piece of the ceiling. He can recover a little faster as Arsenal floats one on. A little high. Now 20 seconds. Gimmick pops over Daniel. Toasty with LJ to his right. Maybe a little close. They couldn't get Arsenal on the way up. Race to the corner boost. Arsenal got plenty to work with. Reynolds moving downfield. He's got a blocker, and it's off the post. Saved by Gimmick, and there's still time. Gimmick downfield. This will touch down, and we go to overtime. Oh, Space Station should have won it.
They got the demo and everything. LJ was out of the play. The shot just needed to be on target. And into overtime we go. Space Station trying to make this one a series. Oxygen have really flipped it on its head. I mean, obviously, nobody thought Oxygen was going to win in this one. It was
12% of chat.
Yeah, I was about to say 80+% in favor of Space Station, yet Oxygen looking for their 3rd win in this best of 7. But they're going to have to field this shot. LJ, awkward, will throw it over to Gimmick, trying to set something up. LJ can't go once again. He's got no boost. And now it's up to Toasty. Maybe a second touch looming. Lets it go, and Arsenal clears it away.
Yeah, but it does not reach the back wall. LJ bringing it right back in. Oxygen trying to keep up the pace. But a demolition has kind of thrown things out of whack. That's going to be a little wide. And the first minute of overtime will finally pass. Nobody breaking the 2-2 deadlock. Daniel got a lot to work with. He's got Arsenal, more importantly, and Gimmick recognized that, made the stop. Now Daniel, demo, ball, still at his flip, and everybody misses here, and Toasty just plays it across. Another instance where you thought maybe this one should have ended, but it does not.
Gimmick got bumped when he went up for it. That's why he missed. But the shooter of Space Station, I don't know how they missed. They might have been reading Gimmick. Either way, we keep going. A minute and a half into overtime. Arsenal trying to threaten.
Oh,
he almost pinches it in. That one went wide. And now Toasty. He'll try his luck against Reynolds. LJ, the shooter, a second touch. Arsenal can't get it. Gimmick's there and cleared away by Reynolds.
Oh, Daniel almost ran onto that, and if he did, it might have been game again. Oxygen have watched Game 3 flash before their very eyes multiple times, but still Space Station have not found that crucial strike. Another one bounced in that Gimmick sends back into Space Station territory. And Gimmick can steal the boost. Oh, he was looking for Toasty. Instead, it finds Arsenal, who then eats a demolition for his efforts. And there are just more and more demos. I haven't seen an extermination icon pop up yet, and I'm stunned. There must be at least 2 players on 6 right now.
Well, I think that's how distributed the demos have been. It's been everyone. It hasn't just been 1 or 2 players.
LJ!
It's been LJ to put one away. I'm surprised he went through again somehow. He's got the secret sauce to move through Space Station. And look at this flip to throw off Arsenal. Oxygen 3-0 up in the series.
Arsenal had no idea that he had that shot in him. He was tracking, and then all of a sudden the shot just looked like it came as a surprise. Oxygen Esports, 3 1-goal victories, 1-0, 1-0, 3-2. And had it been any other stage in the tournament, it'd be ball game. But they still need one more. Boy, looking at that shot from LJ, it doesn't get any less pretty. It doesn't get old at all. That was just phenomenal. And then the winner. Incredible. LJ has been Superman in this tournament.
He's been stellar. I mean, it was one of the reasons why a lot of people picked him to move up to one of the top teams when options came available. I mean, there's a reason that people were talking about this guy in the offseason, but he sticks with his squad. They bring in a new player like Gimmick, and now you're seeing those results. They're 1 game away from taking down Space Station, a very important game for them to push them further in this tournament, of course, but to prove to themselves, to their fans, to them, to us, that they can beat these top teams, hot teams like Space Station, who were, looking to lock in their major qualification here today. Certainly will have more opportunities down the line, but to slow them down and to force them onto match point and a sweep here in a best of 7, that's a statement type game here for Oxygen if they could pull it together.
The runner-up of the X Games Open on the ropes in the NASCAR Rocket League 351, and Gimmick gets his 2nd goal of the series, and Oxygen's on him early.
And LJ, again, just chasing down Reynolds, and he didn't make great contact with him, but he hit him enough to let Gimmick come through and push that one home. Oxygen, the physicality, when we talked about it from Space Station, I was not expecting it here from Oxygen, especially on offense, to be so abrasive on those last men on the line. They've done a great job of fighting fire with fire here, and they're doing it better than Space Station.
Oxygen Esports now 4 minutes plus away from eclipsing the 400-point mark in the winter standings. And it would be hard to bet against them for a winter major spot. Toasty down to Gimmick, and everybody crisscrosses, but nobody makes contact as Daniel will sky this up and away. Daniel from the side. It's on target technically, but LJ has an easy clear.
Almost the inverse of what we saw from these 2 teams the last time they played 2 weeks ago. It was Space Station that came out hot. And Oxygen were able to win 1 game. Now Space Station looks to win 1 here, but not a second touch to come through. Toasty fakes the clear. Reynolds will just take it away. And now Gimmick, called upon with low boost, will just poke it away. LJ on the ball, can't hold on to it, or can't catch up to it rather. And now in a tough spot, we'll blow it over to Toasty, who wants that back wall as Arsenal to clear it home.
Arsenal dunked Gimmick, but it means very little. LJ might have a line on this. Oh, everybody just let that ball go through. Just the threat of a challenge was enough. Gimmick and LJ, they'll crisscross back and forth, but nothing there. Now Daniel, got to add one to the highlight reel. Not this time. Reynolds will have a look. Flip over one. Gimmick still makes the save from the ceiling of the goal. An angelic save keeps Space Station off the board.
And he was the last man standing too. LJ and Toasty got demoed. And now Gimmick will finally bite the dust. Now again a double demo comes out, but Space Station still can't
get
hold
the
on
most
to the
important
ball.
one.
They can't put it on target either. There's no shot coming out, no threat. Just a couple of demos. And Oxygen halfway through this game holding on.
Oxygen Esports out to prove that their performance a couple weeks ago was not a fluke. I'm sold. This is pop downfield, intercepted by Toasty. And he has been, like, we've been singing LJ's praises, of course. We've talked about Gimmick, of course. The new addition and how he has elevated this roster. Toasty, on and off the ball, has been phenomenal. And without his defense, without his sense of urgency, just not giving Space Station time to do anything, this is a very different tale. Reynolds does score, ties up this game, and now we get into crunch time with 1:48 to go. Great feed from Arsenal as Reynolds equalizes.
Great first challenge by Arsenal, and then the second one to slow down LJ, and LJ really got inside of his own head, thinking Arsenal could do more with it on that back wall than he could. And a great dish out to Reynolds is an easy shot for him to put home. Of course, some physicality in that play as well, as Reynolds still chasing Oxygen players. 1.5 minutes left, and Space Station slowly winding up the offense. But here comes LJ. He wants to secure this win. It's not going to happen here, as Toasty will pop it up and Space Station to clear it out.
History not on the side of Space Station Gaming here. This Oxygen team, as we mentioned, has not lost this season after winning game 1. There has also never been a best of 7 reverse sweep in North American RLCS. Daniel got other plans as Space Station Gaming's in front with just over 1 minute to go.
Daniel again being bought space by the man downfield. It was Reynolds this time to push Toasty out of the way. That time just a bump to spin him out. And Daniel did well to keep his composure behind the ball, trusting his teammates' call-outs, as I'm sure Reynolds was screaming that he had the bump. And with 1 minute left to play, Space Station trying to hang on in this series. It hasn't been pretty for them. Oxygen have certainly been a surprise, as they've been pretty comfortable here in this matchup. Previously has not been the case today. Maybe a shot here. Reynolds will put it home. It's 3-1 Space Station.
And important not just that it goes in for an insurance goal, but emphatically in. Upper right corner, exactly where it had to be, else LJ might have caught up to it. And Reynolds might have just put game 4 away and bought Space Station another 5 minutes here in this tournament. Toasty and Reynolds take each other out. They are certainly not out of the woods just yet here. Toasty will have to leave that for LJ. Gimmick trailing to the left, waiting to see what LJ does, and he forced that ball through, but fortunately for Space Station, well wide of the target. Toasty lobs one in. LJ might have got a piece of Reynolds there. It's available for Toasty, and he can't do much with it. Down to 15 seconds. That's popped away, and Toasty can't keep this in. It is a free ball for Reynolds and Space Station, and they're going to take game 4.
Yeah, that one just came out because Oxygen was really forcing the issue. Gimmick and LJ both cutting in rotation a couple times just to keep that play on the Space Station side. It was going to be a loss either way in the end. Space Station doing a good job to lock things down defensively. A 4-1 scoreline here. 8 shots for Space Station in this game. And I think a return to form as they finally get one on the board here. They're not going to be swept out of this one quite yet, but boy, it has been an uphill battle for Space Station, and it's going to continue to be that way if they're going to come back into this.
All right, now Space Station, we have had this conversation, I believe, during the fall split, and it probably happened on a Friday. If you are going to win a game when you're down 0-3 or on match point, then you darn well better win the rest of them. Otherwise, you have wasted all of our time here. So Space Station Gaming, they win 1. It's still a long, arduous road ahead as we move on into game 5.
It certainly is. And I think that Space Station, I think they slowly started to figure it out here. Again, they went back to that physical play. I think a lack of physical play came out from Oxygen. But I like what I saw when it comes to the bumps and demos downfield as that first man. A lot of times it's Reynolds, sometimes it's been Arsenal as well, and letting Daniel do his work behind the ball, right? Knowing that, okay, my player downfield is going to get the bump, I can move up into the midfield with the ball, and a lot of times that's worked for Space Station. Obviously, the shooting has been a lot better in that game, and I think that's been the key, because Oxygen will they'll let you have that space. They'll give that space up to you. Space Station, it's on them to take advantage.
We go now to Wasteland. for Game 5. Another must win as Gimmick makes that save off of Reddle's challenge that found itself netward. Toasty drops one in front. Arsenal's waiting for it, and Toasty stayed with the play to keep Space Station off the board early. Space Station took their timeout down 2-0 after a pair of 1-0 losses. They dropped Game 3, but you could see there was definitely a change in play style, just a little bit. They were much more physical. That has persisted, and it finally, at long last, got them a dub. Now we'll see how Oxygen recovers following an L. They still have, of course, match point, championship Sunday point that they're facing here as LJ skies this away, and more importantly for them, perhaps they still have their timeout in their pocket should they need it.
Yeah, that's a crucial thing as well for Oxygen. I don't think that last game was catastrophic for them. Space Station just, I think, elevated their game. Oxygen certainly had opportunities to keep that one close. Now an opportunity here. LJ winning a couple challenges, still keeping it dangerous. Arsenal with low boost. Can't get after it, and everyone gets back for Oxygen, as they don't want to force the issue too early here in this game. Toasty giving help to Gimmick. Look at the pinch as Space Station not really threatened here by Oxygen quite yet.
Well, this skips around, and LJ is downfield, so Arsenal had to jump in front just to drop that to the corner. Quickly played across by Reddles as he can continue on, and now LJ doing all he can to control this ball, and he does so brilliantly. Only as far as midfield, though. Daniel up to the backboard, no rebound. This goes way out to LJ, and then all the way across off of Reddles. Boy, the ball moving around a little faster than we're used to, even with these two teams out there. Daniel, ceiling, try to drop it off for anybody. There's nobody there except LJ, who just seems to be everywhere right now in Game 5.
He really is. He's zipping around the field, both offensively and defensively.
Well, now he's nowhere.
And he's always the first guy down the field as well. Been the point man in many attempts for Oxygen. This time again on the ball, just tossing it towards the net. And he was given a gift there if he didn't go for boost. As I don't blame him. Don't expect the opposition on the goal line to give it to you. Tough spot here, and again on the ball, sneaks away with it. Full boost, into the sky he goes. Got Toasty in front, tried to get the bump on Arsenal. Didn't come out, and Arsenal does well to push that one out. Now the quick shot from Reddles is easily saved by Gimmick, and Space Station transitioning onto offense here.
I love how bold Space Station's being on offense, too. And granted, I wouldn't. Look, I'm bad. I admit it. They are just diving in, going for the demo to clear things up. And then the shot, like this from Arsenal, as he just beats the defense on the left side, and Space Station are alive in Game 5.
Woo! Look at this shot from Arsenal, and Toasty, he knew which way to go. He was even facing the right way, but still couldn't catch back up to it. What a shot coming out from Arsenal. He talked about being bold, and that's the bold shots that you're going to need when you have space. Now Daniel on the ball, has an opportunity, wants the musty. Not going to happen as LJ turns it away.
He had thrown off the Oxygen defense, but just not good enough. Oh, Toasty's got a free ball that he can do whatever he wants with, and it's blocked away by Arsenal. They were looking for Gimmick. He was coming across. Now Daniel back the other way. Arsenal can't become a factor just yet. As LJ, he skied one up, and Daniel's got a free ball. Double on the way, and he scores.
You just can't do that, Stacks. You really can't pop that one up, and I think the pass was supposed to be intended for Toasty, but it was way too close to Daniel, and you know he's going to put away a double tap if you leave him uncontested. 2-0 up for Space Station, and things going very much downhill here for Oxygen. You start to think about, you give yourself self-doubt on the Oxygen side when the games start to go like this, especially when you've been on match point. Space Station certainly ramping up. See if Oxygen maybe put one away. Here comes LJ as he's getting a couple touches off the back wall, but still can't put one on target. Gimmicks tries to, but coming up on a minute left, and Space Station up by 2.
There are some of you that probably texted your friends and said, yo, RLCS is over. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. You might want to text them again and go, RLCS ain't quite over yet. I might be another 10 minutes. Arsenal to the backboard where LJ's got to try and start a counterattack. This team has been stifled over the last 10 minutes of gameplay. Toasty with full boost, but he's got to spend a lot of it on the back line. trying to slow down Space Station, not really moving downfield at all. This is intercepted as well, and this is a very different series than it was 10 minutes ago. Now it's Space Station in the driver's seat, back against the wall, no problem, as they have dominated games 4 and now 5. Now 15 seconds away from getting another opportunity. Neo Tokyo, ever so closer now, as Oxygen cannot get out of the starting blocks against Space Station in their closeout opportunities. Game 6, here we come.
Wow. Only one shot, maybe two there at the end from Oxygen. In that entire game, Space Station shut them down. No, it was just one from LJ as the stats come up.
Wild.
Only one coming out from LJ and Oxygen. They at least were able to get more shots than that. Much more successful with their offense in the shooting department. This time, Space Station does a good job putting away their opportunities, and we will get a timeout coming out from Oxygen. You talked about that, alluded to it a little bit there, Stacks. I think it's a great time for Oxygen to do so. You see Sad Jr. up there, the coach for Oxygen, getting the boys settled in. As they might have to buckle up for a longer series here as Space Station certainly turning it on.
Yeah, we've seen a shift in how these timeouts are used, by the way. A lot of teams, when the timeouts were first introduced, they would wait until it was match point, and it's like, man, by then, it's like, dude, it's 3-0. You haven't done anything for 15 minutes. I don't think a timeout's going to fix that. Then we started seeing teams do it, on the second to last possible game. Heck, in APAC, I think we saw a timeout after a team lost a game. They're like, no. Let's reset things here. Now we're going to Neo Tokyo. And now it's Sad Jr., who has to get his troops rallied and ready to go for Game 6. The third closeout opportunity. By the way, the one shot you mentioned, Corelli, that Oxygen had in that game, their lowest they've had in a single game this season. And they've played 70 of them. It's the only time they've been held to just one shot.
Wow. And that's why that stat is really, without even knowing what you just said, Stacks, the way Oxygen has played, even in their previous iterations of this roster when Krasix was still here for Gimmick, they were a team that would put on a lot of pressure and a lot of shots, regardless if they're winning or losing. They just put on shots towards the net. So for them to only put up one, really gives over credit to, I think, Space Station, who did a really good job of closing them down, shutting them down. You can see in the highlights here from the Mobile One high performance replay, did a really good job of cutting off the passing lanes as well for Oxygen. Weren't able to find each other with that first and second man downfield. So it's a lot of credit going over to Space Station. I think they've calmed down, they've settled into this series, and they've done a better job of slowing down Oxygen and making it harder for them to put away any opportunities that may come.
All right. Oxygen shuts down Space Station Gaming to knock them out of the tournament. Take 3, lights, camera, action. We're ready to go on Neo Tokyo. Space Station Gaming trying to do what no North American team has done in regular season RLCS play. Toasty twirling through. Gimmick shot. Saved by Arsenal as well. He had to navigate through traffic. And now it's Space Station that has to weather the early storm from Oxygen.
It's a good start for Oxygen. It's certainly what they need. Have to find this early goal. Have to find that early mental reset as well. Dropping the last 2 games, getting this first goal is huge just for the morale of the team. And right now, having the opportunity to do so, can't get that pop over Reynolds. And now Oxygen back in their own corner.
Oxygen has slowed down just a little bit. Maybe a little snake bitten, maybe just a little more hesitant. And being forced to give Space Station a little extra respect. Toasty's not slowed down much, though. He's got that ball, and he's got a boost steal out of the corner. And he can actually run onto this one, if not for the efforts of Daniel. This kicks out, and LJ has the bank downfield right at Daniel. And they can't give him this much space. He's going to pick him apart, but not this time.
Still some good offense, some good control here from Space Station. Again, very similar to the previous game. Now a double flip reset here from Daniel, and it's a shame he didn't have more boost. Could have done a little bit more there. A couple of clean flip resets with some space. Now Arsenal, pass over to Daniel again off the backboard, looking for another touch. Gimmick breaks it up. A minute and a half in, still scoreless, but Space Station certainly knocking on the door.
All right, Toasty defended that real well as well. Now Daniel and Reddles kind of crossing in the air, and it almost opened up an opportunity for Oxygen. That word almost carries a lot of weight. Daniel to the back wall, going headhunting. Couldn't get anybody. But now Reddles right back in. Trying to get anything at all in front of the Oxygen net. Make them uncomfortable, make them panic a little bit. The pressure is certainly mounting on this Oxygen squad. It's a different story when you're up 3-0 compared to now 3-2, having missed 2 opportunities to close them out. LJ, right on target. All 3 in net for Space Station, and now they break out. Daniel, pinch downfield. Arsenal will be a little slow getting there, but he's won this challenge, and not much else. Might have got a piece of a defender going by. He might have got some boost as well. He's trying to insert himself into this game, become a huge factor. This is downfield, but too slow as Arsenal catches up.
Oh, that's a great clear from Arsenal. Now he's bought himself some space. Can he bring this one down? Ran out of boost, so he couldn't do much with it. Even if he did, an Oxygen there to clean it up, throw it downfield. See if they can put something on for the offense. LJ, he's been a master in the challenges here today, winning so many crucial midfield challenges as well as offensive challenges in the final third. LJ again, just to toss it downfield. Happy to do so as Space Station picks it up and goes back the other way.
Oh, gimmick shot just a little high. And that's been the one problem that Oxygen has had as the series has gone on. The shots from LJ missing just a bit high. Gimmick that time. Now Toasty denied by Arsenal. And an opportunity for Space Station. They jump in front here. Alarm sirens are going to go off in the minds of Oxygen players and their fans for sure. That's a great hesitation though by LJ. Doesn't have anybody to pass to, however. Now he can get one out to Toasty, and that's well defended by SSG. How about this, though? Daniel skies it up. Toasty's got a full tank of boost. He's going to use it. No, he's not. Reddles took him out, and he's still in a shooting position downfield, but instead lets that go to the corner with a minute to go.
And that's what's really annoying about Reddles is you can't tell if he's playing the ball or you. And a lot of times it is you, but he disguises it really nicely. And that time, Toasty thought maybe he could sneak it under Reddles, but Reddles didn't care about the ball. He was just like, no, Arsenal! What? I thought for sure Arsenal had this one. You saw the shot come through. He faked the challenge and then saw Toasty on the flip. He landed and couldn't get back to it. Arsenal out of position that time. The shot just perfect to get by with 46 seconds left.
The most unluckiest of timings. And now 40 seconds to make good on it. Reddles from the wing. Another hesitation play, but it doesn't work out. Daniel, wide. Tried to get a piece of LJ. There was no shot forthcoming, though. As Gimmick plays that into the corner. There's a demo, though. Arsenal ties it! Got it right back with 25 to go!
Redemption for Arsenal, and that's great work. Great control from Reddles. Look how many touches he gets on the side wall. That was 3 to keep this ball in, and the last one was a perfect pass out to Arsenal. Space Station are back in it.
With 25 seconds, overtime looming, Champions Field looming, and maybe some history here in North America. That corner boost left free for Arsenal to take from the Oxygen half. This drops right down. Reddles to play hero, denied by LJ. Down to 5 seconds before we go to overtime. Gimmick doing everything he can to get this to the ground. He can't. Daniel got Toasty. Drop down for Reddles. No, LJ clears and we go to OT.
Wow. So close there for Space Station. Oxygen just treading water in those final seconds, but a reset here might help them. LJ, could he go the distance? Looking for the dunk, does find the backboard. Gimmick on the shot. Daniel makes the save. A huge opportunity right off the rip for Oxygen, and the defense just barely hangs on for Space Station.
LJ with the flip reset to just try and slow things down. Gimmick has Toasty waiting oh so patiently, and now Toasty's got to press the issue. This comes out to LJ, and Daniel recognized that. Knew he had to jump out there. Toasty may have had plans of going to the ceiling with this. Reddles and Daniel, as Daniel come back off the respawn. That's good communication. Those demos, they can wreak havoc on your comms. It worked out perfectly as the first minute almost by, and both teams have had their looks. Gimmick for LJ, and Arsenal shut the door right in front.
Still lots of opportunities. The game certainly has sped up here in this overtime. Now Toasty, can he go the distance? Wants the bump. This one's still a weak ball. Gimmick will take a shot. Toasty trying to play in front of Arsenal, but he gets a good clear. And Space Station are able to get out.
Demo, but Daniel does not get this to a teammate. Everybody spawned back in, but it's still a little chaotic down in front.
Arsenal!
Daniel Arsenal forces game 7.
Oh man, he's excited about that one. Jumping out of his chair. You can see the players are hyped, and for good reason. They're still in it. They're not going down without a fight, Stack. Space Station holding on, and another overtime win.
There are no timeouts left. Now it's just 60 seconds to figure out how to stop this perhaps unstoppable wave of momentum. Space Station Gaming, dead in the water 15 minutes ago, has forced game 7.
It's pure guts and determination at this point, Stacks. Like you said, with no more timeouts, there's no more opportunities to reset, to slow down the opposition. It's what you bring out in this game 7. And Oxygen, they've been this close for so long in this series, for 3 games, and they haven't been able to close it out. This was maybe the closest, and still Space Station able to come out on top. Game 7. And at what could be a very crucial game down the line when you talk about major qualification, this could be the deciding factor between making it or not, especially for Oxygen with the way they've been playing. Comes down to one final game, Stacks.
It does. Only the 3rd best of 7 perfect sweep setup in North American RLCS history. But bear this in mind. Space Station Gaming 0-3 in Game 7s this season as we go to Champions Field now, brought to you by NASCAR. What a finish here of Day 2 of the NASCAR Rocket League 351. How many times have we been to Champions Field today? Has it been 3 now?
Something like that. And this one might be the most heart-wrenching one for either side. Oxygen, who has just played amazingly against a team like Space Station. And for Space Station, a team that has just battled back. Now an opportunity here for Toasty. He's got to slot it. Reynolds comes down from the backboard to make the save. Still opportunity. Reynolds got bumped again. And Gimmick to put it home for Oxygen. They're in the lead first.
Don't underestimate how comfortable this Oxygen team might be on this field. They brought Turbo here a little while ago. That was a reverse sweep effort, if memory serves correctly, that they shut down in Game 5. Daniel wins the kickoff cleanly here for Space Station, and Reynolds' shot deflected by Gimmick, and it just goes off the bar, and it's looking very much like Game 1 as LJ makes an incredible save coming down.
Oxygen again. Oh, that's a big miss from Daniel. The defense holding strong, and now maybe an opportunity. A traded demo between Arsenal and Toasty is on the opposite side of the field, so Daniel trying to find space. Toasty to the midfield. Gimmick to pop it up for LJ. Dangerous spot here for Space Station. Flip reset looming. Tries to get back to it and is not able to. A weak shot will come out from Toasty as Space Station tries to regroup. You look at the resume here, Stacks, for Oxygen in this bracket so far. 3-1 over version 1. Game 5 win over Envy, the one you were just alluding to. They have taken down some good teams, and they're trying to add Space Station to their resume. The 3 minutes, 15 seconds left. That's what they got to do to hang on.
Reynolds out of the corner for Arsenal, and the longtime duo does not connect on a goal yet, but they're still threatening. Oh, that falls right to Toasty, though, and a big break for Oxygen as they can clear the zone and relieve the pressure. LJ stuffed by Arsenal as he got back in a hurry. And now Toasty, a little wave dash to try and recover and go after Daniel, who ducked into the goal.
Midfield presence certainly better here for Oxygen. Slowing down Space Station, not letting them quickly move through that midfield. Still hasn't been perfect from them. Here's Daniel with a bit of space. Off the side wall, looking for a flip reset. Does get it, gets by 1. LJ called upon to make the save and will do so as Space Station tries to collect It puts something back together. Reynolds does a good job to beat one. It's Toasty to clear it again.
Oh, that's a decent ball by Daniel, if not for Toasty being right there in the right place at the right time. And now this is awkward. Gimmick quickly downfield. Easy stop by Arsenal. More importantly, got that over to Daniel and did not let Oxygen set up on the offensive end. One more Oxygen goal might be crippling here. Gimmick deep into the corner. Reynolds playing this dangerously close to the front, and Arsenal takes over. And no panic out of SSG in Game 7.
Certainly not. Plenty of time still for Space Station. As Toasty doing a great job. Here comes Gimmick. Daniel very calmly takes this one away. To the sky he goes. Boost to work with. Arsenal getting bumped by LJ. Daniel wants the dunk. A minute and a half, or just under it. Oxygen not breaking. Bending for sure, but not breaking against this Space Station offense.
We've seen them score as late as 25 seconds, as was the case in Game 6. Arsenal went from maybe being the scapegoat to perhaps the GOAT. He scored the equalizer and the winner, and now Daniel coming through with a minute to go.
It's not Arsenal who's the GOAT, Stacks. It's Daniel, and what a touch here. My goodness, right through the defense, and nobody there was fast enough to close them down. A minute and 1 second left on the clock. We're tied up.
Again, it has not happened in North America in the RLCS. No best of 7 reverse sweeps. Space Station vying to be the first. And this is probably as close as anybody's gotten. Gimmick, though, just screening Daniel. Right on the side wall, and LJ makes a crucial save. Reynolds is still in position, and Arsenal was lurking if Gimmick was a little sloppy with this play. This is still dangerous in front. Toasty in an impossible spot, and Gimmick bails out Oxygen.
How did Oxygen not get scored on there? I feel like we keep asking that. Now quickly, here they are in front of the Space Station net. They're panicking to get this one out. 2 players chasing after it. Oxygen also double committing here in the corner. Here comes one out to LJ looking for the back wall. 10 seconds left, and Space Station looking to have the last laugh.
Oxygen Esports in this series, no matter what happens, has put up the worst, greatest defense of all time. Overtime in Game 7 on Champions Field. Brought to you by NASCAR. Wouldn't have it any other way.
11 shots for Space Station, only 3 for Oxygen. This one bounces out. Tough ball here for the defense. Toasty bites on it and uses all of his boost. Gimmick, not the best clear. This one off the back wall. Space Station hunting. Not going to dive onto that one quite yet, as Oxygen are able to break out.
LJ corner, Toasty, and again denied by Arsenal. Another one popped by Reynolds, but now Arsenal's got to play here. No, Reynolds got to that one too. Standing on his head, proverbially, as he keeps Oxygen off the board. Oh, just everything. Edge of your seat stuff at this point, though. Gimmick's got to race back as Reynolds nearly got the shot off.
Space for Arsenal to work with. Space Station trying to put something together. This was a free ball coming out from LJ. He'll just blast it downfield and gives possession back to Reynolds. Great clear from here. LJ will cut this one out.
Oh, Gimmick needs boost.
And so does LJ. He's only got 20. This one, does he poke it free? Daniel pokes it free! It's been completed! Space Station, a reverse sweep and a best of 7. It's Daniel again to come up clutch. And they do the impossible here in North America.
Ever since Gimmick respawned in, he was just desperately looking for boost anywhere on the pitch, and he could not find a single big pad. Nothing available, and even at the end, as he's driving off into the abyss, no boost to be found, and Daniel comes through with another clutch goal for Space Station, and the first North American RLCS best of 7 reverse sweep. Holy cow!
Daniel just gave the camera a look like, yeah, I am that guy. I am that guy. And he certainly is for Space Station. You want to talk about his performances individually. The clutch factor is off the charts for Daniel. And while that shot wasn't anything special, it came at a time when Space Station needed it most. And that small mistake from Oxygen came out. Daniel again comes up clutch for Space Station.
That also, by the way, the first ever Game 7 overtime win in an RLCS best of 7 reverse sweep. By the way, that five goals for Daniel when all was said and done. A well-balanced effort. 5 from Daniel, 4 from Arsenal, 3 from Reddles. And it all spells history. Space Station Gaming moves on to Championship Sunday. I'm sure the desk is probably at a loss for words. I certainly am at this point. You're all welcome, chat. I'm out of here now. Let's send it back to the desk.
Space Station 0-3 in Game 7s throughout fall split. But Daniel 1-0 in Game 7s. He brings the ice. He brings the ice to Space Station.
You got to stop with the ice, man.
I'm dehydrated because of that series. I was sweating. I was nervous the entire time. Space Station, the reverse sweep. And that's after like LJ. Phenomenal performance through games 1 through 3, Turtle. Oh, I think Turtle, we can't hear.
We were literally all at a loss for words.
Everybody's at a loss for words. I got some words to say. Actually, I got one word. Look at that man, Daniel. Oh my goodness. I'll say it because nobody else is saying it.
Hello?
Daniel, valuable pick. Turtle, you back? Hello?
Dude, I don't know what's going on anymore. Daniel is literally so good. He shut both of us up. He shut
broke
both of
the
us up.
internet. He broke the internet, man. I don't know.
That's why I asked Gibbs.
Yeah.
What's Daniel's rating now?
Hey, I'm just saying Space Station would have thought the same, okay? I'm just saying that now. But now, Daniel, he has proved it. Like, at this point, you have to put him in the conversation of, like, top 5 NA easily right now. And he's only played in 2 tournaments, and he's not even done yet. So we'll see another lower bracket run. Maybe see Space Station back in the finals. I don't know, but there's something special about this kid. And we all thought that it could happen. I just didn't think it would happen, like, now. It's only 2 tournaments in.
Well, speaking of that bracket, let's take a look at her. Let's pop her up and see what's going on here because we've eliminated a lot of teams to get to this point. The best of the best are remaining. Tomorrow we crown a champion. But for now, these 4 teams get to breathe a sigh of relief that they are going to be there tomorrow, Daz.
Yeah, I mean, some similar teams, but in different places. This time, NRG are going to play against G2, but SSG, they're going to play against FaZe in that lower round. So, it does show some signs of familiarity, but I think looking at this is going to be very tight. G2 having a great performance with Atomic right now, and FaZe, SSG, that's always going to be one to watch.
I think this is, in my opinion, Turtle, what I'd expect. Like if I were to put a bracket together for North America, this is it right here.
Yeah, I think the big shocker obviously is V1 because they initially had made it to the lower semifinals previously in Regional 1, and now G2 they've got the extra life. I think that's going to be huge for them moving on forward because previously they ended up getting knocked out by V1, but they're making a huge run. And FaZe Clan versus SSG. Will Daniel continue this movement of just being the clutch star player?
Well,
the ice, man.
Guess we'll have to find out. Not the ice again. Don't bring
it up. Don't bring it up.
Okay,
we have Captain America. We need Iceman. All right, that's Daniel right now. All right.
All right. Well, we're coming to the end here of day number 2 of the NASCAR Rocket League 351. So let's get some final thoughts now that we've seen what the second regional in the winter split has brought. And you know what it is. We start at the far end and go down the line. Turt, bring it in.
Oh my goodness. How are you going to start with me? What a day. I casted the NRG series versus it was insane. Like literally I had no idea what was going on half the time. Then we get into this one with Daniel, the ice in his veins. It's like every single regional we keep getting more and more chaotic. So I want to see even more chaos. Bring on the chaos. Come on.
Oh, goodness. It's getting chaotic, but listen, we are witnessing the future of North American Rocket League right now. History's being made in front of our very own faces. Keep a close eye on these rosters, these players, get to know them because I'm telling you, when come major time, they're going to show up when it matters.
And we saw last tournament, we thought there was a big gap, right, between FaZe, Space Station, and Energy versus everyone else. Well, that gap is closed. We saw Oxygen just almost beat Space Station, incredibly close, so they're in the running. Now we see G2 and Atomic. They're performing exceptional. And V1 is still looming. I know it was a bad bracket for them, but they played Oxygen, so, you know, who knows what's going on there. But there's still a race for a top 5 spot. It's going to be really interesting going into Regional 3, but for now, the gap is closing, but I think we know who our top 4 are, and we got all 4 of them on the final day.
The General NRG, G2 Esports, Space Station Gaming, and FaZe Clan, the last remaining teams here at the NASCAR Rocket League 351. Tomorrow, we crown a champion, and tomorrow, something's happening. So make sure you guys are tuning in. You don't want to miss the show. Thank you so much for watching today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Spotlights have shined before. On February 6th, they will shine again. On something LA has never seen. You coming? Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/LA Coliseum.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver.